summertime, and that means vacation time with a family. But who can afford family vacations these days? Well, Channel 10 News consumer reporter Orion Reed can help as she focuses on inexpensive family getaways, from trips to Lancaster or Hershey to Washington, D.C. Visit a local snack food company, Amish country, or catch up on history. Channel 10 can help you and your family have fun and save money this summer with our special report, Monday at noon and 11 on Channel 10 News.
Mako Auto Painting is always priced right. Our Ambassador Paint Service could be just what you need. We chemically scrub, sand, and prepare your car's old surface bumper to bumper and give it a high-grade oven finish. Mako's Ambassador Paint Service, a great paint value anywhere at only $149. All backed in writing by over 400 Mako centers nationwide. Sound like a great deal? Take a hard look at your car and you tell us. Ambassador Service is a whole lot of value. Now only $149, because nobody does more for less. If that showroom shine is your bottom line, get Mako.
We'd like to say thanks. It's been quite a year. Yes, it's been quite a year, and we'll keep bringing you more of the best. Channel 10 thanks you for making CBS America's most watched network.
Hello, and welcome to The Yard Cook. And today we are barbecuing the perfect steak. Now, a lot of people swear by this charcoal or that charcoal, but I believe that quantity is what is really crucial.
Right. Maybe an easier way to enjoy the grill is to come to Perkins, where we're serving a variety of charbroiled skewers, succulent pieces of beef, chicken, and shrimp.
Uh-oh, it's time to flip.
And good news. Now, with every adult entree, your kid can eat for $1.
Doctors help people every day, but they can make mistakes. If you or your child is suffering because of a doctor or hospital's mistake, for help, call the lawyers on the medical malpractice team of Wapner Newman.
We're dealing with medical issues every day of the week in fields of medicine that most people never even hear about.
It makes all the difference, and it shows in our track record.
Wapner Newman even has a courtesy van to pick up clients. If you have a medical malpractice claim, call 569-0900 today.
Big news from the Money Store. Home equity loans as low as 8%.
Phil Rizzuto here for the Money Store with the great summer special for qualified homeowners. Now get a fixed-rate home equity loan as low as 8%. That's right, 8%. And your low rate is locked in for the life of the loan. Use the money to pay off your bills, make home improvements, buy a new car. It's up to you. Call 1-800-LOAN-YES right now. The Money Store, where America goes for money.
A recent university study confirms something that has millions of asthma sufferers breathing easier. Clinical tests showed Primatene tablets help keep asthma sufferers breathing freely for hours. Primatene tablets, with the asthma reliever doctors recommend.
My hemorrhoids hurt so much, I was afraid I needed surgery. But my doctor said they weren't serious, and it's time I used Preparation H.
Preparation H helps shrink swelling of inflamed hemorrhoidal tissues and often relieves pain, itching, and burning for hours. Doctor recommended Preparation H.
The Ross Summer Clearance. Save 50 to 75% off department store prices. Great fashions for the whole family at the Ross Summer Clearance now.
I work, but I can't afford to take my daughter to the doctor.
The Caring Program for Children can help. Call 1-800-464-KIDS.
So what do you think? Are we ready?
Ready.
We're going to challenge the bubble blowing champ of America on the next live.
Weekday mornings at 9 on Channel 10.
Next, a CBS Sports Special.
Summer in the Old South. Autumn in college football is around the corner. Winter and its frost, seemingly a world away. But for now, it's as if the landscape resembles a still life painting. Still, even while beaten down on lazy, hazy days, the South will rise again. The spotlight's on Richard Petty, the King, continuing on his goodbye tour. The sun shines on Bill Elliott. He's handling Junior Johnson's car, and they've become a dream team. And now Elliott's leading in the battle for the national championship. Dale Waltrip's smile is bright. He won last week's race and is now officially on fire. Dale Earnhardt is hot under the collar. He's the defending champion, but he's been in a slump, in a funk. But for all Dale's problems, for all the teams racing the clock, trying to get their cars right for this week's 500-mile race at Talladega, there's been time to pause. Time to reflect. Not on the weather, but on luck. Racing luck. For 7 days ago, Davey Allison was in this crash. His car was totaled. Bones snapped. But through the grace of God, Davey Allison survived. And though the heat of summer in the Old South makes some people lazy, the men who race for a living must always remain ever alert. Welcome, everyone, to sizzling Alabama. I'm Chris Economaki, and today it's the Die-Hard 500 from the Talladega Superspeedway, and there's Davey Allison's car, and believe it or not, he's in it, going to give it a go despite a shattered arm being in a cast. It's been a remarkable comeback and a remarkable story. For Davey Allison's crash with Darrell Waltrip not only produced physical injuries, but some bruised feelings as well. On Friday, when Darrell Waltrip wheeled his car out to qualify, he was greeted with a crescendo of boos.
I didn't cause that wreck. I tried to avoid it. I don't drive that way. I think people that know me understand me and know that I don't drive that way. I give a lot more than I've ever taken.
Davey suffered a broken arm and collarbone, but the wreckage shows how very fortunate he was. Yesterday, an upbeat Davey Allison met with the press and offered his view.
If y'all want to see it, I'll show them to you, but it's ugly. So, the last thing I remember prior to climbing out of the car was seeing Kyle Petty upside down and thinking one of us is not going the right direction.
Davey said he bears Darrell Waltrip no animosity, but Davey's dad, a former stock car champion, was not so generous.
I don't think that he started the lap saying, boy, I'm going to wreck old Davey. And I don't think that he went into the tunnel turn saying, I'm going to wreck old Davey. And I don't think that he went across behind Davey saying, I'm going to wreck old Davey. But as the thing developed, I think he said, sure won't hurt to send him out for a little wild ride.
Whatever the circumstances were, it doesn't deserve going around and calling me names and talking about me being the kind of guy that they say, that the Allisons say I am. I don't think, I'm just not that way.
Let's analyze the crash. And who better to pick it apart than the drivers on our show, Ned Jarrett and Neil Bonnet.
Neil, I've seen the replay of that tape a lot of times, and it looks like it could have been either of them's fault, depending on whose eyes you're seeing it from. Let's take a closer look at it and let the fans decide for themselves who might have been at fault. Here they are coming off of turn 2 at Pocono.
You see Darrell Waltrip directly in behind Davey Allison in the black car, Waltrip in the white car with the orange trim. A key to it is they're right behind Kyle Petty in the black car with the green trim.
Okay, let's move it a little farther forward, and it looks like Darrell is moving to the outside as if attempting to pass Davey out there.
And Ned, at the same time, you see Davey take a look to the inside of Kyle Petty in the black and green car like he might be going low.
Okay, we'll move it forward, and here comes Darrell back down across the racetrack. Maybe could have taken some of the air off of Davey's spoiler, gotten him a little bit loose.
And as Darrell made that move, it looked as though Davey saw him crossing behind him. Look at the gap between Kyle Petty's car and Davey Allison's. Davey took a defensive posture, and they're both after the same part of the racetrack now.
Well, as they move just a little bit, then the contact is made, and Davey is sent spinning out through the grass. And, of course, we all say a lot of times, well, that was just racing, was it?
Ned, I tell you what, I know people get tired of hearing that. That's just racing, but people, that's just what it is on a racetrack like this. Everybody fights for the same position. Sometimes things happen. The big key with motor racing and other sports, in this sport, when you make a mistake, you pay a severe price. Some sports, they hand the ball to the other guy and you go in the other direction, or the other guy takes charge. In this sport, you go to the hospital.
Well, the man is out of the hospital, and Mike Joy is with him on pit road.
Well, Ned, his right forearm has 2 plates in it to hold it together. He's got pins across the wrist bones to hold him in position, and he's got a broken collarbone. He's sitting here in a cockpit that is 103 degrees. So, why is this man smiling? Davey, how you feeling, and how long can you go today?
Can't think of any better place to be, Mike. It's great therapy to be back in the car today, and we're running good. Yes. Practice. Bobby Hillen's done a great job for us. All the guys at the shop have done a great job bouncing back from the adversity this week, and we want to win this championship, and that's why I'm here today.
NASCAR would like you to run 1 lap and get out of the car. That way this car would earn all its points for you as driver. You wanted to run to the first caution flag. Where'd this all sort out?
We'll see what happens.
Okay. Davey has a here. He has Velcro on his glove. He's wearing a full cast. He's got Velcro on the steering wheel and on the gear shift knob to aid him in getting around this racetrack. Wish him luck today, and we'll go topside, high atop the Talladega Superspeedway, and meet the man who'll call today's race, Ken Squire.
Well, thank you, Michael. That's one story, and it is a big one, but there are 39 other dramas, a minimum of that number, about to unfold in this $800,000 24th annual classic. Consider those high marquee superstar names. Earnhardt and Gant, and Rusty Wallace is qualified 28th, the best among that trio. Then there's Ernie Irvan. He won at Daytona on that 2.5-mile track back on the 4th of July. He's ready. Yesterday, I think I saw him drive the best race of his career, the first Grand National event on this track, and he was spectacular. He's never won this 500. And then there's Sterling Marlin. Little pickup truck had a great big sign as we came out to the track this morning that said 22 is due. Indeed, Sterling hoped so. 16 years still looking for that first career win on the pole for the 2nd straight year. And as always, the underlying theme is the heat. Actually, it's only in the low 90s today, and there's a gentle breeze. But the humidity is the story. They call it Alabama dew, and it's as thick as a stew. It will smother you in the course of one of these races. So stay tuned. We're ready for that double-wide, danger-filled event. That is the Die Hard 500.
Fast start can cost you to race in this business.
The winningest battery at NASCAR isn't a special racing battery.
I have well over 600 NASCAR starts with a Die Hard battery.
It's exactly the same battery you can buy for your car at Sears.
You'd have to be crazy to come out here without a Die Hard.
Sears Die Hard, now celebrating 25 years of starting power.
I have never had a failure on the starting line yet.
You can count on me.
Die Hard, more power when you need it most.
Introducing Ford's newest car. It doesn't have a sticker price. There's no choice of colors. And it has to be driven 4 times the speed limit to be appreciated. The new Ford IndyCar. If you think our technology looks impressive here, just wait till you experience it down the road. Have you driven a Ford lately?
Tonight, a CBS network movie premiere. A girl is murdered by 4 men who bragged about it.
It was just for laughs. You keep your mouth shut.
Yet a whole town kept quiet. People rated grade A. Gripping, says TV Guide. A good summer surprise.
My name is on everyone's lips.
Who would break the conspiracy of silence tonight?
This CBS Sports Special, the Die Hard 500, is sponsored by the Die Hard Battery. 25 years of starting power. Die Hard, more power when you need it most. Texaco, official sponsor of the 1992 U.S. Olympic team. And by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately?
All is in All is in readiness. We're just about set to get this one underway, and let's go down to the start-finish line where the Vice President of the United States is about to give the command. Gentlemen, start your engines. Well, here is the starting grid for this year's Die Hard 500. 24th annual. The pole, 6 career poles, 5 of them at Daytona and Talladega, belongs to Sterling Marlin. Alongside his first front row start ever at Talladega, Ricky Rudd. Row 2. Starting despite that horrendous crash just 7 days ago from the Alabama gang, Davey Allison. And up front, pacing the field today, but he has qualified in 4th position, carrying one of our onboard cameras, the King, making his last 500 start here at Talladega, winner in '74, Richard Petty. Brett Bodine starts 5th. He started in the top 10 in 13 of 16 races this season. There's Kyle Petty. Remember 1979? He made his debut on this track, and he won in it in an ARCA event. Going back to row number 4. There he is, another in-car camera. The winner yesterday, Ernie Irvan. Won at Sears Point, won at Daytona, looking for his 6th win today. And Dale Jarrett, he's aching for a win. The Joe Gibbs car. Super Bowl status here today. It's been looking strong. Row 5 is Michael Waltrip. Now, he's hoping this afternoon to break out of a season-long slump. Hasn't been fun for Michael Waltrip. There's the 21 car, the Wood brothers. Morgan Shepherd aboard. He gave it a ride in Daytona, as you remember, in the 500 and came home 2nd. And the rest of the field. From Alabama comes Stan Smith. Best start ever for him. Chad Little from the state of Washington's alongside. Row 7 today as the field rolls out is Waltrip and Jeff Bodine. In row 8 today, Bill Elliott, former winner, and Mark Martin. Row 9, Rick Mast. Remember a year ago, upside down in the main straightaway here, and Alan Kowicki. He's going to be a contender. Row 10, Charging Charlie Glotzback and Jimmy Hensel. Row 11, it's Terry Labonte and a sophomore, Wally Dallenbach from Colorado. Going to row 12, there's Hut Strickland and Derek Cope. For row 13, Ted Musgrave. He finished 5th at Pocono last week. Watch him. There's a story developing there. And the '88 champion, Ken Schrader. Row 14 is Jimmy Means and Rusty Wallace way back in the field. Row 15 is New York State's Greg Sachs. And the champion, defending champion, 4-time winner, Dale Earnhardt, outside of row 15. Row 16 is Bobby Hamilton from Tennessee and Mr. September, Harry Gant. Row 17, Dick Trickle, Pennsylvania's Bobby Gerhardt alongside. Row 18 today, Dave Marcus from Wisconsin. And this marks the debut of one of the most exciting stars in America. Stan Fox goes into Winston Cup today. Row 19 is Andy Belmont and Del McCower. Row 20, Randy Porter. And from Virginia, short track star T.W. Taylor will start 40. We'll be back for the start of the 24th annual Die Hard 500 at Talladega following these messages.
Last year, Davey Allison added something new to his car. It wasn't wider tires or a slicker shape. It was the same Haviland Formula 3 motor oil you can buy straight off the shelf to add more life to your car with complete protection against heat stress, starting friction, and engine dirt. Now, we're not saying it was Haviland Formula 3 that gave Davey the energy to lead more major NASCAR races than anyone last year and win this year's Daytona 500. But we're not saying it wasn't.
I don't need some fancy cologne to tell me I'm a man. I use Skin Bracer. It smells great, but it also cools and tones my skin. Confidence is very sexy, don't you think?
Skin Bracer Aftershave by Menon.
If you don't like the looks of your car,
Shoot it. The son of a gun from STP. Shoot the dash, seats, tires, and roof. Son of a gun protected. Man, what a difference.
There's a reason more people go to Sears for a new battery.
Can't believe I left my lights on.
Only Sears has the Die Hard. Sears is so confident of Die Hard starting power. If your Die Hard needs a jump, Sears will do it absolutely free. Anytime, anywhere, even if you leave your lights on.
I got stranded once. Never again.
You can count on me. Sears Die Hard. More power when you need it most.
They have added a third preliminary lap. They plan to turn 2. They have turned 3. And just a moment ago, Davey Allison came down pit road. Remember, he's got to take one lap under green to officially get points out here. This was...
Yeah, he's got to take the green flag. I've got a feeling, Ken, that maybe the steering wheel was not straight, and he came in, maybe he couldn't do it with his right arm in a sling, and he came in to get that straightened out.
Ned, just prior to that, he stopped on the apron when he was talking down here, and I think he pulled the pin and probably couldn't get it back in. He stopped and had him work on it in the pits for him, but probably was just a steering wheel adjustment.
Getting set for the start. Richard Petty's car is falling back. Let's take a look at some of the in-car cameras as they, again, motor around that third and fourth turn. You're in Jeff Bodine's car right now, car number 15, starting in the 14th position this afternoon on the outside. Shortly be coming through there, about 200 miles an hour. Another lap, and they will turn them loose. Die Hard Race Cam giving you some great pictures before this one's over. 188 laps, the distance to be covered. Only 3 times has it been won from the pole. Now you're with Richard Petty. There's that familiar security blanket, that towel.
Chewing on that towel.
And you see him looking to the left. Even though they have the radio systems in these cars, you always look to the left and locate your pit where you'll be familiar with it when you come in.
How is it getting on pit road here, Neil?
I tell you, you run so fast on this racetrack. It's no different from someone being out on the interstate coming into a small town slowing down. You run so fast out there, you know you're coming in, but it's hard to get slowed down to get in the proper position.
And the speed limit today on pit road is 70 miles per hour. NASCAR will be monitoring them as they come down pit road for pit stops. They'll not go over 70.
As it was yesterday in the Grand National race. And you think some of those guys are trying those Jericho transmissions we've heard about to see if they can get it up a little faster and get in, out better?
I went through the garage this morning talking to some. A lot of guys used them qualifying. With the restrictor plate and the big tall spoiler, it takes about a lap and a half to get these things up to speed sometimes, or a lap. And they're playing around with different ratios, which is more selectable in those transmissions. And some of them have them in for the race today.
33-degree banking, 2.6-mile track, 188 laps the distance. It's always been accident, incident-filled. Race has never been run without at least a couple of cautions. Now you're riding with Richard Petty in that 4th position. Down that 4,000-foot straightaway, they'll be up over 200 miles an hour. In our live coverage today of the 24th Annual Die Hard 500. Perhaps some showers late in the afternoon, but it looks like we're off to a fair start. We may get this one all the way in. It's rained almost every afternoon, about 4 o'clock here in Alabama. Pace car is getting set to drop down onto pit road. Elmo Langley, the pace car driver, veteran Winston Cup star from another year, another period, is just about to bring that machine in, and we'll get razzling here with Sterling Marlin and Ricky Rudd up in that front row. Oh, great moment. Dazzling cars coming down through the tri-oval. Remember, the start-finish line is not in the tri-oval, but down almost 800 feet toward turn 1.
And Davey Allison came to the back of the pack. You can see him all the way back there at the back end when he came back out on the track. From that pit stop, we're going green flag. Ricky Rudd jumped out front, which was kind of unusual. We thought the Fords would take the big lead, and Chevrolet jumped right out front.
Ricky Rudd trying to draw away. Brett Bodine on the bottom. Petty pinned in the pile of cars up in the front on the outside as Brett Bodine goes down through and looks like he's going to bring Ernie Irvin with him in the back straightaway. See that green car swung out by itself? Better make a move here soon. It's going to start backing up.
I
I'm going to be greedy and hope they can run too wide. It'd be quite a show with these new spoilers. We saw a lot of two-abreast running yesterday. Maybe we can do it today.
Actually, this is the slowest field in 16 years, and that could mean, based on what we saw yesterday, they'll be beating on each other right to the finish line for all 15 cars strong.
And the reason they were slower, Ken, they're running a 7/8-inch carburetor restrictor plate and also a 45-degree spoiler angle, which that has slowed them down. But that was all done for safety.
At the end of lap 1, Rudd and Marlin first and second. Here comes Richard Petty. Now he's being challenged on the inside. See Brett Bodine right there with him, and now Petty goes back on the outside for third. Field down that back straightaway. Richard Petty hanging tough here in the early going.
Ken, we've seen Richard really qualify good lately, but the handles went away on his race car in those races. At this track, it's not as critical handling racetrack as some of them. He could possibly stay right there in the lead.
Dale Earnhardt has come from 30th to 13th in that first lap. That's 30th to 13th in one lap. He's flying.
He was really dicing up through the field, no question about it. Ken, that first lap was running at an average speed of about 169 miles an hour. This one will be considerably faster.
Petty stays in that third spot.
But he goes down to the inside, and here comes Dale Jarrett and Kyle Petty up on the outside of him.
Ernie Irvan had been in 6. They diced those positions up coming out of turn 2 and into the back straightaway.
Picked up 20 miles an hour on that lap. Lap 189 miles an hour.
So out in front remains Ricky Rudd. Marlin deployed in second. Then it's 3 wide. Richard Petty diving to the bottom. Remember, he led the first 5 laps on the 4th of July at Daytona, 55 years old. He continues his fan appreciation tour last half of this season. Falling back that inside lane now.
With the drafting techniques here at Talladega and with the restrictor plates and the high spoilers,
Irvan slowing down. Ernie Irvan way out of it. As they come to the line, the whole field storms by Ernie Irvan. Davey Allison still on the track, and he has passed 6-7 automobiles from 40th.
We understand that Ernie Irvan has a left rear tire flat on his car. Boy, that's going to really cost him. What I started to say there a moment ago, the high groove is the place to be normally with these restrictor plates on these cars.
Boy, of all places, Ernie to have that flat coming through the trial. Well, now Eddie's got to go all the way around.
2.6 miles around. There's Davey Allison still out there moving through traffic. Here's Richard Petty right in the midst of that muddle.
4 abreast through the part of the track right there.
Tough racing. Look at this. 4 wide, 5 wide for just a moment. Back to 4. Nobody giving an inch, and guess who's right behind Petty? It's Dale Earnhardt in number 3. Remember, he's come from the back of the field on the charge. Dale Earnhardt, defending champion, 4-time winner from 30th. As they show 4 laps complete, he's challenging Petty in the back straightaway.
What's this about you can't pass with restrictor plates?
And Dave, you know, I think NASCAR's been searching around looking for things to make speedway racing better. These big spoilers have got them racing all the way around the racetrack.
On pit road, changing that tire. About to go another lap down. Caution is out. A yellow is on the racetrack.
Rain, we understand, in turn 1. Break for Davey Allison. Ernie Irvan's going to go a lap down, though, as they come back through the start-finish line. He's trying to get out of the pits and onto the track, but is he going to make it? No, he didn't quite do it.
Point line. He did across that line. He missed it by about 10 foot.
Ricky Rudd just getting there. Put Ernie Irvan a lap down. We'll return to CBS Sports live coverage of the Die Hard 500 after this message and a word from your local station.
A real sports coupe is more than fancy technology. It's the perfect balance between the needs of a driver and the needs of a curve. With a pure, focused performance that makes even the same old roads seem new. Because it's not the road you take, it's how you take the road. The all-new 24-valve Ford Probe GT. Have you driven a Ford lately?
Don't let your family get bounced around by bad shocks. Get to Sears now. All shocks are on sale, 20 to 40% off. We're open evenings. We're open weekends. And all Sears service is backed by Sears' promise of satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Save 20 to 40% now on all shocks at the place that installs more shocks than anyone in America. Sears.
The Cardinals take on Andy Van Slyke and the division-leading Pirates, or the Yankees face Dave Winfield and the Blue Jays next Saturday on CBS Sports.
This is CBS.
Here's a sale you won't want to miss. How about off-season pricing during the in-season? That's just what they're doing at Sears, pricing their strong, luxurious wood decks at 25% off, while the beautiful warm weather is here. Put no money down, no payments until the fall. Sears financing makes it possible. That's right, no money down. Imagine, in just weeks, you can enjoy barbecuing, relaxing, and all the good times a Sears wood deck delivers. And take 25% off the regular price. So take advantage. Call right now for your free estimate on the best-built deck in America. Operators are standing by to arrange your free estimate with a Sears wood deck professional. Save 25% with no money down financing right now and July 31st. With Sears financing, you can be enjoying your new wood deck within weeks with no down payment and low monthly charges. So stop waiting. Call today, 1-800-999-0708.
Affordable family getaway, Monday at noon and 11.
Look at the rain. We're back with you once again at Talladega, Alabama. Die Hard 500. You can see a few spatters of rain on the windshield. They're making that change on Davey Allison to Bobby Hillen right now for car number 28. He came in just moments ago. This is as it happened.
Well, here he is getting out of the car, and they want to help him. The reach-in want to help him, but they can't, Ken. He has to do it on his own power, and he did. And there's Bobby Hillen going in the car.
And got a great ovation for it. Randy Pemberton is with us today here on our CBS telecast, and he's standing by with Davey.
Well, Davey, you did a heck of a job getting out of the car. You had to get out by yourself. You did that. What was it like out there for the couple laps you were running?
That car will fly. I hope that we get him back out in time, get him in good position. The brakes go okay today. They got a good shot at winning this race. And we're just happy that things have worked out the way they have.
Okay, Davey Allison will hit the sidelines. Bobby Hillen Jr. now in the car. Ironically, Hillen, a substitute driver 1 year ago for Kyle Petty with a broken leg.
And you saw another story in the background. Car number 4, Ernie Irvin, was coming in while they were talking to Davey. Ernie Irvin is being penalized for leaving the pits too quickly. And so the 5-time winner of Winston Cup events continues to have misfortune here today.
Well, as we mentioned earlier, the speed on pit road is 70 miles an hour, but he saw that caution coming out. He knew that the caution was out. He wanted to get down that pit road as fast as he could, get to that line that we mentioned, Neil, but he didn't quite make it.
Did he just couldn't help himself. He saw it, he had to hurry, and that little bit of speed he picked up, and it's going to cost him.
Ernie Irvin, who sat on the pole here back in May, comes back on, and he is a lap plus down. We'll tell you exactly how many laps in just a moment as we get set to go racing, hopefully, very shortly.
In the older days, you know, my father, the only tool he really knew was actually Craftsman tools, and they lasted a long time, and that's one reason that we still have Craftsman around. My father's passed away since then, but my race box and toolbox at the ranch are still full of Craftsman.
1,600 Craftsman hand tools, made in America, guaranteed forever.
They've actually outlasted them. It looks like they're going to outlast me, too.
Only at Sears.
This is the end of how you think about dandruff shampoo, of Head & Shoulders as you now know it. Now it's better. Because new Head & Shoulders gets to 10 times more of the places dandruff starts to help prevent flakes. Hey, would you try this with your ordinary shampoo? I think not. No other shampoo has this formula. New Head & Shoulders. This could be the end of flakes. Period.
Slowing down, that ain't you. No, that's not you. Easy drinking beer, that silver bullet smooth.
Know where it's coming from, setting the mood, the pure taste of the Rockies and silver bullet smooth.
Make the move quick like silver bullet smooth.
Before you go anywhere else for a new muffler, come to Sears first. Right now, our super quiet muzzler muffler is on sale for just $19.99. And that includes Sears' lifetime free replacement warranty for as long as you own your car. Come in evenings, come in weekends. The muzzler muffler with a lifetime warranty, just $19.99. Only at Sears.
Tonight, a CBS network movie premiere. A girl is murdered by 4 men who bragged about it.
It was just for laughs. You keep your mouth shut.
Yet a whole town kept quiet. People rated grade A. Gripping, says TV Guide. A good summer surprise.
My name is on everyone's lips.
Who would break the conspiracy of silence tonight?
That second plane on the left.
Well, we're back with you once again at Talladega in the 24th Annual Die Hard 500. First caution of the day. We had a little rain falling. Looks like we're about to turn this one loose another time. Dale Earnhardt started 30th, now 12th. Kenny Schrader started 26th, now 13th. And on the leaderboard, you have Rudd running up in that first spot, followed by Sterling, Kyle Petty, Dale Jarrett, Michael Waltrip. Then Morgan is in 6th, Bodine is in 7th, Brett Bodine is in 8th. And let's go to Chris Economack.
The Cup stock car racing is truly a high-tech sport, despite the stock car label it has. One of the developments we're finding out here at Talladega is the rear ends of these cars. You never used to have differentials in them. Both rear wheels would turn at the same amount, which means going around a corner, one of those wheels is skidding. But because of the pit stops becoming so important, now many of the drivers are using ratchets or limited slip rear ends. And the reason being that once the wheel spins a half a turn, it gets a hole and the car can get out of the pits. Otherwise, one wheel would spin more. That's one technical point. And the other point is the humidity. This rain here affects the performance of the engine. Every crew chief's car here has a barometer on it, and they set these engines to the weather that they have. And the weather is different now than they had an hour or so earlier. Let's go down now to my colleague, Mike Joy.
Well, Chris, there's still a light sprinkle here in the pits, and believe me, nobody minds. 92-degree temperature, about 95% humidity. It's a little welcome break. I just talked to Richard Childress, Dale Earnhardt's car owner, the man who runs this racing team. Said, you folks turtled around here all week, qualified poorly, started back in 30th spot. Now you're flying up through the field. He says, we know what we need to do. I asked him what he changed. He says, well, we worked a lot on the car, and gave evasive answers. What I think they found is something in the aerodynamics of that car that they can't fix here in the garage area, but they can retool back at the shop for when they go to Daytona next February. When Earnhardt's in the draft, he can fly. If he gets out there by himself, he's pushing a lot of wind, and that's a tall order, even for the defending champion.
He had a tall order yesterday, Mike, in trying to hold off Ernie Irvan. Finally succumbed to him, but they put on a tremendous show, and they had a 12 to 17 car draft throughout that entire race. Now here today, it's a little different circumstance, not D6s, but D8s, and there you see Petty in the 11th spot, and right behind him is Earnhardt in 12th, and following in 13th is that Ken Schrader car. And that car has been on the move. Ned, last 2 races, Chevrolet has won, and for only the 5th time this year, we've got Ricky Rudd up here with a Chevy in front. He's done it 3 of 5 times. What do they know the others aren't finding out in his early going?
Well, I think some might be a little farther ahead as far as the development of the new 18-degree cylinder heads that will become compulsory after this race today. Now, they could still run the old heads that they've been running for a couple of years in this race today, but not many of the top teams are doing that. They're running the new 18-degree cylinder heads, and some of them are just a little farther ahead in the development of them.
And Ned, if anybody can do it, Hendricks Motorsports has one of the biggest engine shops on the circuit with direct help from Chevrolet, so they must really be on top of their motor program now.
This time by, they'll be going green. We have completed 10 of 188 laps. Bobby Hillen was just back on pit road again.
Well, it's probably just same deal what Davey messing with that steering wheel a while ago. A driver gets used to that positioning at either 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock, the spokes in a certain position, and they're not comfortable unless they're in that position. They're probably working on something like that.
Or either topping off the fuel tank.
Yep, they didn't have
very important here, and they had nothing to lose. They were at the back of the field anyway, so they came in, topped it off. Let's go to the pits and Chris.
You were talking about cylinder heads a minute ago, Ned. I had a chat with Dave Marcus a little bit ago. He got a set of those new heads. He paid $900 for the cylinder heads, and then he spent $7,300 massaging them, getting them ready to race, and he says he still hasn't bought the valve springs or the keepers or put it together yet. And once he assembles it, he's going to have to pay for a valve job. So he's going to have about $9,000 in ancillary money to fix a $900 set of cylinder heads.
And Dal McCowart's having some kind of a problem with a Robert Gates engine down there, car number 0, sitting on pit road, as you saw. They've cleared off pit road. They had some tarpaulins out there to protect their pit spaces. Here comes the pace car in as we settle down to go racing once again with 11 laps complete. Rudd in first. Marlin is in second. Kyle Petty third. Dale Jarrett fourth as they come back to the line.
Look what a high line there, Ned. As you talk about, there's no passing before you get the start-finish line on the left. It must be on the right side, so they get so close to the wall, nobody can pass them up there.
They protect that territory up there, no doubt about it. Takes a while for these cars to get up to speed with those restrictor plates and that 45-degree spoiler. The front 4 cars beginning to pull away as we look out Richard Petty's windshield. He's looking in on Stanley Smith, the Alabama driver, who had a good qualifying run here.
He's qualifying 11.
Now you can see that little gap between Dale Jarrett and Michael Waltrip, and here's a battle as Jeff Bodine moves on the inside of Morgan Shepherd. Now, when cars get side by side, that slows them down a little bit, but it looks like Bodine made it okay. But here's the other Bodine, Brett Bodine, trying to take Morgan on the inside. You can see a little gap has opened up between them and Jeff Bodine.
Coming back to full speed with Ricky Rudd leading, Sterling Marlin holding on to that second spot. Kyle Petty is in third. Dale Jarrett's in fourth. Still Waltrip in fifth, and now Jeff Bodine is in sixth. His brother trying to follow him through Brett. Jeff Bodine taking a very high line around the first and second turn while the leaders are all at the bottom of the racetrack.
Now, I said a moment ago that the high line was the place to be. That is when you're out there running and trying to pass someone or something like that. But once those leaders got out there, and once the leader, which is Ricky Rudd, decided to go down to the low side of the racetrack, those following him had no choice but to follow him right down there in the draft.
This is Bodine in sixth, closing up on fifth place, Michael Waltrip, and closing up in a hurry. Back they come to complete lap 13.
Yeah, Michael had lost the draft of the lead 4, and so those others came up there, and they did close up in a hurry, and now Jeff Bodine has taken the measure of it.
4 cars with about a span of 800 feet back to a flock of 12 here in this Die-Hard 500. The front 4 continue to be Rudd, Marlin, Petty, and Jarrett. Now you see Jeff Bodine.
But a little bit behind Jeff Bodine, there's the front 4. A little bit behind Jeff Bodine was Earnhardt coming up through there. You see how those 4 are drafting, and look at Earnhardt has already moved up to 7th place.
Yeah, while they were running side by side through the first turn, he dropped under and passed the entire pack right there.
Well, he is running like he has vengeance in mind out here after that qualifying run that saw him all the way back out of the top 29 positions. Here he comes, still attacking.
Michael Waltrip in the yellow car he just can't find a place that he can go well. Now he was in 5th position. He's moved all the way back to 9th position there now. He just simply can't. He's back in the draft there now, but having a tough time even keeping up with the draft.
Looking back at Earnhardt in 6th from that bumper camera at 190 miles per hour. Looking back at Earnhardt from Jeff Bodine's car. Here's Chris.
Looking at the back of the pack, Davey Allison's replacement, Bobby Hillen, has hooked up with Ernie Irvan. It's a Ford and a Chevy, but they don't care about the nameplate rivalry. They're drafting together and are really moving up on the field. A good break for both of them.
Well, it's nice to have a drafting partner that is a good fast drafting partner. Of course, Ernie Irvan is a lap down, but he certainly is happy to have Bobby Hillen to be drafting with.
The front 4 cars are getting caught up with the rest of the field. They had pulled away that 800-foot interval. Get sandwiched down to about 3 car lengths as they go back to turn number 1.
And they ran that last lap at over 192 miles an hour, which is faster than they qualified.
There's Bobby Hillen dipping down to the bottom of the racetrack as he continues to come up through the field. Remember, he is in the lead lap. But Ernie Irvan's car is shown a couple of laps down. Up to 30th position has moved Hillen.
You know, we saw Dougie when he got out of the car. He said, boy, that car will fly. It's certainly showing up, but those 2 guys are really coming through the pack.
Went around Dick Trickle in the Stavola brothers, car number 8.
Ken, I believe the scoring is showing Ernie Irvan 1 lap down. So if he could get up there and get back in front of the leaders sometime during this race, well, he could get back in the lead lap, so he only has 1 to make up.
Stand corrected.
sir. 16 laps complete. Back to the line.
Okay, here's Jeff Bodine has gotten on the outside of Dale Jarrett, got him pinned down on the inside. He's going to go backwards here for a little while as the train goes by up on the outside.
Boy, that's a helpless feeling. You're doing everything you can do, and then they just pass you either side, and the line stays together, and you just hung out to dry.
Yeah, he went through that turn, so he got all the way up the side of Kyle Petty going through that turn, but he's got to have somebody to draft with him, or they're going to go by on the outside, and you see them go by there now.
Jeff Bodine's car number 15 giving us these pictures as this war continues. All at over 190 miles per hour. Coming by to complete 17 laps this time. It's still Rudd staying in front, and now they're 4 wide again directly behind him.
Earnhardt all the way up next to the wall. He and Jeff Bodine get awfully close together going into the turn.
And still 3 wide. The old line that Richard Petty liked to use in his heydays back when he won in '74.
Okay, Jarrett has some help now from Michael Waltrip down on the inside, and look, he moves all the way up. He'll get back in line, I believe, this time. Yes, he does. Moved up to third, so that didn't hurt him too bad by getting down there. But here's Michael Waltrip, just simply couldn't quite keep up. And here's Brett Bodine down on the inside as well in the green car.
I tell you, Dale Jarrett's car showed a lot of strength to maintain that inside line and pull up there like it did.
Surprised me, Dale, that he could do that.
Pleasant surprise.
While the Allison crew, Davey Allison's crew, have said that Ernie Irvan intends to stay right with them, Ned. See if they can bring him back up to the field.
That's good for both of them, really. It's good. They know that even though it's a Ford and a Chevrolet, and many times they don't work together, and if it comes down to winning the race, maybe a Ford won't help a Chevrolet or vice versa. But in this particular situation, it's good for both of them because they can run faster running together. In fact, they're running close to the same speed as the leaders.
Running 6 seconds behind the leaders at the present time. They are coming. Remember that car number 4, lap down. 1 lap down, Davey Allison's car, Bobby Hill and the Ford. They're both about the same size. They fit that car very nicely. And of course, Bobby Hillen and the pits are now saying that they are running faster than the leaders, and it sure looks like they're catching them up right now.
Yeah, I can believe that, Ken, that they are, because they were getting the draft off of some of the cars that they were coming up on, and now they're coming down on the inside of those cars, and so that draft is helping them.
They pull by Mark Martin. They pull by Rick Mast as they continue to run the bottom of the racetrack. And they've closed it to within 6 1/10 seconds of the leader.
Ernie Irvan's looking out that front windshield. He's seeing his ticket to a lap back. He says, if I can hang on to this black car, he gets us up front. Then he's got to race the 28 to get that lap back. That could be the problem.
Well, here they are running in tandem, pulling out double wide going into turn number 3.
Now running down on the inside and jostling around with those other cars, it's going to be a little bit tougher for them to maintain the kind of speed they were running when they were catching that pack of cars.
Battle for the lead developing, beginning to fight for first place. Number 22, Marlin, tried to take a shot down the inside. There he is.
Okay, these Chevrolets are going to team up on the outside. Ricky Rudd, Dale Jarrett, and Dale Earnhardt are going to try to keep him from taking the lead. They're drafting together. Sterling's going to have a tough time. Let's see how far back he goes.
Looks like an opening about 6th place back there, but he's not careful. First place. They've even closed that gap up now.
Rudd staying first. Dale Jarrett won that incredible show at Michigan a year ago, and he fought with Davey Allison right to the finish line. Now slips the track just a bit, stays in line. You can see the 5 just a little closer down to the bottom.
Well, you can see Sterling Marlin still down on that inside, has not been able to get back up in the groove. That was a mistake. He had to try it. His car was a little bit faster than he thought in Rudd, and now he finally finds him a hole back there, but he went back to about the, 7th or 8th position.
Meanwhile, Davey Allison continues to blast through this field. Ernie Irvan right there with him. They found another hitchhiker. Mark Martin is riding along up through the field. We'll check that interval again, but they are knocking them down like bowling pins out here at the present time.
And now Mark Martin's not even able to keep up with him. Mark normally is very strong here, but he's struggling a little bit here today so far.
Man, I felt like whenever they got to the quality cars to the front, that flying by him would stop. But that car's so strong, he's running by good quality race cars like they're setting steel.
They are coming right on.
Now they pull up on Greg Sachs. There's Ernie Irvan going to the outside. Here's Bobby Hillen looking to the bottom. And Bobby Hillen stepped out of it there for a moment. There was a word on his radio to pay attention to who he was racing with for a moment. He stepped back just a little. You could see them switching around, and Ernie Irvin went to the high side. Heavy traffic. It's now 5 7/10 of a second between Bobby Hillen in the Allison car, number 28, and that leader. And look at them, 3 wide down the back straightaway. Here's Mike Joy.
Ken, I stopped by Mark Martin's pit because it was uncharacteristic to see him at the back of that lead pack. Steve Hamill told me that they burned up their good motor yesterday in that last practice session, and the one they had to put in for today's race is nowhere near as good. So he's trying to tack on and stay with that lead draft and salvage a good finish.
When we rode this morning, they were talking about Mark Martin blew a motor the very last lap of practice, which you hate to lose a motor, but it's going to happen. That's the time when you need to lose one. They got fresh one in. At least they're starting the race.
Leader continues to be Ricky Rudd. 23 laps down. There's Jarrett right there. Car 28 up to 22nd position. Hillen continuing to bowl through the field. Riding with Jeff Bodines, number 15. Pulls right in behind Earnhardt. At the 4th position, which you're riding live here at the Die Hard 500 at Talladega, Alabama.
In 3 weeks, the PGA Championship on CBS Sports.
Hey, Richard Petty, don't you race on Goodyear tires?
Yeah, I sure do.
So you'd recommend Goodyear tires to all your fans?
Yeah, I sure would.
Now you'll find Goodyear Arriva radials only at Sears Auto Centers with tremendous savings from 10 to 33%. Goodyear quality at Sears value. But you'll have to move fast. The sale ends July 29th, only at Sears.
So, Richard, would you say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them?
Yep, but you've already said it.
Well, I drive a race car for a living. I depend on the parts and pieces in my car. And I feel so confident knowing that Pennzoil is protecting the moving parts inside of my engine. Pennzoil's quality and protection give me the confidence I need to do my job without second thought. The protection that Pennzoil offers this race team makes us feel great. That's why I have the confidence to use it on the street and in my race car. I recommend Pennzoil to everybody. Pennzoil, performance, protection, quality.
I don't need some fancy cologne to tell me I'm a man. I use Skin Bracer. It smells great, but it also cools and tones my skin. Confidence is very sexy, don't you think?
Skin Bracer Aftershave by Menon. Quality motor oil can go a long way toward protecting against engine wear. But by adding STP oil treatment, it can go even further, because STP increases even the best oil's viscosity by up to 50%. It's that simple.
Costly engine wear occurs when you first start your car because even the best motor oils and additives are down in the oil pan. Sleek 50 protects your engine at startup. It treats the
A solo retreat brings an unwelcome guest and a new target. Wait! Raven Wednesday.
Bo loves CBS shows. Oh, Bo would love to have his own CBS show. Perhaps Major Bo. Or Northern Bo.
Yes!
Or Evening Bo. Bo just has one condition.
Okay.
Bo would like to star in 2 shows at one time.
At the 26th lap mark, Ricky Rudd had that Chevrolet still up in front, but Dale Jarrett had taken over in second. Earnhardt had come to third from 30th. Jeff Bodine was in fourth. Kyle Petty was then in fifth, with Chad Little doing an outstanding job in sixth. But here's the story of the moment. Bobby Hillen being coached around the track by the spotters up topside by Larry McReynolds down on pit road, telling him what a great job he's doing, but to be very careful because he's running with some wild men in this particular pack net.
Well, he's running with some cars that are not quite as fast as his car is, and I understand that his spotters or somebody from the pit said, hey, be careful out there, you're running with a bunch of idiots. Well, there really aren't a bunch of idiots. They're just jockeying around for position out there more than they are in the front pack, and they want him to be careful.
Wouldn't it be nice to be sitting in a race car? They tell you, just take it easy, and then when you want to go ahead. He's got so much car, they know he can use it any time during the day.
Well, here he is making 3 abreast down on the inside of Greg Sachs. Rick Mast up on the outside. He beat Sachs into the turn. There's Alan Kowicki, car number 7 up on the outside. And that's black and white number 1 is Rick Mast. Let's see how strong that car is. Can he go down on the inside, or are those guys drafting together up on the outside? Looks like can beat him there.
That's right. He made this big move he made early coming from the rear. He had Schrader to get him through the first leg of it, and then he got hooked up with Ernie Irvan, but those guys have separated a little bit, and now they're not even sure to work here.
Yeah, Ernie Irvan got through this pack of traffic. You can see him leading the pack there. Got through there very quickly, and better than did Hillen, with Hillen taking it easy.
Well, here's Ernie Irvan. You can see that. Does that look like oil to you up there on that windshield?
Looks like it might be a little bit, but I tell you, I've started to race a lot of times, and the oil on your own engine will be blowing back up until it cleans itself off. It may be blowing out the breathers on the valve covers, and it'll get a little bit on there. I don't know how much is on the racetrack, but he's certainly got some on the windshield.
Well, Bobby Hillen is still working his way up. He's up to 18th position. We'll take a look at a complete running order for you as to how the field has assembled at this time. We're getting to 30 laps complete as Ricky Rudd stays in front. There you see Dale Jarrett in second with Earnhardt in third. And Earnhardt willing to rest up a little after that tremendous charge he made.
He made a charge to the front, no question about it. Then just settled right in there and willing to ride there. They'll have pit stops coming up here before too long, Ken, certainly within the next 10 laps.
Right behind him, you see Bodine in fourth, Kyle Petty fifth, Chad Little in sixth, Sterling Marlin seventh, Ken Schrader in eighth. Ricky Rudd setting a record for leading the most consecutive laps at the beginning of Talladega out here. Elliott led the opening 17 laps in 1985. We're up to 30 right now as Ricky Rudd continues to strut his stuff.
No one wants to take a chance of pulling out and trying to pass him because they're afraid they'll go backwards like Sterling Marlin did. Sterling made that attempt, but he went back to about 8th place. Decided he didn't want to do that anymore. Nobody else. Everybody saw what happened with him, and they say, I believe I'll hang on here and try to stay in Ricky's draft.
I'll tell you a while ago, we heard Mike Joyce say Richard Childress had told him that Earnhardt had the draft to get where he was going. I talked to him also, and he said, I can't run a lick by myself, so he's not going to be able to go any further. He's ran out of guys to draft on. He's at the front, so he's going to have to be content to ride there.
Yeah, he's probably running faster than he'd be able to even if he got out.
Yeah, he'd slow it down.
Hillen has dropped back to 21st. He's run out of dancing partners on the bottom of the racetrack, so he's still trying to find a hole out there and work his way in.
I think he just did it.
Just got in front of Bobby Hamilton. Right. I think Hamilton had to lift to let him in. Big time. So we have 31 laps complete as Chevrolet looks for its third win in a row. Ricky Rudd, the man of the moment. Dale Jarrett's right there after him.
Ford trucks, the best never rests.
People used to go out on Saturday night and leave their truck at home. Times have changed. Our 92 full-size pickup is still built Ford tough, but we designed it to be more stylish outside, more comfortable inside. Now, if anything gets left at home, it'll probably be their car.
More people are driving the best-built, best-selling American trucks than ever before.
Oil. It's the lifeblood of your engine. That makes your oil filter your engine's most vital organ. That's why Fram keeps going the extra mile to make the best protection even better. The Fram Extra Guard oil filter. Unique glass fiber paper stops more dirt than any other filter for the best protection ever. Fram Extra Guard. American or import, it's an extra lease on life.
It's the bottom of the ninth. One out, a runner on third. You're down by one, so you strategize. The signal goes in, and the suicide squeeze is on. Your runner takes an easy lead off third because he doesn't want to tip the pitcher that the batter's going to bunt, which he does, and your guy knows it's good, and he's screaming down the chalk. The pitcher's only play is first, and you eat the sacrifice for an RBI and a brand new game. That's the suicide squeeze, and that's baseball.
Some people may not think I'm the world's greatest actor, but I am the Sarah Bernhardt of car movies. I know cars, and I know Quaker Stapes. Nobody protects your engine better against wear, against sludge, Quaker State is one tough motor oil. What?
This Die Hard 500 race summary is sponsored by Quaker State. The Big Q is one tough motor oil.
Let's take a look at the race summary here today. Thus far, after 85 miles have been complete in this 2.6-mile track, it's been all Ricky Rudd. The average speed at 149 miles per hour, considerably slower than what they can turn in individual laps because of 6 laps that were turned under the yellow flag for rain. It's been the only incident thus far in the event. For the moment, Ricky Rudd has the advantage by about half a car length over Dale Jarrett in second, Earnhardt in third, Jeff Bodine in fourth, Kyle Petty right there in fifth. They string them out through turns 1 and 2. Chad Little 6, Sterling Marlin 7th, Schrader is 8th, Brett Bodine in 9th. Wally Dallenbach's having a good run up to 10th. In the 11th position is Bill Elliott. Morgan Shepherd is 12th. Stanley Smith running 13th in this group. 14th is Derek Coe. 15th is Martin. 16th is Rusty Wallace, up from 28th. Then in 17th is Terry Labonte. In 18th, for the moment, is Bobby Hillen. Still looking for someone to run with. He's tucked back in line, Ned. Let's go to Randy Pemberton.
A few moments ago, you were talking about whether or not Bobby Hillen and Ernie Irvan might very well pick each other up again. Well, it's affirmative. They were running about a half a second quicker when they were running together. Now, Robert Yates, the car owner, and Larry McReynolds discussed it with crew chief Tony Glover on the 4 car, and Tony Glover said that Ernie somehow is going to wait for Bobby Hillen, and they're going to try and hook up and go to the front.
Well, he'll just about have to back off in order to do it, Neil, because he's running too fast out there, pulling that group, and Bobby trying to pass those other cars down on the inside, and it simply don't work.
There's a chance that he might just wave the guys over, pull the inside, and pick Hillen up, because he can get those positions back just as quickly as he picks him up.
But we're only 3 or 4 laps away from that first caution period, so I don't think Ernie's in any hurry right now to do that. He'll wait until after this first period under green, and it looks like we're going to have a green flag stop.
That's a very good point, Ken, and both of those cars are going to be able to go perhaps 6 or 8 laps further than the others because they came in and topped off their fuel right there at the end of that last caution flag, or the only caution flag, and so they would be able to hook up at that time.
And the 28 car is now 7 seconds back from Rudd, the leader, and Jarrett in second place in that war that continues up in front with a Chevrolet in first, Pontiac in second, Chevrolet now in third, and the first Ford is the Bud Moore, number 15.
Yeah, this first pit stop might come a little bit early because we had that additional parade lap added to it. They sat there and warmed the motors up for a good while, and then they added an extra lap, so you can't afford to run out. They might come in a little bit early, those lead cars.
Here's Mike York.
The men who fuel these cars, Ken, all wear the protective fireproof suits and a helmet. Richard Bostic and Kyle Petty's pit has the same pumper system the drivers use. He gets cold air from this tube. It's fed from a fan, and the air hose runs through this ice-fueled cooler. I took that hose off, and the air coming out is at 50 degrees. Only one thing I can say about this system, I want one.
Yeah, everybody's come up with it, except Bobby Hillen. Bobby Hillen said this car's got the best air conditioning you ever see, just the way they've got it louvered. And now we're in Jeff Bodine's car, taking a look live at that little device that's keeping, that's a nice chest in there as well. Some of these drivers, like an Allison or a Hillen from Midland, Texas, where it's plenty hot. Allison, of course, that Allison gang, they love it when it's that hot. How about you, Neil? Did you like it when it was this warm?
I never did use the cool suits and stuff. Everybody came here and said, boy, it sure is hot here in Alabama. I said it hadn't got hot yet. It gets a lot hotter than this, and it certainly doesn't help to be in this humidity all the time.
Now, Dale Jarrett is not running a cool suit of any sort either. He used to work at the sawmill some, so maybe that conditioned him.
That's Dale Jarrett up there in second spot. Down the backstretch, about a week or 2 ago, had 3 double bogeys in a golf game, Neil, and still shot a 77. We could have sent him to St. Andrews. Here's Chris Economac.
You know, you're talking about the heat and the way to beat it. Over the years, there have been cool suits, cool seats, cool helmets. Yesterday, Todd Bodine, Jeff Bodine's younger brother, drove in the 6-cylinder race, and he had some Ziploc plastic bags filled with ice, and then he put over his cart and zipped his uniform up over that pocket. And he said it kept his heart cool. He finished third. So today, Jeff Bodine is using that. And at every pit stop, they take that Ziploc bag out, throw it away, and give him a new one filled with ice and zip his uniform back up, and that's what holds it against his heart.
The soggy Bodine brothers.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It takes a lot of heart to drive one of these race cars, because Ned will be the first one to tell you, when you start telling these mechanics, I want something in that car for comfort, I want to be a little cooler, they say, do you want to go fast or you want to be comfortable? There's not very much trade-out. They worry more about going fast and cooling you off, don't they, Ned?
Absolutely. That's where they want to go, yeah. There's the thermometer in Richard Petty's car. 140 degrees inside. Now, folks, if you think it's hot where you work in the factory somewhere, if you don't have air conditioning at maybe 85 or 90 degrees, how'd you like to sit in one of these things going almost 200 miles an hour at 140 degrees?
And get the factory running at 200.
Yeah.
Richard keeps that towel. He keeps that thing iced down, and when this set of pit stops comes up, he'll throw that towel out the window, and they'll give him another one that's been soaking in ice water. He keeps in his mouth all day.
Richard's running 23rd now. It qualified fourth, backed up a little here. There you see him down in the bottom of the second turn.
You think that towel might be like when you bite the bullet?
Yeah.
Just keep something, grit your teeth, and keep going.
Here's Mike Joy. Ken, about pit stop strategy, yesterday we saw something very interesting. The first stop in that Busch Grand National race came under green, and 18 cars in the lead pack all stopped at once. Folks who weren't paying close attention thought there'd been a caution flag, but they all came in together under green because nobody wanted to lose that big draft going back out. So we may see a wholesale pit stop here, even under the green flag the first time around.
Yeah, Mike, there are 11 cars in that lead draft. I think you'll see at least 10 of them come in. There might be one in that group that'll want to stay out there and get the 5 Winston Cup bonus points for leading a lap, and that figured that might be their only chance of doing it. It might cost them a little time on the racetrack, but they might gamble to do that.
More than likely, Ricky Rudd is going to call every one of these guys pit stops.
He's getting ready.
Probably everybody behind him that says, you know, when Ricky pits, you pit.
Yep.
Well, let's see if it's going to come now. Doesn't look like it. They're way up on the high side. You can hear Mike saying they're going to take another lap. He's right there in the Ricky Rudd pit as it comes by. They're talking about heat. Down at Daytona, in only 400 miles, Ricky Rudd burned his back, he burned his hip, and he charged his heel again, all from the seat. Just talk about a hot seat. That's number 5, and now they've got a double seat system in there to try to give him some protection.
Well, that heat starts transferring through that car. You can put a thermometer up against the roll bars in the car. Every piece of metal in that car eventually levels out at the temperature of everything running in there, and any piece of that car will burn. You grab the roll bar and it'll burn you.
Yeah, the heat transfers right from the exhaust pipe through the floorboard to through the roll bars and all through the car. And it gets that 140 degrees we saw there, that's pretty mild compared to what those the metal inside the car is.
What's it like on the floorboard?
The floorboard, I've had it just melt. I used to race tennis shoes like everybody else did. I've had it melt the back sole off, and it looks like a pancake on the back of the shoe when you get out of the car.
Ken, remember a few years ago when we just in a 4-lap practice run put an egg and fried an egg on Cale Yarbur's floorboard?
Sure, yeah. What about it, though? Here you are running that fast with this furnace right under your feet. You talk about putting your feet in the fire, Neil. Well, how do you finally put yourself in that place where you know, I can remember you and I can remember Walter burning so badly they charred their heel bone, charred the bone itself. I mean, how do you get to that place you can just put your foot down and leave it in the fire?
I knew that my foot was burning that day, and I held it off the floor as long as I possibly could, and I couldn't hold it anymore. And then the only thing to do was hold it flat on the floorboard, and you just, mind takes over matter. You say, I've got to run this race car. Your foot's going to burn, and they'll fix it when this thing is over, and you just have to forget about it and keep racing.
Mind over matter. That's exactly what it is. Now, we didn't have that much of a problem back when I was driving race cars, Kim, because the cars were so high off the ground that the heat had a chance to get out from under there. Although I did burn my feet a few times, or my right foot in particular, but there was nothing compared to the way it is today.
With Neil, it was, what, 4 inches off the ground, and you had that hay wagon with Bobby Long with 7.5 inches?
7.5 inches off the ground, yeah.
I saw him run over a dog one day, and he didn't even hit his tail.
Here's Randy Pemberton.
Well, moments ago, gentlemen, Mike Joy was talking about the possibility of all these front-running cars coming in together. That very well may happen, but what happens in the pit pit will dictate what happens out there on the racetrack, as some teams may change 4 tires. Other teams may only change 2. I talked to some crew chiefs in the garage area early on. They said they may go the whole race without changing lefts at all. And what that does is turn a 19 or 20-second pit stop possibly into a 10 or 13-second pit stop. When they get back out on the racetrack, some cars may not be even close to where they were running before.
Thank you, Randy. We're at 45 laps, gentlemen. They got to be a little thin on fuel up there in front.
But with these restrictor plates, they get much better gas mileage. If they didn't have the restrictor plates, yes, they would have already been in. Even on a track this big, you'd be stretching it to go 100 miles. Of course, they've gone well over 100 miles here now. But they can go 120, 125 miles on a tank of fuel with these restrictor plates.
Well, here we see Ricky Rudd, his best die-hard finish, 3rd. Done it a couple of times, 1979, 1986. He's leading out here. He has been dominating with his Chevy. Chevy's running up in the first, or General Motors cars, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and the 5th spot at the present time. Only Jeff Bodine's Ford among that top 5.
And Ricky Rudd is burning a little more fuel than everybody else there because they're able to lift a little bit, drafting Neil, and that saves a little fuel.
And that works good for them, too, because they're using Rudd as their gauge when they're going to pit. They're going to follow him in. If anybody should run out first, it should be Rudd, and they're using him as their gauge when they come in.
Yep, I don't think we'll see any of the others come in before him unless somebody's just really not getting any gas mileage at all.
You see Dale Jarrett just lying there in 2nd spot, making a spectacular run this afternoon, and I would think that he's also playing a waiting game. He doesn't want to go up front right now.
Well, his engines are built by Hendrick Motorsports, same people that builds the engines for Ricky Rudd, and he figures he can get as good a mileage as Rudd, and he figures he's not using quite as much fuel as Ricky is, so I think that's a good gauge for him.
You think Coach Gibbs has got a TV camera out on the field today where they're practicing?
I wouldn't be surprised if he isn't out there watching.
Being told again that on the radio they've been discussing the 28 car and the 4 car, Hillen and Ernie Irvin respectively, the situation. They may go another even 3 laps with these restrictor plates, 4 laps before they come in, and that they are to stay out there, and that's when we may see the marriage of those 2. Now that's 28th run. It's stabilized. He runs 18th, 19th, 19th, 18th, back to 20th. Right there you see him again with Rick Mast, and that's been going on over the past 10, 15, 20 laps.
Yeah, but Ernie Irvin has ran away from Bobby Hillen. Here's Ernie Irvin pulling Morgan Shepherd and Stanley Smith up through there, and they're about to catch the lead pack. They're the fastest cars on the track, these 3 cars that we're seeing right there now.
In fact, they're only 3 and 1/10 seconds back of that lead pack as they come by this time.
These other guys might have lost their cars in that power. Ernie's got some help of his own up there now.
That car is fast enough. He could very well, after this series of pit stops, he's going to get back in the lead lap when these leaders pit, because he's going to be able to stay out there 4, 5, 6 laps longer. But even after he makes his pit stop, he is running good enough that he might very well get back in the lead lap here after this series of pit stop.
Without even having to pass him.
Yep.
Coming up on 50 of 188 laps complete this time. Richard Petty's crew is now reporting they intend to come in 3 laps. Number 43, Vermont Pit Road, currently being shown 22nd on the afternoon.
The way he's running, Ernie, we're looking at Ernie's car right here. He might not need that extra distance. He's coming by those guys. That's the lead pack he's on right now.
Yeah, it might be a situation of Bill Elliott here a few years ago when he got 2 laps down and without the aid of a caution flag just came back and won the race.
That was a spectacular performance here at Talladega. I tell you, Ricky Rudd is doing the job right now. Remember back in May, he was running so well here. What, with about 35, 40 laps to go, he was still in 2nd spot and blew that tire.
Had a tire, yeah.
But he is certainly covering the ground at the present time. Ricky Rudd stays in front for Hendrick Motorsports. Dale Jarrett 2nd.
Headed to the pits, I believe. And they look like they're lower on the racetrack this time coming off of turn 4. I think they are headed for the pits.
And Ernie went real high, so they must be giving the signal they're coming in.
Yep, here they come.
And again, you see all the leaders down there. Jarrett is there. Earnhardt pulling in. Kyle Petty. Bodine.
The only person out of that 11-car draft that didn't pit was Bill Elliott. He's the man that stayed out there to get those 5 bonus points. I knew one of them would do it. Let's go to the pits and Mike Joy.
Ricky Rudd, the race leader from the pole, is in. His last win, Darlington, 1991. And as they put right and only right side tires in the car, you may see Bob Newling there with the gas can. He's wearing that same type of helmet that Richard Bostic and many of the fuelers have here. Dan Ford wipes the windshield. Finishing up fueling, that's the longest part of the pit stop. 15.4 seconds. Kyle Petty and Dale Earnhardt beat him down pit road.
As they come out, here is Earnhardt from that flock coming first. Kyle Petty in second. Rudd third out.
So many times we've seen Dale Earnhardt come into the pits running second, third, fourth, or fifth and come out running first. Of course, he won't be leading the race right now, but once the pit stops have all settled down, he probably will be.
Also saw that group Charlie Glotzback in the Dunleavy car. He's actually a lap down, back in 31st position among that group. Coming back up to speed. There you see the three on the inside, and Kyle Petty challenging the Civettis, number 42.
That's what we just talked about. There was Earnhardt in the lead, and Ted and I talked about, he said he can't lead the race. So he had to get back in third place, and he just can't stay out front right now with that car. He's going to have to draft all day.
Now, for the moment, Elliott is leading, and 28, Bobby Hillen in the Davey Allison car has come to second place. This with 51 laps complete.
Of course, now they'll have a pit stop coming up before too long, Bobby Hillen will, and Bill Elliott. Elliott should have to stop before.
Earnhardt's car coming through the trial.
Yeah, Earnhardt is definitely off the pace.
Slowing down as he goes to turn one, way up against the wall. Something is amiss with Earnhardt. Car slowing down.
Well, his woes continue. I don't know if it was an engine or what might have been the problem, but
so the problems that Dale Earnhardt has sustained over the past few months continue to badger the gentleman. He won the 600.
He said to his pit crew on the radio, "I'll blow it up."
That means it's over. When they blow it up, they're through.
Very unfortunate. He made a gallant run to the front.
Five-time Winston Cup champion, trying to close in on Richard Petty's mark of 7. It's getting harder by the race here in 1992. Just not going well. Average 92 finish back in 12th. He's got a couple of DNFs. Looks like he's going to wrap up another one this afternoon in that category. The one category where they seem bulletproof over the last 2 years. The defending champion and 4-time winner idling around the track. Earnhardt going down. So that is good news for some of the others. It's terrible news for the Earnhardt fans here, of which there are thousands. Won this race in 83, won it again in 84, then came right back 90 and 91 and pulled it off. In third place finishes, but never came out in second. That second never mattered. Nothing ever mattered except winning with this guy. And it's over for Earnhardt.
Elliott turned into pits, easy coming in.
Here's Randy Pemberton.
Well, today, 8 men allowed over the wall. 1 extra guy to service the driver. Bill Elliott took about 6 ounces of fluid. It looked like a little Gatorade. Didn't drink hardly at all. Right side tires only. Car is down and away.
This means that car number 28, Davey Allison car with Bobby Hillen at the keyboard, has now taken over in first spot in the 24th running of the Die Hard 500 here at Talladega.
And an important situation again that he's picked up 5 Winston Cup bonus points. And those 5 points, who knows what difference that might make somewhere down the road.
Equals what Elliott picked up a little earlier by staying out.
Exactly.
So Bobby Hillen continues to get the job done, driving in reserve for Davey Allison today. Reporters will probably come in about 4 laps. We're at lap 55. They're talking about lap number 59 for Larry McReynolds and company, the service car number 28. Davey Allison, broken arm, smashed wrist, broken arm in 2 places, broken collarbone. Broke the bone above his nose as well. When he came out here and ran those first laps, passed 8 cars, able to get a break with the weather. A little rain shower came by. He scooted on the pit road, made this change for a driver who has won on this track back in 1986 from one of the biggest upsets here. And the Stavola car came home for Bobby Hillen. And now the Midland, Texas campaigner who's driven for 4 different people in 1992 has put this car, number 28, from the rear of the field up in front, courtesy of some pit stops when they were out of sync with the rest of the field. But still, a whale of a drive from 40th up to 18th as he whittled them down.
I tell you what, stretching has got him by himself out there, but that's one of the few cars that can maintain a good speed by himself. So if he can just hold it, he won't lose a lap even when he pits.
Now, fellas, he's leading the race, but after the others have made pit stops, a tremendous battle for what is second place and will be the leader after Bobby Hillen takes over. Jeff Bodine has just gone around. Bill Elliott came out in front of this group. That's the way it is. Bill came out in front of them. He was running at the tail end of the lead pack, made his pit stop. He stayed out there and led a few laps. But right now, these 5 cars are battling from second through 6th position. But Sterling Marlin has fallen off the draft. He was right up there with that group of cars, and for some reason has fallen off the draft of that group and is dropping back. He's pole sitter.
Misfortune maybe dogging Sterling Marlin another time. Keeps happening here. Keeps coming close. 86, 88, 89. This race seemed to be his. Just gets away from him. Now you see that number 11. That's Elliott getting himself sorted out, but not getting away from Kyle Petty. Bears down, and Dale Jarrett comes right with him. Remember, this is a battle for second spot. Present time, Hillen is running by himself out in front. He will have to pit within a couple of laps, and this will be your battle for the lead.
You know, we were giving the count a while ago to Earnhardt's crew about getting him out, but I'm telling you, Kyle Petty's bunch in the last few weeks have gotten to where they've really got on top of their pit stop. Bobby Hillen's been coming in and out.
Pit row. Hillen there. New leader, Elliott. First place, Kyle Petty is in second. As they service this car, they'll drop back and then try to find a way to fight their way back through the field. Nice pit stop, 13.1, Neil.
That's plenty quick. And when they start making these decisions, these other teams go with 2 tires. You can't put on 4, so everybody's going to go with the 2 tire route right now.
Dale Jarrett just went around Kyle Petty the last time around. Ernie Irvin comes into the pits for his pit stop. We'll see if he can get back out and stay in the lead lap. He had gotten in the lead lap when everybody else pitted. But can he do it now?
No.
Car number 28 coming up to speed, going down out the back straightaway. Meanwhile, here's that flock fighting for first place.
Ricky Rudd had got caught down on the inside, but his car is strong enough that he's come back up there on the inside of Kyle Petty as they come off of turn 4. Look at that car go down on the inside. I'll tell you, that is strong.
He's got a little help down there, but still, it's Elliott on the outside, persevering for the moment. Right with him comes Dale Jarrett fighting back. Joe Gibbs' car looking strong. It's going to be even here in a moment for the lead as Ricky Rudd with Sterling Marlin's assistant continues to fight it out. Double wide down into turn numbers 1 and 2.
When they got started running side by side, that allowed Sterling Marlin to catch right back up. So apparently there was nothing wrong with his car. He just lost the draft for a moment, but he picked it right back up.
First to 7. 0.3 of a second. Back straight away. Here comes Rudd.
Looking out the windshield of Jeff Bodine as he tries to figure what move he needs to make. Neil, pretty impressive that they could come up through there and pass on the inside. Everybody thought it would have to be done on the outside, but Ricky Rudd just shows how strong that Chevrolet is today.
Ricky worked up there to pull Sterling with him, but the question now, the 22 car and the 11 car belong to Junior Johnson, the 2 Fords. Now, since they're together, do they get together and try to break away?
Okay, we'll see what happens. Now, the fellow right in front of this group of cars, Ernie Irvin did get back out in the lead lap. He's up in front of them. Now, with them drafting, they should be able to run him down. He's running by himself out there, and they'll try to, you can see there where he is, and they'll try to run him down and put him a lap down because they know how strong that 4 car is.
Irvin needs a caution. Rudd needs a victory. And so far, he has been the dominant power in this 24th annual Die Hard 500. There's that interval between Ernie Irvin going down a lap and Chesapeake, Virginia's Ricky Rudd in the lead.
Let's go to the pits and Randy.
Well, I'm down here with crew chief Mike Bean, crew chief for Sterling Marlin's car. Mike, the first question, you have a teammate out there in Bill Elliott. Are you guys going to try and hook up and maybe try to do something with the Chevrolets and the Pontiacs out there? Well, Randy, I tell you what, the way it is now, you're going to hook up with anybody. You know, Bill and Tim and Junior will help them all we can, but when it comes to the end, it's going to be every man for himself. I don't care if it's a Chevrolet, Pontiac, or Oldsmobile, because we need to win a race for Maxwell House and Texas Pete, and that's what we're here to do. You know, everybody can talk always everything else, but I want to tell you, greed lives in our heart, and that's what we're here to do, swim.
Well put. And one of the most honest things you'll ever hear from a racer. That's the truth.
Take a look at Sterling Marlin and number 22 as they move up to lap Ernie Irvin. Puts that four on the bottom and challenges the Chevrolet number 5, Ricky Rudd, on the outside.
Well, Ken, they caught him in a hurry because they were drafting. But now, how strong is that Chevrolet of Ricky Rudd? Can he pass Ernie Irvin? Looks like he might be able to, coming down to the inside.
Indeed he does, and he fights off Sterling Marlin another time.
Here's a perfect opportunity for Dale Jarrett to work with the 4-car. If he takes him back in front of Rudd, Dale Jarrett will be leading the race. Maybe he can get there and work with the 4-car.
Well, he might have had that in mind. Of course, he also knows if that 4-car stays in the lead lap, that he'd be another one they got to race with at the end of the race. So I don't know. There's a lot of things you have to consider there. Of course, Dale said his car was working better on the high side of the track, and that's where he was going to try to run most of the day.
Fourth last week at Pocono, Ricky Rudd stays right on the bottom of the racetrack. And from Bodine's viewpoint, take a look at this action as they come through the 17-degree tri-oval here at the Talladega Speedway. Best 92 finish for Ricky Rudd. Was third at North Wilkesboro on the 5/8 mile. Today it's 2.6. It's wide open as Ricky Rudd continues to lead this Die-Hard 500. Now tries to put a lap on Ernie Irvin. Doesn't want to go that lap down. Stays right in there. Leads that draft.
Yeah, his car is fast. There's no doubt about it. So they caught him in a hurry, but passing him is a different situation. Now, Dale Jarrett has just taken the lead there. That don't count. Got to do it at the start-finish line.
And you know, keep trying more spoilers on these cars. Seems like the more spoiler they put, the better our racing gets.
Back they come to complete lap number 65 side by side and give the lead now to Dale Jarrett. Joe Gibbs' team going out in front. Ernie Irvin's lap car still in front. We'll return to CBS Sports live coverage of the Die-Hard 500 after this message and a word from your local station.
The NASCAR racing circuit. It's no place for the timid. That's why Craftsman, and only Craftsman, was chosen the official tool of NASCAR. 1,600 Craftsman hand tools, made in America, guaranteed forever. You can count on me. Only at Sears.
Huge crowds, big hitters. The Cannon Greater Hartford Open next weekend on CBS Sports.
This is CBS.
FBI statistics report that 1 in 40 cars will be stolen this year. Will your car be next? I'm not an actor. I'm Captain Jack Cleric. This space used to have a car parked in it. The owner will be back shortly to find that his car was stolen. He could have prevented this theft had he installed the club on the steering wheel of his car. The club is a bright red, tough tempered steel bar that cannot be cut and attaches to any car's steering wheel. Once attached, it makes steering impossible. Plus, because of its high visibility, an auto thief will walk away from your car and look for an easier, unprotected target. After testing, we recommend the club for Operation Lockup. So why not do what millions of other Americans and police officers are doing? Protect your car with the club. But please beware of cheap imitation. Make sure that the anti-theft device you buy says the club on the handle.
The Club, now available at most stores where auto supplies are sold.
Unbelievable Daredevil. All this week on Live.
This CBS Sports Special, the Die-Hard 500, is sponsored by Smooth Busch Beer and easy drinking Busch Light. Skin Bracer, no better way to face the day. Skin Bracer by Menon. And by Quaker State, the Big Q is one tough motor oil.
67 laps are complete. And for the third time in his career, Dale Jarrett out of Hickory, North Carolina, or Conover, which is it these days, Ned?
Dale lives in Hickory, North Carolina.
Is leading here in the Die Hard 500. Now 9 6/10 of a second back. That's car number 28. And the driver there, Bobby Hillen, continues to hold on a 10th spot, running that lead lap, starting from dead last. Right behind him, Wally Dallenbach Jr. Dallenbach had made a good run earlier. They've been dicing back and forth. That is 11th spot that Dallenbach is in.
Dallenbach's car is good enough that he can help Hillen work his way back to the front.
Well, whose windshield is this?
Richard Petty's.
Wow.
We keep hearing stories about Richard Petty. And
caution is on the track. Ernie Irvin is going to get back in the lead lap. The break for him right now as they come to the line.
At the stripe. Crossing the line. Ernie Irvin in front. He's made up that lap. Ernie Irvin's number 4. Getting across the line, and he's back with the leaders. This will give us a total of 27 cars in the lead lap as Ernie Irvin makes it up. You can see Richard Petty's windshield very smeared out there. And I think Chris Economacky can tell us a little more about Richard Petty and his condition at this hour.
All right, thank you, Ken. Richard Petty on his farewell tour this year is having his troubles here and there. At Daytona, he had to get out of the car because of the heat and ask for relief. And now that Dale Earnhardt is out of the race, a representative of Richard Petty's pit crew has got to Dale Earnhardt and said, if Richard Petty needs relief later in the day, might you take over car number 43? And Dale Earnhardt said, yes, I'll consider it.
Well, thanks for that report. That's the story. And that camera is the roof camera that is so covered up. It doesn't give away itself cleaning.
I thought it
sure looked like he was driving through a mess out there.
I'll tell you what I was wondering. We were questioning what Richard Petty was going to do. That's not the normal thing on a caution to be taking your gloves and stuff off. I didn't know if they've already made that call for Richard to get out or not. Looks like he's getting some stuff loosened up on him.
So there may be a driver change coming up for the man who won this race in 1974, and indeed, gloves are off on that car. Of course, sometimes he drives without gloves.
He used to all the time, but I think in recent years he has been driving with gloves on. But he still has his left one on, doesn't he? Just took the right one on.
Pull the right one off. But if you were going to get out of the car, the right one's when you pull the pin with on the steering wheel. So maybe he's questioning. He's just going to be ready in case they decide to do it.
Stan Smith's number 49 got a consultation flag to come on into the pits.
Well, what he did, he passed Dale Jarrett after they passed the start-finish line when the caution came out, so they're just putting him back in his position.
In his proper place?
Yep.
It was at lap 68 that caution flag flew, and when it did, Ernie Irvin has made up his lap, giving us a total of 28 cars in the lead lap as we settle down for more racing in the 188 lap, 500-mile die-hard race here at Talladega, Alabama.
What does a high-speed turn at Daytona have to do with a left turn on Elm Street? At Ford, we race more to learn more about things like safety, because there's nothing like hugging a wall at 200 miles an hour to learn how to improve crosswind stability, or racing in a crowd to learn about safer, more responsive handling. And what we learn in this rush hour traffic, you can use in yours. Have you driven a Ford lately?
Where to find the mountain man. A mountain man can often be found on the trail of adventure, in search of remote watering holes, or weathering harsh climates. Most often, however, you'll find the mountain man wherever you find smooth bush beer or easy drinking bush light. So, head for the mountains and find yourself in the wide, open world of the mountain man.
Living no better way to face the day.
The morning belongs to Speed Stick. It's 110% protection against wetness and odor that lasts all day.
No better way to face the day. Find it.
If you don't like the looks of your car, shoot it with Son of a Gun from STP. Shoot the dash, seats, tires, and roof. Son of a Gun protectant. Man, what a difference.
Don't let your family get bounced around by bad shocks. Get to Sears now. All shocks are on sale, 20 to 40% off. We're open evenings. We're open weekends. And And all Sears service is backed by Sears' promise of satisfaction guarantee or your money back. Save 20 to 40% now on all shocks at the place that installs more shocks than anyone in America. Sears.
The Cardinals take on Andy Van Slyke and the division-leading Pirates, or the Yankees face Dave Winfield and the Blue Jays next Saturday on CBS Sports.
With 70 laps complete, the leaderboard looked like this. Dale Jarrett looking for his first win of 1992 up in front. Ricky Rudd then second with Sterling Marlin third. It was Kyle Petty in fourth and Bill Elliott maintaining the fifth position. They're coming around now to complete lap number 72. This was Richard Petty a few moments ago. He came on pit road, did not make a driver change. Earnhardt did not get into the car.
Well, we see now why Richard unzipped took his glove off. He unzipped his uniform, and he's taking packets of ice. He packed one on the left side of his rib cage, one on the right side. He zipped it up. When he gets going here, and then he puts the glove back on, he's ready to go racing.
But helping to keep him cool, Brett Bodine won the race on pit road, got out first.
Ricky Rudd second. Dale Jarrett third. Sterling Marlin fourth.
And Rusty Wallace made an excellent pit stop. He'll have a new crew chief, Rusty Wallace will, starting tomorrow. Buddy Parrott coming on board. Buddy Parrott was the crew chief for Ted Musgrave.
Gave them that, well, didn't give them, but made a pretty good call up at Pocono last week when they finished in fifth.
Well, Ted Musgrave, who is relatively new to the Winston Cup circuit, only been here about a year and a half, has high praise for Buddy Parrott for what he has done for the Radius team that he drives for, the DK Ulrich team that Ted Musgrave drives for, but now going over to Rusty Wallace and his crew chief, Eddie Dickerson, moving on to the Hendrick Motorsports team.
Do you think that Parrott will make a difference for Rusty Wallace? Nothing else has this year.
Well, I tell you, when you're using the facilities and have the backing that Rusty Wallace has, and you're scrambling around, you're trying to figure what to do, it's time to change something. The guys are looking for an area that will improve the car. Rusty, they actually borrowed a motor from the Morgan McClure team here in practice this week, put one of the Ford motors in their car to see if it was their motor where they were off or not. And with Rusty going to Buddy Parrott, they should be in good shape.
Here's Mike Joe.
Well, Ken, different strategies on these pit stops. The reason Brett Bodine and Ricky Rudd and Dale Jarrett are up front is they elected to take on only 2 tires on this pit stop. They got right sides on their green flag stop, and they each took on left side tires on this pit stop. Kyle Petty, who last time under green went from 5th to 1st in the race up and down pit road, took on 4 tires, so that'll slot him a little further back in the field. Last week at Pocono, this Robin Pemberton-led crew of Kyle Petty never lost a spot on pit road. Every time they came out in the same spot they were in or gained position. So they've been working hard at it because they know it's a lot easier to pass cars in the pit lane than it is out there on the speedway.
One lap, and we're going to go back to it another time. 1 lap away from green. They'll get green at lap 74 with Brett Bodine in first, Ricky Rudd in second, Dale Jarrett in third, Sterling Marlin fourth, Rusty Wallace fifth, Kowicki up to 6th. First time he's been up there today. Shepard will be 7th, Schrader 8th, Chad Little 9th, Hut Strickland 10th, Greg Sachs 11th, Mark Martin 12th, and then it'll be Bobby Hillen in the 13th position.
And in 14th will be Wally Dallenbach, 15th Kyle Petty, 16th will be Michael Waltrip, 17th is the car number 10 of Derek Cope.
See, 18th looks like Terry Labonte, 19th is Bill Elliott, and 20th Ted Musgrave.
And Ernie Irvin right behind him in 21st position.
You know, when you start talking about these good pit stops, and we talk about the type of day these drivers, they're sitting in that car, they're sizzling, they're burning down. You come in, the guys throw a good pit stop on you like that, and it gets you excited again and gets you enthused, and you're ready to go back racing.
Golf returns to CBS on Saturday when the PGA Tour travels to Connecticut to play in the Cannon Greater Hartford Open. Live third-round coverage begins at 4:30 Eastern this coming Saturday. Pace car ready to pull off, and we're ready to turn them loose another time here at Talladega with Brett Bodine getting the opportunity. He's only had 1 victory on his career, and that under a bit of a cloud, as you'll recall, North Wilkesboro, North Carolina. Here he is bringing the field down. Kenny Bernstein's team, great team.
Kenny out in Portland, Oregon this weekend doing some drag racing. Jeff Bodine just comes out of the pits as the green flag waves. He's about to go a lap down as Brett takes off.
Sound like he had a cylinder missing in the car, like he got a problem also. Jeff Bodine.
And Brett Bodine
leads the field down. Best finish he's ever pulled off in this race was at 14th back in 1989. Last year he was out of it early, back to 32nd in this event. Scoots away, and Rudd goes right with him. And they get themselves about a 12-car advantage over Dale Jarrett and the rest of the field in the back straightaway. But watch the rest of the field run them down.
Well, Jarrett has Sterling Marlin right on his bumper. Dale didn't get too good of a start there, but it looks like he's going to be able to catch up pretty quick.
Brett Bodine, leading a Winston Cup race for the 7th time in 1992, comes down out of turn 4, headed for the tri-oval with Rudd right behind him. That third spot, Jarrett definitely closing in. Here's Jarrett swinging to the outside in the 17-degree banking, going for second place.
And Rudd tried to go for first place, and that might have cost him. Jarrett's going to take over the second place. Here goes Sterling Marlin on the high side of the racetrack. Rudd is going to fall back. Well, how far back will he fall till he can get in line?
Looking for any kind of a hole, any kind of a crack on that outside wall. Kind of ease himself into, and there's nothing there as Red now finds a hole. Slams it in between Rusty Wallace and Alan Kowicki. Morgan Shepherd right there. That was a hairy move, but he had to do something or he was going to fall all the way back.
Well, I think he thought Dale Jarrett might go with him going down to the inside, but Dale says his car just won't work down on the inside, and he's got to try to run high. And I guess Ricky made the move to the inside, and as a result, he went back to 6th position.
A week ago in Pocono, Pennsylvania, Brett Bodine came home in 8th spot. That's his best finish of the season. He's looking good for the moment. But here's Dale Jarrett looking for that first win for the Gibbs Racing team right there, knocking on the door, perched in 2nd spot with Sterling Marlin.
A good little speed shot there, give you a good indication of what they're doing. Boy, Dale's taking a look. He's wanting to go down there with him, but just so tough to make your mind up and do it. He'd rather go high like Ned's talking about because that's where his car's working best.
And that's just what he's doing at this moment. He's taking it back to the high side, getting some help from Sterling Marlin. Randy Penberg.
Jimmy, first of all, your car seems to be running very well. This team growing with each race, only 16 races in the season. Can you pull this one off here today?
Well, it's still quite early. Hard to tell about this place. You know how it goes. You know, the car's running like we want it to be right now. We're sitting in the position we want to be. There's a lot of good cars out there. Ernie's real strong, and but you know, like I said, we're where we want to be. That's the main thing. We've led a lap. We've got our 5 points. So now it's kind of sit back, kind of stay near the front, and watch how things develop, and see if we have something for them at the end.
Anything with tires, I took a look at your tire temperature sheet when it came up. It looks clean right across the board. They look very good. Any concern about the tires?
No, no concern whatsoever. We saw a little something in practice we were concerned about. It looked like it's all gone now, and everything looks like it's on go. We're just going to kind of wait around to the end.
Well, evidently Jimmy was talking to Randy there and didn't see Dale make that move and take the move. He said we're going to sit there and ride along. He didn't see him make that move to the front.
Well, the kid's riding along, except he wants to ride in first instead of wants to be up there in first class instead of coach.
That's the best place you could ever ride right there.
Cleaner air out there. We see one car going very high on the racetrack coming off turn 2. It looks like it might be Tut Strickland.
Yep.
Indeed, it is the Revestas Allison car, way up on the outside. It went down into turn number 1, was up there in the loose stuff, and he rode it along, but it's off the pace as it goes down the back straightaway. Meanwhile, look at the shuffle continue as Dale Jarrett continues to hold first. Sterling Marlin is there in 2nd, and how about Rusty Wallace from 28? He's making a good show of it today.
Trying to move into 3rd. That's Stanley Smith there, who is a lap down. So he's running very, very strong. Rusty trying to make a move on the inside.
Rusty in 3rd, Ricky Rudd in 4th. Alan Kowicki right there.
But Rudd, it looks like he's going to try to follow Stanley Smith by on the high side of the racetrack. But Rusty is strong down on the inside. Has that Morton McClure engine in that car. It's taken off. But the train will go by on the outside now.
He may find a hole here. There's the number 5 car pulling right in behind Rudd, and that could change everything.
Yeah, Rudd decided to go with Rusty. He saw how strong he was and said, well, okay, let's go with him and try to get around the 49 car off Stanley Smith.
Stanley Smith has had a great run here today.
Ran out of gas, didn't he?
Yeah, back on lap 49.
Got as quick a car as anybody here. He just had a bad problem, ran out of gas. But while this was going on here, we saw the 28 car coming in the picture. Kyle Petty in the 28 had ran the pack down also.
42 and the 28 with Bobby Hillen are right back in the midst of this fracas. The 42 in 10th. The 28 of Bobby Hillen in 11th. Mike, a quick report from you.
They thought Jeff Bodine had fouled a spark plug on Bud Moore's Ford. Harold Stott changed it. They fired it back up, and just oil smoke spewed everywhere. They're going to push Jeff back to the garage.
So there's another retiree from the event. Bodine out of this one. The Bud Moore car expires at lap number 79. All over for Jeff Bodine, the former Daytona 500-mile champion.
Look what's happened up front. Sterling Marlin has taken the lead, has shuffled Dale Jarrett way back in the pack, and Rusty Wallace has moved up to second.
I talked to Rusty earlier in the week, and he said we can't do anything to make this car run. They tried motors from other teams, and here we are with this big draft going, and Rusty's right in the picture now.
Those are all in the lead lap with the exception of Stan Smith. And here comes Wallace to the inside to challenge. Rusty Wallace down low. Search is down to turn number 3. He's going to take the lead. Ricky Rudd's coming with him. Sterling Marlin is pinned on the outside. Kyle Petty moving in there.
Well, so much for making the passes on the outside. These two guys have proven that you can make it on the inside.
We sat in amazement yesterday watching a Grand National race here, the first one they've had on this track with drafts of up to 17 cars that were double wide all day, and said, boy, that is as good as it gets. I guess the Winston Cup folks were watching as well, and they said, hey, we can do that, Al. Look at this race.
I think one of the big keys of this, Ernie Irvan said the reason he won Daytona Beach, he could hold the throttle open, wide open, and nobody else could. When they came into Talladega, they put them big spoilers. Everybody complained about it. But what they've done, they've gotten where everybody can hold the throttle wide open, and in turn, the racing is a lot better.
Slower than some past years, as we mentioned earlier. Slower than up to 16 years back, but great racing. You don't really need the speed, do you, Ned?
No. These fans sitting in these stands, they can't tell how those cars are running 192 or 195. It doesn't really matter as long as they run close together. That's the key to racing.
We better be careful. We're looking like we got a 40-car IROC race. IROC racing is what it's all about with the best drivers in the world, and we've got a gang of them right here now.
Look at this battle with Rusty Wallace proceeding from 28th to pace the field now into the back straightaway. Rudd on the bottom and the number 5. Sterling Marlin on the high side. Then take your choice. 17 other cars in this cluster at 190 miles an hour, inches apart. If you're a motorsports fan, this is as good as it gets. Inside Ernie Irvan's car, interval 1 8/10 seconds separate the top 20 cars. 1 8/10 seconds, 20 automobiles in that draft, Ned.
Can't get any closer than that. And now here there are 3 abreast coming through there. Ricky Rudd in the middle. What's he going to do in there? He doesn't have anybody to draft with. He finds him a hole behind Brett Bodine and quickly jumps up in it. Boy, that could have been hairy going into that turn.
When you were riding with Ernie Irvan, he was running in 10th position.
I'll tell you what, first this race, we heard Davey Allison say when he climbed out of that 28 car, that thing will fly. I would imagine if you asked Bobby Hillett right now, he would tell you the same thing, because he's fixing to take the lead this race.
I'll tell you what's the big surprise to me right now is Dallenbach. The car 16 is having an incredible run. He has pushed and fought his way. See it there? It's right there with the Hillen car as they come roaring back down through another time. Look at this battle.
But, Ken, that could be the payoff. We saw Dallenbach working with Hillen coming to the front. His reward for that is he's right behind Hillen in second place now.
Hillen slipping through on that back straightaway, takes the lead. Here comes Wally Dallenbach up into second spot. Bill Elliott has now taken third as this race seesaws among 20 cars in that lead pack, and it's going to be like this, looks to be like this the rest of the way. Mike Joy.
Neil, you're exactly right. By the time of that last pit stop, the Jack Roush team that fields Dallenbach cars had made a deal with Robert Yates. We'll get your man up to the front, take us along for the ride, and the former SCCA Trans Am champ, Dallenbach, is showing he's every bit as good an oval as he is a road racer.
Certainly is. This is only his second time in this Die Hard 500. And here is Wally Dallenbach for one of the Roush Racing Fords, having his best performance thus far in Winston Cup competition. Wally Dallenbach Jr. into second. Elliott is in third. But here comes Ernie Irvan, busting down to the inside, breaking through on the bottom of the racetrack, going up into third. Ernie Irvan is on a roll. Remember, he was a lap down as he continues his skirmish to get back into the front of this race. Hillen, who has come from dead last, now leading with that Bobby Allison, number 28, and what a story that one is. Hillen was Bobby Allison's teammate when he won this race back in 1986 for the Stavola brothers. Now here's Bobby Hillen out in front. Look at that battle for second. Dallenbach on the inside. And the orange number 4. Ernie Irvan in second. And now Dallenbach fades back a little. Let's go down and talk to the man who has put together this lead car, Robert Yates and company down there.
Well, this is unbelievable down here because this is the only car that they have that can possibly run at this speedway. They have lost 4 race cars so far this season, but Robert, you put one together, you got a substitute driver that's doing a great job.
Yes, he is. I always said the spotters drove the car here, and Dave is up spot, so Dave is actually driving the car. Bobby's muscling it around for him.
A couple of good minds at work, a couple of youngsters that really love to race. Bobby Hillen, who gave up, his junior prom that first year to come to race here. And,
I guess he's on a roof somewhere up in the spotter stand. See where the spotters are up there, right in between.
The last time a relief driver carried a car to victory lane was at the event in 1977.
Big grandstand. Look up there for him. Get a camera.
When Darrell Waltrip took Donnie Allison's car to victory. That was a hot one. So Hillen stays first. Irvan secures second position. Bill Elliott is right there. Sterling Marlin, the blue, number 22, in fourth. And Kyle Petty. Outstanding run by Kyle Petty today, man.
He's had a very good run in the Felix Sabates Pontiac, number 42. Has stayed right up in the top 10 all day. He got back when he changed 4 tires, as Randy Pemberton mentioned, but he has been able to come back up through there now and get in the top 5.
I tell you what, Hillen and Yates and everybody's all excited, but that's the worst nightmare the rest of those teams could ever see. For that car to have been that far down and come from as far back as leading the race, he'll be hard to take it away from him now.
He certainly will.
89 laps complete this time by. They're the front 5, and they're getting just a bit of a break from the rest of the field. If you're just joining us, there have been only 2 cautions. One was for rain early in the going. Second caution for just a bit of debris around lap number 70. Ricky Rudd dominated with Chevrolet over those first 30, 40 laps. But now, from the rear, in the Davey Allison car, Midland, Texas, Bobby Hillen is leading the 24th Die Hard 500.
All right, how many this time? 8 cavities. 14 cavities? I didn't think I had that many teeth. They're going to have to drill. My parents will be very upset.
Parents today hope their kids won't have to go through what they went through. Luckily, today's kids use the toothpaste no dentists recommend, Crest. Crest fluoride formula strengthens tooth enamel, helping to protect against cavities.
Another great checkup. Yes. Woo, woo, woo. Later, dude.
Crest, the dentist's choice, is the easy choice.
It's been fun.
It puts the wind in your sails.
At 5 a.m., they start worrying.
Let's go through this one more time.
First about their $25,000 engines.
Maybe we should just rejet the car.
Then about 59-cent clamps. But one concern these NASCAR pit crews never had, their gasoline. Since 1951, 76 has fueled more NASCAR winners than all other brands combined. A soothing thought, because when the flag goes down, there's enough to worry about.
What's so daring about new Prism car polish? It's not how you put it on, but how you take it off.
Introducing new Prism Car Polish. It's the first and only spray-away approach to car polishing. Just wipe it on and spray it off. And in half the time, you get a durable shine. No huffing, no puffing, no buffing. New Prism, the only spray-away car polish.
Prism Car Polish is now on sale for only $6.99 at all Sears Tire and Auto Centers.
Relive the great American race in this CBS Sports home video. Daytona, drama, danger, dedication. To order by credit card, call now 1-800-999-VIDEO. Daytona, drama, danger, dedication, only $19.98, plus $3 shipping and handling.
All right, with me is Jeff Bodine, who's number 15, is out of the race. Jeff, tell us a little bit about what the 45-degree spoiler has done to the competition.
When I look at the racing, it's really close. Chris, I've never had a car handle as good as it was handling today. It was just absolutely perfect. It could almost drive it one-handed. That's how good it is. You can run 3, 4 wide, no problem.
What's it? You look like you got a brassiere on.
Well, that's the new, modern, latest technology, cool suit. They get you a little baggie from the grocery store, fill it with some ice, stick it inside, stay cool. You don't have to spend all that money anymore. Just, what's that? It's about 5 cents right there.
What does it do for you, really?
Keeps you cool. Feel your hand in here.
Okay, soaking
Don't
wet.
get fresh.
What?
I want to know what. First, I need to say hi to Kathy Matbear. I love you guys.
What
I heard another rumor you were seen with some more strange women last weekend here in Talladega.
Yeah. Right. You're great. Every year you're in the win. What knocked you out of the race?
I think we burned a piston, something inside. Started smoking, slowing down. After that caution, it didn't run like it had been running, and I told the fellas something going wrong, and sure enough, about 5 laps later, blew up.
Jeff Bodine, the car killer. Thank you.
Car killer? Wait a minute.
Sure is nice to have friends, isn't it, Neil?
Yeah, he's going to get even for Chris for talking about that.
There you see the front 4, and they have snapped the whip coming out of that pack. There's Kyle Petty running a little further back than he was.
Yeah, Kyle lost the draft of the lead cars, and is now back there with Ricky Rudd, who's just called him. Kyle still running 5th, but Ricky Rudd about to take it over, because those 4 cars have pulled away.
Yeah, there's a reason for that pulling away. You were just clocking them. And how much quicker are they running now since Hillen's got in the front?
They're running about 4/10 to a half a second faster than they were earlier in the race with him pulling. So that just shows the strength of that Ford.
And remember that when those 2 were drafting earlier, as we come to the halfway mark in the event, halfway coming up on the race, we are at lap 95, so we got about 3 to go to get us down to halfway on the race. Car number 28, Davey Allison's car with Bobby Hillin aboard, stays right up in there, and with him comes car number 4, Ernie Irvin, then Bill Elliott and Sterling Marlin as we break the halfway portion of the event. Let's go to Mike Joy for a moment.
Once Kyle Petty got to the back end of that lead draft, he lost touch with them completely. Robin Pemberton, why?
That Pontiac needs somebody behind us in order to make the thing slick enough to run. You got about 2 car lengths in there where you can work and stay in with the car ahead of you. Once you lose that, you're by yourself. And they had such a good run at him coming up behind him, Ricky and them. They just went on by. Hopefully he can get in with the 9 car, maybe get with that bunch, and they'll get back to the leader.
So when he drifted back to Ricky Rudd, you ran down to Ricky Rudd's pit and what, tried to make a deal?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of dealing going on right now. You know, you're doing a real good friend check, you know. There's not a lot of them out there. Maybe after the race.
Well, here you see that front 4 at halfway. As the Bobby Hillin driven number 28 stays up in front. Car number 4, Ernie Irvin. That pair together drafted through the field at the outset. And now that they are together up in front, they're bringing Sterling Marlin and Bill Elliott along with them and drawing away from the rest of the field. That's where you want to be.
Yes, they are definitely drawing away from the rest of the field. And as long as they run in line that way with a good fast car in front, they're going to continue to pull away.
Kind of lap times he's turning, I don't know if they can pull out and get around him. He's really picked the pace up, and they're going to have to gang up on him to be able to get around him.
Well, Ricky Rudd is leading that 2nd pack of cars back there. He's just moved up to 5th place. He's running about 49.75 in seconds, where the leaders are running about 49.35. So they're running 4/10 of a second faster than he is.
Yeah, they're running about 5 seconds apart now, almost 6 seconds between that first group of 4 and then that next block out here on the field as we get to 97 complete.
Ask anyone who's driven a Ford lately. Ask them about quality. It's one of the biggest reasons 5 of the 10 best-selling cars and trucks in America are Fords. The F-Series pickup, Taurus, Explorer, Escort, and Ranger. 5 out of 10 of the country's best sellers. It's quality that breeds success. Have you driven a Ford lately? It's more than just a question. It's an answer.
If you thought Banana George Blair had found the fountain of youth,
I'm 77 and still barefooting.
you'd be half right, because the one he's found is actually for his car. With a little Armor All Protectant, George restores the beauty of his dashboard and seats, and in minutes it helps protect his tires from fading and aging.
It keeps my car looking almost as good as me.
There is a fountain of youth, and we own the patent. Armor All. 16-ounce Armor All Protectant, now just $3.99 at participating Sears Tire and Auto Centers.
Racing. I can't explain it. You're kind of in a limbo zone. Time's different. Speed's different. Everything works different. It sounds totally cosmic. It's out there somewhere.
Kyle Petty and Mellow Yellow. There's nothing mellow about them.
You know, I've messed up on a few relationships in my life, but there's one that's lasted over 35 years with a lot of help from Quaker State. It's tough on wear, tough on sludge. So Quaker State and I are planning on a meaningful relationship with my new car. So why don't you do the same with your new car's engine, and Quaker State will guarantee it for 250,000 miles or 10 years in writing. You think if I gave Lonnie the Quaker State deal, she'd give me the same guarantee? Quaker State is one tough motor oil.
This Die Hard 500 race summary is sponsored by Quaker State. The Big Q is one tough motor oil.
Let's take a look at the race summary now. After 266 miles, and the Die Hard 500 has been completed, lead changes now stack up at 7. Among 7 leaders, 11 lead changes. The average speed at 163 miles an hour. A couple of cautions out here, 11 laps. We're showing 3 cars have officially retired from the event. And the big victim out here is Dale Earnhardt. Lost a piston early in the going. Andy Belmont, the Pennsylvania modified great, was the next one out of competition. So as the story now shows us, we have 37 cars left on the track in the interval between the first pack of 4 cars, led by Bobby Hillin, Ernie Irvan, Bill Elliott, and Sterling Marlin, is about 7 seconds back to the second group, which is Ricky Rudd, Ken Schrader, Wally Diamondback, and Kyle Petty.
In fact, they're falling farther behind every lap. Those 4 cars continue to run in a line, and they're just pulling away.
The 2 big horses out here have been the 4 and the 28. And when they are matched up together, if you're fortunate enough to be near them, they'll tag and they'll pull you along. But other than that, you're tagging along far back if you get out of that draft.
Exactly right. I tell you, once the pit crews see that they are pulling away, they're probably calling each driver on and say, don't get out of line. They'd love to break those 4 cars away and get just as far ahead that second pack as possible.
Interval between 4th and 5th is now 8 and 5/10 of a second. CBS Sports coverage of Major League Baseball continues Saturday with games featuring first-place clubs. Some of you will see the National League East leading Pittsburgh Pirates host the St. Louis Cardinals. And others will see the New York Yankees try to make up ground on American League East rival and first-place Toronto Blue Jays. Baseball Saturday, 1 o'clock Eastern, here on CBS. Another running order for you after 100 laps. Be up to date on where they are. There's the front 4 down across that start-finish line, headed into turn number 1 of this 2.6-mile track, 32-degree bank right here. Then a long, flat back straightaway. Big banked area here in the tri-oval. And again, if you're just joining us, the start-finish line is not in the tri-oval as you would see at a Daytona, at a Charlotte. This one is down toward the first turn, several hundred feet, which allows them to wind them up and come across, perhaps today, 2 or 3 deep. Going back past those front 4, Rudd is 5th,
Schrader 6. Dallenbach stays 7th. What a ride he's having today.
He's having a very good run. He ran good in Daytona in July. In fact, he ran good here in May, Ken. He just couldn't get himself a drafting partner, but he said he learned a lot about drafting and ran with the leaders much of that race, and he's a quick learner.
And the speedster, Ernie Irvin, stays right there in 2nd spot. Remember, he qualified in 7th. Got himself a lap down in the early going. He's made that lap up. Here he is, right back to 2nd place. Ernie Irvin out of Modesto, California, looking for his 6th Winston Cup finish. In 1st place, his best diehard finish ever was 6th back in 1990, one of the years that Earnhardt won this event. Bobby Hillin is just driving so well. He's getting a lot of coaching, as we heard from Davey Allison up here in the jury box, the spotters area on the roof, coaching that car around. I guess there's not too much to say right now, Neil Bonnet, except just do what you're doing.
When you got a car that strong, I was kind of questioned early in the race when they told him to be careful, not worry about working that traffic, that he might get back in the rear and couldn't get there. But they knew what they had. They've got a car so strong that it was capable of just taking its time getting to the front, and he's going to be hard to handle the rest of the day.
You know, we're talking about Wally Dallenbach Jr. having a good run. So is Chad Little. Chad is currently up there in the 9th position, leading the 3rd pack of cars here, and just having a very good run in the Harry Melling car. Of course, this is the car that Bill Elliott used to drive before going to Junior Johnson this year.
Here's Richard Petty's car number 43. Continuing to work out. Richard still at the controls, running in 21st position. Last time here at Talladega for a guy who won it back in 1974. You had some pretty good runs with him, didn't you, Neil?
Yeah, I had a good time. I tell you, Richard, the first race I ever won, I won it, and Richard ran 2nd, and boy, I said, man, what a day. And then I had to deal with the rest of the time I was racing. It was fun to race against.
Well, it was fun to race against when I raced against him, too, Neil. And I'm happy that my entire career, 6.5 years in what is now Winston Cup, was during the time that Richard Petty was running. So I ran against him all of those years. Morgan Shepherd making an unscheduled pit stop, I believe, in the Wood Brothers car. They're going to the right side of his car to change tires and fuel as we watch Richard Petty just wheeling around here.
Well, Richard Petty, in his last year, decided, racing fans know, but a lot of other folks might be interested in knowing, that he decided not to have a farewell tour, but a fan appreciation tour, and it's taken him from Vermont all across the country on separate performances. And the music group Alabama has written a tribute to the king, Richard Petty, going out of racing after 34 years. So here's a look at this video that the group Alabama created about Richard Petty. Richard Petty. I think the thing that I will always remember about him was one time when some fellow from the press said, what's the easiest thing about your job? And without even thinking twice, this is the easiest thing about my job is to be nice to people. 7-time champion of the NASCAR Winston Cup Series in his final go-around here at Talladega. And looking good right now with Hut Strickland right there with him, running in 21st spot. Meanwhile, up in front, it's a 4-car parlay with Bobby Hillin, Ernie Irvin, Bill Elliott, and Sterling Marlin leading the charge in that front group. There's Harry Gantz, number 33, back there with Richard. He has not had much fun, Harry Gantz, on this racetrack in this particular period. Qualified not as well as he wanted to, and I think they've sort of given up on the restrictor plate. They want to get back to some racing like Watkins Glen coming up on the schedule next. He will be something there. We'll return to CBS Sports live coverage of the Die Hard 500 after this message and a word from your local station.
There's a reason more people go to Sears for a new battery.
Can't believe I left my lights on.
Only Sears has the Die Hard. Sears is so confident of Die Hard starting power. If your Die Hard needs a jump, Sears will do it absolutely free. Anytime, anywhere, even if you leave your lights on.
I got stranded once. Never again.
You can count on me. Sears Die Hard. More power when you need it most.
Why did you switch to Suave Super Stick deodorant?
My kid's big game, and I was out of deodorant, so I used my son's Suave Super Stick. Well, he couldn't have been any closer in the game or the stands, but my kid's team hung tough, and so did Suave. That's some powerful odor protection. And since I knew Suave cost less, I switched. Who'd have believed something that works so well could cost so little? Who'd have believed 10 innings?
Suave Super Stick Deodorant. So effective you won't believe the price.
Northern Exposure captures 16 Emmy nominations, more than any other show.
Is that right?
Including Outstanding Drama.
Incredible.
So let's hear it for the Moose, Monday.
This is CBS.
Here's a sale you won't want to miss. How about off-season pricing during the in-season? That's just what they're doing at Sears. Pricing their strong, luxurious wood decks at 25% off, while the beautiful warm weather is here. Put no money down, no payments until the fall. Sears financing makes it possible. That's right, no money down. Imagine, in just weeks, you can enjoy barbecuing, relaxing, and all the good times a Sears wood deck delivers. And take 25% off the regular price. So take advantage. Call right now for your free estimate on the best-built deck in America. Operators are standing by to arrange your free estimate with a Sears Wood Deck professional. Save 25% with no money down financing right now and July 31st. With Sears financing, you can be enjoying your new wood deck within weeks with no down payment and low monthly charges. So stop waiting. Call today, 1-800-999-0708.
Affordable Family Getaway, Monday at noon and 11.
113 of 188 laps are complete in the 24th annual Die Hard 500. It's a gusty, windy day here at Talladega, but there's a one-man hurricane hustling down the backstretch. Ernie Irvan has swept into the lead. Let's take a look at how he moved through to take first spot. Replay just moments ago as he came beneath Bobby Hillen in the Davey Allison car.
Just moved down on the inside. We wondered if anybody could pass that 28 car once he got out front. He was running some awfully fast laps, but Ernie Irvan has proven that he has a fast race car as well. But Ken, I've had the watches on him. Now, when Bobby Hillen was leading that race, he was running about 49.30 to 49.40 in seconds. Now, Ernie Irvan just ran this past lap at 49.52, about a tenth of a second slower than Hillen had been running.
So it's a Chevrolet back in front as they seek their third win in a row. They won with Darrell Waltrip last week at Pocono. Darrell has just gone a lap down, meaning we have 24 cars in the lead lap. Bobby Hamilton is in that 24th position. As you see, Irvan leading, Elliott second, Marlin third, and now Bobby Hillen stretched back in fourth spot. Here's Randy Pembert.
Well, you wouldn't believe what's going on down here in the 28 pits. Tony Glover, Ernie Irvan's crew chief, Robert Yates, Larry McReynolds, all discussing when are we going to pit and how can we get back out and run together. It's been an audience of an unbelievable proportion down here. They finally got it settled. We'll get a word and come back to you and see what they've decided to do.
The interval between the fourth place car, that front four, and the fifth place car, which is Wally Dallenbach, followed by Ricky Rudd and Schrader 7th, Chad Little 8th, Brett Bodine, has now strung out to 16 seconds, Ned.
Yeah, they've just continued to pull away at about a half a second a lap from that group back in the pack. And I'll tell you, it's goodbye.
We were talking about how gusty it is out here today. Let's go down to Chris Economaki.
Our host position is on top of a Sears Roebuck truck in the garage area. This wind comes along, it moves the whole truck. It's blown our parasols inside out, and then it settles down and it's calm for a while, and then it starts blowing hard again and shaking everything. And Neil and Ned, I wonder what that's doing to the drivers on the track, that on and off wind.
I tell you, Chris, in Alabama, those things are umbrellas. But I tell you, the thing they got going for them, it does move the cars around a little bit here. But you got to keep in mind, these things are so aerodynamic, and they're punching a 200-mile-an-hour hole in the air, and that buffeting is not really that bad on them. They move around anyway some, but these things are a lot more stable now than they used to be.
And these cars wallow a lot, don't they, Ned?
Yes, they do. They move around, especially when you're in a draft. And you can't see that air. You try to learn from it and basically know what it's doing around you. But, yes, they do move around a lot, and sometimes the air might be off of the other car as opposed to the air that the Lord's circulating around here.
Remember just 1 year ago, as you look out the back of Ernie Irvan's car, about 10 laps are going to be pitting. It was just 1 year back. Ernie Irvan got up at the drivers' meeting at this race, apologized to drivers. Said, maybe I've lost your respect, and if I have, I want it back. I've been aggressive, and I'm going to be more patient. He's still a real aggressive race driver, but he hasn't put a wheel out of line today nor yesterday. This has been a great year for Ernie Irvan.
Well, I think he has gone a long way since a year ago, Ken, towards gaining the respect of the other drivers.
We have to give a lot of credit to Larry McClure. He's really kind of evened that team out, steadied it through those highs and lows. And here's Ernie Irvan for the moment leading as he's trying for his third victory of the season.
Larry McClure, of course, the owner of that car number 4. Let's go to the pits and Mike joins.
Mark Martin's making an early pit stop. He's only been out 34 laps since his last one. He's not a happy guy. They lost their best engine at the end of practice yesterday. He waved off a cold drink, threw it on the ground. They threw right-side tires on the car and fuel. It looks like he's in 4th gear coming out of the pits, coming out very, very slowly here. It's a long day for Steve Meals' team.
You see Hamilton going a lap down as that front 4 continues to bulldoze their way through the field. Irvan, Elliott, Marlin, and Hillen in Davey Allison's car. The names to reckon with right now.
I drive a race car for a living. I depend on the parts and pieces in my car. And I feel so confident knowing that Pennzoil is protecting the moving parts inside of my engine. Pennzoil's quality and protection give me the confidence I need to do my job without second thought. That's why I have the confidence to use it on the street and in my race car. Pennzoil, performance, protection, quality.
Sears is now featuring its lowest price of the year on Pennzoil motor oil, only 89 cents a quart. In America, your car doesn't just get you from here to there. It's a part of your life. To give your car complete protection, Texaco has developed Haviland Formula 3 motor oil with not one but 3 kinds of protection against heat stress, starting friction, and engine dirt. Haviland Formula 3. Add more life to your car.
You'd think the world would be nothing but a blur at this speed. But at 200 miles an hour, a lot of things become clear. Like what technology can help make our cars perform better, our trucks tougher, and help make them all safer for the street. Because at Ford, we want to stay ahead in more places than just the racetrack. Have you driven a Ford lately?
A puzzle. With so many stomach remedies around, how do you know which you can take for heartburn? And for diarrhea? And for upset stomach? You take Pepto-Bismol to relieve most any common stomach problem: heartburn, upset stomach, and diarrhea. So who needs anything else? That is a puzzle. Pepto-Bismol's the only one you need.
Huge crowds, big hitters. The Cannon Greater Hartford Open next weekend on CBS Sports.
After 120 laps have been completed on the Ford leaderboard, Ernie Irvan in first, Bill Elliott second, Sterling Marlin third. We have Hillen followed by Ken Schrader in fifth. Remember, there's a big gap between those front 4 and Ken Schrader, the '88 winner. In 6th spot, Wally Gollenbach, Ricky Rudd settled into 7th. Michael Waltrip is in 8th. Chad Little, Dale Jarrett, earlier a leader, now back in 10th spot. And the crew chief discussion continues. The shorter man is Tony Glover. There you see Larry McReynolds in the Haviland uniform for the Davey Allison team. As the debate continues about how to make this merger on pit road.
You think that's Wall Street or let's make a deal?
It's a combination. It's like Wall Street. It's a combination of both.
The only thing I can warn them, they better be hooked into Detroit because they got 2 different brands starting there.
122 laps are now complete. There's that second pack with Schrader leading it, the '88 champion here in the Die Hard 500. Mike Joy.
Ken, the reason they all need to stop together is the magic number this weekend on this track is 4. Yesterday in the Busch race, 2 cars running together were 0.3 of a second faster than any single car. Add a 3rd car to the draft, pick up another 0.2. But for some reason, add a 4th car, and they're another 0.5 second faster. 4 cars together is the fastest combination here.
Thank you, Mike. As you're watching that picture in the second battle, you see the 21 car, and that is a lap down. Morgan Shepherd's car is not in that lap, but he's running right with it and running very well and has for the last 10 or 15 laps.
He made a pit stop, Ken, and that's the reason that he's a lap down. The others have a pit stop coming up. In fact, Kyle Petty, who was in that group, just made a pit stop. Richard Petty is in the pits now. Harry Gant coming out of the pits. Dick Trickle's in. Here comes Ricky Rudd. And Derek Cope, Brett Bodine, several of those cars are running in that big pack. Rusty Wallace coming into the pits, and Terry Labonte.
Pitted at lap 106 to Shepard. And we're now at lap 123 as the action is on pit road. And there you see Rudd's car.
They did make a chassis adjustment on that car. At the first of the race, he was really, really good. They turned the right rear jack screw, plus they were putting a little bit more spoiler in him. Must have got a little bit loose.
First car down there is Brett Bodine, the green car. Here you see Rudd already breaking out. Alan Kowicki's number 7 coming back on the track.
And some of the leaders are in. Let's go to the pits and Randy Pemberton.
Well, Joey Knuckles on the right front of Bobby Hillen's Ford. Raymond Fox Jr. on the right rear. So far, so good. 2 cans of gas going in. And there goes Bill Elliott. He pulls out first. Davey Allison down and away, right sides only.
Sterling Marlin coming out right with him. Hillen right behind Sterling Marlin.
They have to be careful not to run too fast coming out pit road.
Say there may be an error that they were supposed to come in together, Hillen and Irvin, and somebody may have gone in one lap early.
I'd like to go down and see the meeting they have in that pit now. They made a mistake.
Well, here comes Ernie Irvin into the pits now. Let's go to Mike Joy. Well, here's Ernie Irvin on pit road all by his lonesome. Call was for 2 tires and fuel. If they get this one done, he should be able to go the distance with only 1 more stop. The big question will be not what happens here on pit road, but will he be able to find a drafting partner once he gets back out on the speedway? They're done. He's gone.
Well, he's had to clamber up one previous time today from a tail end position and from a lap down. Now, once again, the dice have been rolled against him as Ernie Irvin brings car number 4. The Modesto, California campaigner gets back into this thing. I don't think that worked out quite like they planned.
Well, we'll see where he is when he gets back on the racetrack and gets back up to speed. Bill Elliott got out of the pits first of that foursome. He's coming up on Ernie Irvin right now as we're looking at Ricky Rudd, who also has made a pit stop. Dale Jarrett has moved into the lead. He has not made a pit stop. He'll be coming in pretty shortly, I assume.
Not this time. He's still staying up real high in form yet. I think he intends to hang in there for a minute. Kowicki may be with him as they come by. There's that Ricky Rudd car, number 5, that led in the early part of the race. If you're just joining us, this was the car that had it all together in the early going and led through those first 35 laps. And there is Ernie Irvin tucking in there as he gets in with the number 28 of Hillen, and maybe this dance is working out.
Yeah, it is. Bill Elliott is out ahead of them there, but they should, with the 3 of them working together, should be able to run him down.
So you have Sterling Marlin, Ernie Irvin, Hillen, all in this crowd. From Ernie Irvin's viewpoint, you're looking at that number 28, 2 stoutest cars here today in the 24th running of the Die Hard 500.
In 3 weeks, the PGA Championship on CBS Sports.
Every dream has a starting line. If your dream is automotive mechanics, engineering, or design, come to Sears and apply for the Craftsman Race for the Future Scholarship. You could earn a vocational scholarship to help you build your future and reach your dreams faster. Apply for the Craftsman Race for the Future Scholarship at Sears.
You can count on me.
Only at Sears.
This is where America gets together. Every weekend throughout America, there is great NASCAR racing.
I wouldn't be anywhere else.
Hey, Richard Petty, don't you race on Goodyear tires?
Yeah, I sure do.
So you'd recommend Goodyear tires to all your fans?
Yeah, I sure would.
Now you'll find Goodyear Arriva radials only at Sears Auto Centers with tremendous savings from 10 to 33%. Goodyear quality at Sears value. But you'll have to move fast. The sale ends July 29th, only at Sears.
So, Richard, would you say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them?
Yep, but you've already said it.
Starved for a good laugh?
It's lunchtime.
Hungry for some ha-ha?
Cheese log, anyone?
Then check out the culinary comedy of Evening Shade and Major Dad.
$50 what's in that bag. Oh, 75.
So delicious, you'll keep coming back for more.
Is that fast enough for you?
Evening Shade and Major Dad, serving up the laughs Monday.
Next time, more sparkle.
Dale Jarrett was leading. He was trying to stretch car number 18's fuel range, so he only had to make one more stop. The rubber band broke. He's lost a lap coming in. Empty of fuel. Let's go to Mike Joy.
They're putting fuel in it and squirting a little gas into a hole right near the base of the windshield. That tube goes straight to the carburetor, just in case something like this happened. Right side tires on the car, and Dale is cranking the engine, trying to get it fired. It's burbling along. You can hear it. Now it's running. It's got gas in the float bowl, and he's away, but he's lost, what, 2 laps?
No, he's 1 lap down to the leaders right now. But that was a very costly gamble, I guess you would say. They were trying, I believe, to stretch it so he could only have to make one more pit stop. But they stretched it too far, and now he's a lap down, and that will be awfully tough to make up.
At lap 130, he is back on the track. What was he going for? 131, 132 net?
I believe that he could have made it if he could have got about 2 or 3 more laps out of it. Yeah, he could have made it the rest of the way.
Well, now he's shown as 1 lap down in 23rd position. We're showing 22 cars in the lead lap. The last man on the lead yet lap at the present time is Harry Gant. In the 22nd position, Richard Petty remains 21st. In 20th is Terry Labonte. And in the 19th position right now, or rather in the 19th position is Hut Strickland.
Well, I tell you, you question times why people do that, but races are won on fuel mileage. We saw Pocono last week. The guys are in first and second, stretch fuel mileage, and they work these stops backwards. They had it planned how far they needed to go, and it's worth the gamble time to see if you can pull it off.
For 16 years, Sterling Marlin has waged war out here in Winston Cup racing. Still looking for that first win. 7 second-place finishes. Let's get more on those miscommunications in the pits earlier between a couple of major teams. Here's Mike.
Tony Glover's the crew chief on Ernie Irvin's Chevy. Tony, you and the 3 Fords, it all looked like you were going to pit together. Did they come in lap 2 early, or did you guys stop a lap too late?
Well, we stopped on the schedule plan, and I guess for some reason they had to deviate their plan a little bit, and we'll be okay.
Did you get Thunderbirded on that deal?
I don't know really what happened, but just one of them deals.
And the best way to recover is just come right back up and run with them and beat them.
He doesn't sound very happy about that.
Well, he's got to wonder what went wrong with the plan, but like you said, he's going to be okay. He's right back out there, right up in that 4-car draft.
Right. See Alan Kowicki's number 7. He is in 7th, challenging the 6th place of Kyle Petty, the green and black number 42 down the back straightaway. Good day for Kyle. Right in front of him, Ricky Rudd in 5th, the number 5, just up in front of that 42. There's a real struggle going on as Alan Kowicki tries to gain some ground, and Brett Bodine in the 26th having a fine afternoon. He remains in 8th spot. The individual laps are staying about what kind of speed out here today, man?
I haven't caught them since they made their pit stops, but they have been running in the 49.35 to 49.75 bracket, which is about 192 miles an hour, which is about 2 miles an hour faster than the qualifier.
The race on pit road is exciting for a lot of race fans as the competition out here on the track, and we certainly saw some of that here in the green flag stop just moments ago.
Well, that normally does make a difference when they have to make those green flag stops.
That was in this last series of pit stops. For that pit stop, Ernie Irvin was in first, fell back to 3rd. Elliott, those leaders pretty much stayed together, didn't they?
They stayed together, but now Bill Elliott has lost the draft of that threesome. Actually, he came out in front of all of them. He made the best pit stop of all of them, but now they have passed him and pulled away.
So it's hard to do on some of those things. Except you're out there by yourself. Here comes 3 of them, and they're running 10 miles an hour faster than you are. And when they go by, you actually can't pick them up and go with them. That being quick out first really hurt him. They went by so fast he couldn't hook over them.
Randy Penberg.
Well, I'm down here with Tim Brewer. He's looking over fuel strategy at the particular moment. I'll try and get a word with him. Tim, I know you don't want to tell 20 million people your strategy, but how do you see this race unfolding?
Not real good right now. It's a situation where they kind of shook us out of the draft just a second ago, and if we can't get back with a little bit of lap traffic and pick that draft back up, looks like we're the ducks on this pond. So, you know, right now it's not too good for the Budweiser.
Elliott trails third place Irvin by 3 1/10 of a second as he tries to find a dancing partner in the back straightaway.
And it's going to be awfully hard to find a dancing partner. That he says a lap car. There are not many cars that are a lap down that could really help him a whole lot, and none of them are close to him. You know, Dale Jarrett's a lap down if he and Elliott could hook up, but Dale Jarrett's not close to where Bill Elliott is on the racetrack.
Sterling Marlin and Hillen's group talking about trying to get hitched up here together, we understand. Richard Petty has just gone a lap down. He is being shown in the 20th position. Terry Labonte has fallen a lap down, giving us 18 cars in the lead lap. The 18th car is Mark Martin in the number 6, and he's about to go a lap down. Greg Sachs, number 41.
He's also about to go a lap down. He's been right up there in the lead lap all day, but with this long of a green flag run and those cars hooked up the way they are hooked up front there, they've just been drafting and running some very fast speeds. They can put some people down a lap in a hurry.
Yeah, I tell you what, when they were just talking about the strategy that's going on now with those 2 Fords out front, they might not invite that 4 car to the next meeting. They might not tell him what's going to happen the rest of the day.
Yep, we've got those 2 Fords that are going to...
Are you saying the Iron Curtain has descended?
Could have.
Well, the Iron Curtain right now has Marlin and Hillen battling up in front. Fords running those top spots. Chevrolet relegated back to 3rd. Bill Elliott's Ford is in 4th, and Ricky Rudd further back with his Chevrolet in 5th.
You start it every morning. Start after start after start. When most of your oil is still down in a pad, you start metal-to-metal contact. You start engine wear. Now help stop it with the latest breakthrough from STP. New engine treatment. It bonds right to engine parts. Independent tests proved it. Just add a quart at your next oil change and help stop engine wear before you start with new STP engine treatment.
A real sports coupe is more than fancy technology. It's the perfect balance between the needs of a driver and the needs of a curve. With a pure, focused performance that makes even the same old road seem new. Because it's not the road you take, it's how you take the road. The all-new 24-valve Ford Probe GT. Have you driven a Ford lately?
Folks in these parts think Tom Lawton is the best thing to ever turn a wrench. But back east, they'll put their money down on the guys at McClellan's. It seems in every town there's always one place that does a little bit better job fixing your car. And it seems the things they all have in common are great mechanics, great service, and Napa parts. Look for the sign of quality car repair. Napa.
I don't need some fancy cologne to tell me I'm a man. I use Skin Bracer. It smells great, but it also cools and tones my skin. Confidence is very sexy. Don't you think?
Skin Bracer Aftershave by Menon.
Some people may not think I'm the world's greatest actor, but I am the Sarah Bernhardt of car movies. I know cars, and I know Quaker States. Nobody protects your engine better. Against wear, against sludge, Quaker State is one tough motor oil. What?
This Die Hard 500 race summary is sponsored by Quaker State. The Big Q is one tough motor oil.
Well, let's take a look at another race summary showing 370 miles complete, about 139 laps with a 188 to be run. 8 different leaders, lead changes. really, this is kind of a small potatoes number compared to what we've had here before, only 14. Average speed comes up to 170 miles per hour. It's a pretty good mark. The record for this race is 174. Only 2 cautions, 11 laps, and they're still showing only 3 cars officially retired. Jeff Bodine lost his engine. 76th lap. Andy Belmont had an engine problem, and Dale Earnhardt expired at the 52nd lap here. So he tries to win that championship again. It gets harder and harder. Meanwhile, up in front, story goes like this. Sterling Marlin, 16 years, a lot of great rides, on the pole for the 2nd time in a row as he came into this 92 race, trying desperately to win his first career victory today. Right behind him, Bobby Hillen, the man who won this race, took it away from him back in 1986. This was Sterling Marlin's race to win until late in the going. He wound up 4th that year. Jim Richmond came home in 2nd, and Ricky Rudd was 3rd that year. Remember 88 for Bobby Hillen. That was his race. He went to the inside with Earnhardt, and he went all the way to the inside, down in the grass in 88. And when the race was all over, Ken Schrader had come home in first spot. 89, he had a wheel come off and came in and busted the car. In 1991, he thought he had it won again, wound up in 5th spot. Star-Crossed Sterling Marlin of Columbia, Tennessee. At age 35, trying to win that first Winston Cup victory, now driving for Junior Johnson. There's Bobby Hillen, the 86 winner, right there, trying to scoop it away from him.
You talk all these numbers and wanting to win and needing to win. There he is leading the race, and there's a lot of pressure on Ed. We're hearing all kind of rumblings that there's pressure to win races, sponsorship stuff depends on it nowadays, and he needs to get in victory lane.
And this is the time of the year that those sponsorship deals are made and driver deals are made. There are a lot of rumors floating around in the garage area. It's been going on for a couple of months that Sterling might not be the driver of this car next year unless he did win. So, you know, there is a lot of pressure on him.
142 of the 188 laps are now complete. 377 miles down. I was talking to Sterling. He doesn't use a cool suit, doesn't use a cool helmet. Tough kid out of Tennessee. I said, aren't you concerned? He said, it only gets hot when you stop.
We better not stop, because it's going to get hot behind him right now.
Take a little further back at some of this action. There's that Rusty Wallace car, number 2, that's running in 10th spot, and right with him in 11th is Michael Waltrip, another guy that desperately needs a win.
Michael just needs a good finish right now. He's really had a tough year with that Chuck Ryder team, and they just had so many things go wrong. Not that he's not driving the car good. It's not that Billy Engel, the crew chief, and his crew are not working on it good. They just had a lot of tough luck.
There's Wally Dallenbach and Morgan Shepherd, the 21 car and the 16 respectively.
Now Shepherd has gotten back in the lead lap, Ken, as a result of everybody else pitting. Now he is going to have to pit before everybody else, but he should be able to make it on one more pit stop, and most of them, in fact, I think all the rest of them will have to make one more pit stop also. So if it goes green, that early pit stop might not hurt him that much.
Shepherd being shown in 14th and Ted Musgrave being shown in 15th now. Those are the only cars in the lead lap as the speed gets up toward that Lenny Pond mark here this afternoon. That record of 174.7 for this race that Lenny set in 1978.
There's some more dealing going on.
Well, Ernie Irvin's crew chief, Tony Glover, has been invited, or either he just went up there to talk to him. That's Larry McReynolds, the crew chief on the Davey Allison car that's being driven by Bobby Hillen. Tony Glover, the fellow in the yellow shirt, crew chief, one of the smallest men on the circuit. But boy, he's a dynamite when it comes to calling the shots and preparing an automobile. Tony Glover.
This is when it'd be nice to have a lawyer on your crew.
That's right.
Because you're going to have to make it binding when you make these deals.
Before we begin this conversation, I'd like to have you people explain to me that last deal, is what he was saying. There's Sterling Marlin still in front. Hillen right there and Ernie Irvin. These three have broken away from the field. Elliott has fallen far back into the clutches now. Moving in on him comes Ricky Rudd and Kyle Petty as that freight train tries to get some running room and pull up. But it's a trio to decide it at 145 laps.
I believe I'd make them seal it in blood. I'd have to cut a wrist or something down there before I believe it this time.
Do you really think that would do any good?
No, I've seen them do just the opposite a lot of times. And probably Hillen said, I promise I'll never pass you again either if you let me stay behind you. And here we go.
Here it goes.
For the lead. Hillen on the bottom. Sterling Marlin on the outside. Catbird seat number 4. Ernie Irvan into the 17-degree trioval. All of this live at well over 190 miles per hour. And it's Sterling Marlin.
He's going to keep the lead. It just didn't work for Hillen down on the inside.
Holds that spot. Hillen, they have to be thrilled with Hillen's performance in this thing. He has a lot of pressure on Hillen. Had 3 or 4 different rides this year, 3 or 4 different rides last year.
We just saw the crew chiefs down and negotiating. You think maybe Larry McReynolds said, hey, look, see if you can do it by yourself. Maybe we don't need these guys. They're probably going to talk it over again. He couldn't do it by himself.
Well, there they are talking again. That's Robert Gates, the owner of that car number 28, got into the conversation this time.
I think he just transmitted that conversation over to Ernie Irvan. He probably said, don't believe a word they're saying. CBS Sports coverage of Major League Baseball continues Saturday with games featuring first-place clubs. Some of you will see the National League East leading Pittsburgh Pirates host the St. Louis Cardinals, and others will see the New York Yankees try to make up ground on AL East rival and first-place Toronto Blue Jays. That's baseball. That's coming up on Saturday, 1 o'clock Eastern, here on CBS. So Marlin has first, Ernie Irvan has second, Bobby Hillen for Davey Allison has third. Bobby Hillen was just on the radio net talking about not wanting to heat up the tires, so he's wanting to drop back there in the 3rd spot.
Well, when you pull down on that inside, you pinch the car, you put more pressure on the tires that will heat them up and, of course, slow the car down.
Yeah, and you got to put some rubber in the bank. And when I say that, more than likely, if this thing goes green, this last stop will be a gas and go only. I doubt they'll put fuel on it, and they might put tires on it. But if a guy's got good tires on his cars and you get gas only, it might be a big factor right here at the end.
To Mike Joy.
Well, the conversation here in Sterling Marlin's pits is crew chief Mike Beam and Michael Kranifus, the head of Ford Racing, just in to have a brief word with him. On that last pit stop, it looked as if 4 cars had a deal to come in together. Did somebody miss the count?
Well, no. I told everyone when I was pitting, because I was going to be out of gas. I said, y'all do whatever you want to, but I'm not going to run out of gas. Tim and him, they come. You know, we was trying to work together, and Larry came, and Tony and him got messed up on his communication. But you can't depend on no one. You know that. You've been around racing long enough. I mean, the only thing you can trust is your mother and daddy in racing, I believe. You know, so mine, they're not in racing, so I just do it my own way, hopefully. And Junior said, you do whatever it takes to win the race, and that's what I'm doing.
Last stop, tires or just gas?
Oh, you're just going to see gas, and it's going to be a hell of a stop, I hope.
Okay. Randy Pemberton?
I've never seen so much communication down here between a Chevy team and a Ford team. First of all, can you trust each other at all?
Well, you know, we can communicate with each other in the pits here, but the thing about it, that's the guys controlling it. Like a while ago, we committed to come with the 4 and the 22, and they got off sequence out there, but it worked out. I hate to throw somebody in the river, you know, it don't matter what kind of car they are, but, you know, it looks like it's going to come down to about anywhere from 8 to 12 laps. About everybody's going to have to take a splash of fuel, and then we're kind of all on our own then.
What about dropping back to 3rd? Was that by design?
Well, no, you know, Ernie went with Sterling, and Bobby said he got just a little bit loose there for a second, so the best place we can be then is where he's at. Just hope we don't lose that draft.
Good luck.
Thank you.
38 laps remain to be run here today in the Die Hard 500. There's a shot you don't see very often.
No, that's hauling Earnhardt's car. Most of the time he's there till the dying end, but he went out real early today after making a tremendous charge to the front from far back in the field.
Front 3. And there is a relief driver for Davey Allison out there. If you're just joining us, that is Bobby Hillen. According to Greg Fielding, our statistician, on 12 occasions in Winston Cup history, a relief driver has carried a car into victory. First was back in '52, and twice Junior Johnson got some, or rather Ned Jarrett got some help from folks like Junior Johnson and Joe Weatherly. And remember that one?
I sure do. It was the second win of my career.
1959?
1959.
We'll return to CBS Sports live coverage of the Die Hard 500 after this message and a word from your local station.
Before you go anywhere else for a new muffler, come to Sears first. Right now, our super quiet muzzler muffler is on sale for just $19.99. And that includes Sears' lifetime free replacement warranty for as long as you own your car. Come in evenings, come in weekends. The muzzler muffler with a lifetime warranty, just $19.99. Only at Sears.
Liquid silicone. Since it's never been approved by the government, you'd think a doctor couldn't get it, right? Wrong. Just go to your neighborhood auto supply store. Your what? 60 Minutes tonight. This is CBS.
I'm Officer Lisa Hale, Vice President of the Crime Prevention Association of Michigan. This year, over 1.5 million motor vehicles will be stolen. Stolen from shopping centers, workplaces, even from your own driveways. As a police officer, it's my duty to protect you as well as your personal possessions. So if you don't want your car or truck to be stolen, here are a few tips to remember. 1. Always remove your keys from the ignition. 2. Double check to make sure that your doors are locked. 3. At night, park in a well-lit area. 4. Never leave packages or personal belongings exposed on seats. And 5. Never leave your car without first protecting it with the club. The club is a tough-tempered steel bar that can't be cut. Once attached, it makes driving your car virtually impossible. I personally use and recommend the club to help prevent auto thefts. It's affordable protection that you can't afford to be without. Remember to avoid cheap imitations. Make sure the anti-theft device you buy says the club on the handle.
The club's available at most stores where auto supplies are sold.
Affordable family getaway, Monday at noon and 11.
This CBS Sports Special, the Die Hard 500, is sponsored by Old Spice Antiperspirant. For great odor protection, now you've got proof, not promises. The Die Hard battery, 25 years of starting power. Die Hard, more power when you need it most. And by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately?
154 of 188 laps are now complete. And the trio out in front continues to be Sterling Marlin, Ernie Irvan, Bobby Hillen. 1, 2, 3. There's Irvan peeking to the outside in the yellow number 4 as Sterling Marlin still holds on to that lead and tries to win his first one. Now, interesting, we have a new record at lap 150 of this event. With lap 150 in the book, 399 miles. The average speed was at 173.374. The old mark, 172. Buddy Baker in 78. The overall record for the race belongs to the victor in 1978, Lenny Pond, at 174.7. 2 hours, 51 minutes, and 43 seconds. That could be broken at the pace they're now setting.
Hard to believe you can run 500 miles in that period of time.
Still a 3-car battle for the lead.
Well, now here, Tony Glover has gone over to Mike Beam, who's the crew chief for Sterling Marlin, and they're discussing a little bit more. Neil, I don't remember seeing this much discussion on pit road among crew chiefs.
No, if they do, they're usually a little bit discreet. They'll send somebody down, but this is the boss that's talking here.
Yeah,
they're trying to go direct.
14 cars remain in the lead lap. Mike Joy.
Well, I think Tony got word of our conversation with Mike Beam and came down here to ask, well, what lap you planning on running out of gas this time? And that's why they went back to the tool truck there and checked on the lap charts. And, well, you know, here's what we're looking at. The whole reason they're doing this is if those 3 cars will stay together, they can settle the race between them. The one thing they don't want is to bring that whole second pack up into it. A lot easier to beat 2 cars than 12 here. Or is it?
Ernie Irvan back for the lead. And I'm sure that he would like to decide it among 2 cars if possible.
Well, yeah, he's taking it over from Sterling Marlin. So he's got those 2 Fords to contend with. It's going to be interesting. Then they're far enough ahead of everybody else. Bill Elliott has fallen far back behind. And so don't have to worry about Bill. In fact, Bill has to worry about that big second pack of cars catching him.
That's right. And one reason the 4-car might have taken the lead is, you know, here we are at a 200-mile-an-hour racetrack, and it could be decided by braking, who can get in the pits quickest and the hardest, get the car slowed down, get in and get out first. And the 4-car with Irvin has won the last 2 road races. He's good at getting in. He's good at getting up to speed. So he might have wanted to be leading that group of cars when they decided to pit.
Getting down to the white line in and over the white line getting out.
That's right. But
yep.
The key is to get from 190 miles an hour down to that 70 mile an hour as quick as possible, then accelerate.
We were talking about Stan Fox at the outset of the broadcast today. Well-known open-wheel driver from the Midwest making his debut here at Talladega. His car has retired, gone back after finishing in 36, but I wouldn't be surprised if you saw more of Stan Fox. And there's a guy anybody would be proud to have on their circuit.
I think this is the direction he wants to head his career in, is NASCAR Winston Cup racing. Can't blame him either.
Let me ask you, Ned, and ask you as well, Neil, when you see Bobby Hillen putting on the performance he is today, it gets back to the age-old question, how much is car and how much is driver?
Well, my opinion is that the car, not taking anything away from Bobby Hillen, but I'm saying this about every driver in the field, the car today is a bigger percentage than the driver. That might not have always been true, but it has come more in that direction. The car, the team behind it, the strategy, and all of that put together.
And in the same train of thought, Ned, you go to some tracks, you go to Darlington, where the driver really has to contribute more so to get around a tough old racetrack like that, and you come to a big high horsepower track like this, I think the car is really a big factor in how you run around this particular racetrack.
And you got to bring a negotiator now.
and 2 loggers.
Times change.
Top 3. Irvin there, Sterling Marlin, Bobby Hillen.
Now they're coming up on Ted Musgrave, who is the last car on the lead lap. Ted is currently running in the 14th position. Morgan Shepherd just made that pit stop a few moments ago, so he now has gone a lap down. And Wally Dallenbach is running right ahead of Musgrave, so they're about to reduce this field down as far as those in the lead lap, down to about 12 or 13.
With Wally Dallenbach on the tail end of the field. But a good run for Dallenbach today in the second Roush car.
Excuse me, if it keeps going like this, Ned, not only they're going to knock those 3 off, they've got that tremendous big pack. The second pack, and they're in jeopardy going to lap down before this pit stop.
Yeah, they're about 8 seconds from getting overwhelmed. Top 3, and still looking for that 6th Winston Cup win, his first die-hard 500 victory. Ernie Irvin stays there with Sterling Marlin, trying to crack through and win that first race. Close 7 times, doesn't count. Bobby Hillen, what a story here. Named on Tuesday, made a phone call on Monday, and nobody answered. Made a couple of calls on Tuesday, and then Tuesday night, Robert Yates says, you're the right guy.
They put a lot of evaluation into that situation in choosing Bobby Hillen. First of all, he was the past winner here. That was one good reason to have him in the car. Another reason, got the same size stadium. Another reason, he was available.
That record looks like it may go away this afternoon, Ned.
Climbing 174.466 miles per hour. That's at the end of 160 laps.
The old mark was Cale Yarborough back in 1978 at 173.6. The new mark, 174.4. Looks like we're headed for a record this afternoon here at Talladega.
Okay, now the leaders have caught the car number 55 of Ted Musgrave. There you see them moving around. Musgrave down on the inside in the white car. There's Hut Strickland. He's already a lap down, about to go 2 laps down, and then right in front of them is Wally Dallenbach Jr.
What they got to be careful of in a situation like this is not to lose one of the guys. You've got to really stay on your toes. When you go through this traffic, one of that lead pack could drop off.
So we have 164 laps complete when they come by this time. Ernie Irvin continues to lead, keeps that Chevy out in front, but the Fords stay right there in second and third.
Costly engine wear occurs when you first start your car because even the best motor oils and additives are down in the oil pan. Slick 50 protects your engine at startup. It treats the engine.
Ask anyone who's driven a Ford lately, like the people from Car and Driver, who've named Taurus SHO one of their 10 best. The people from Motor Trend, and named Explorer the best buy in its class. Or any one of the thousands of people who've made Escort the best-selling small car in America. Have you driven a Ford lately? It's more than just a question. It's an answer.
Just because you go all out, doesn't mean you got to stink. Not if you're wearing this. And here comes your chance to prove it. And you will, because Old Spice works. Man, does it work. Fights wetness, kills bacteria. The proof?
Hey, hotshot.
You're looking at her.
Old Spice antiperspirant for great odor protection. You demand proof, not promises.
Well, I drive a race car for a living. I depend on the parts and pieces in my car. And I feel so confident knowing that Pennzoil is protecting the moving parts inside of my engine. Pennzoil's quality and protection give me the confidence I need to do my job without second thought. The protection that Pennzoil offers this race team makes us feel great. That's why I have the confidence to use it on the street and in my race car. I recommend Pennzoil to everybody. Pennzoil, performance, protection, quality.
Monday.
What are you looking at?
What?
He was always looking at other women. I saw you.
Did you see a girl over there?
Yeah, she was great with me.
Grapevine.
What is Sunday without 60 minutes? Terrible. So we're going to spend the summer giving you a second look at the stories you loved the first time around. That's 60 Minutes tonight, followed by Murder, She Wrote, and then a CBS miniseries, Conspiracy of Silence, Part 1, a chilling story about 4 men who committed murder and then took a vow of silence. That's all tonight on CBS. Here this afternoon in our live coverage from Talladega, Alabama, of the 24th Annual Die Hard 500. Car number 11, Bill Elliott, running in the 5th position now, trying to get himself sorted around. He's pulled back around the Ricky Rudd car. It puts him back and forth for the moment, and we're going to see some last-moment pit stops. At lap 167, here comes Kyle Petty. Here comes Ricky Rudd, Bobby Hamilton on pit road. This will be their final stop.
Yes, it will be. A lot of pit boards out there. It looks like 4 or 5 cars coming in right now, which will be their final stop. About 20 laps to go. They'll probably just take on fuel. Let's see. There's Kyle Petty. Mike Joy.
It is a bit of a gamble, that whole second pack of cars coming in together well ahead of when the leaders plan to get in. There goes Kyle, and he and Ricky almost rushed getting away from the pits and trying to hook up back together.
And coming in also was Chad Little in the car number 9 of the Harry Melling entry, and the Bobby Hamilton car.
Chad Little is running 1 lap down. He is in 9th position with car number 9 at this time.
Mark Martin is in the pits right now as Stanley Smith comes out of the pits. Now, Kyle Petty and Ricky Rudd made their pit stops a little bit earlier than did the leaders, so some of them should be able to stay out there a little longer.
Lap 167 was where they came in. We're now through 168. As we watch that trio busting through traffic, Wally Dallenbach picking up a ride here.
I was going to say, that's a familiar sight. The 28 car with Dallenbach behind him. They're lapping him, but he's got a chance now to hook on that lead pack and go. As they came around, he hooked onto him.
Dallenbach in 10th spot. They now have 9 cars in the lead lap with 19 laps to go.
When Dallenbach was drafting along with Ted Musgrave, when those leaders caught him, he just hooked right onto him, pulled away from Musgrave, and see you later.
170 laps complete this time by. 170 in the book, 188 the distance to be run. And I think it was Ned that was saying he expected those pit stops around lap 180 on those top 3 cars.
We had a report that somewhere around 8 laps to go is when they would come in, as Rick Mast and Harry Gant both come out of the pits, and Terry Labonte and Greg Sachs making their last pit stops.
Riding with leader Ernie Irvin in that Chevy as he fights off Sterling Marlin and Bobby Hill. And here's Mike Joy.
Well, it's the last time we'll see Richard Petty come down pit lane at Talladega. He's won here and, of course, has 7 victories at Daytona, the Superspeedway that preceded this as the world's fastest. As he rolls in, you see from the face cam, he's got that rag clenched in his teeth. as Robbie Loomis and crew will give him service here for the final time. Richard's had a pretty fair run here today, qualified fourth, ran in the lead lap for a good bit of the day, but he's coming onto pit road pretty much by his lonesome, rushing the crew along. I don't think he got that whole can of gas. He wants to get out there and get this thing finished. He's on his way.
Topped the tank, and away he went in about, what, 6 seconds to put car number 43 back out here and into business this afternoon. He's having a very good run. Richard Petty, 1 lap down in 12th place. Here's Randy Pemberton.
Well, Bill Elliott is in. A couple of rounds of wedge on the left side. Gas, 1 can only. Davey Allison's in. He's out, gas only. Let's see what happens from here on in.
Well, they didn't go to that 180 laps.
No, sir.
Stopped at 171.
I'm not so sure you get to thinking if you have a problem later in the race, it doesn't give you time to overcome it. They might want to get in and get this thing behind them, see how hard they got to run.
Davey Allison's car, Bobby Hillin aboard, making this early stop. Signal was out that they were going to come in with about 8 laps to go. Well, they've broken that one up. So those 2 Fords for the moment, or rather the Ford and the Chevy, the Ernie Irvin car and the Sterling Marlin car, continue as the first and second place cars. They still have to make that stop. So a lot of strategy taking place as we get down to decide this $800,000 event. The Die-Hard race cam in Ernie Irvin's car as he goes down that back straightaway and gets under the interstate car for just a moment there. They were headed down the back straightaway. Dale Jarrett was on the outside.
And Ernie probably getting ready to come in to make his pit stop, Ken. We'll see if he does.
He's waving
on the outside of the racetrack.
Let people know.
Yep. Waving to the other drivers. I'm coming in, fellows. Go on the outside of it.
He needs to do that because as fast as he's running, everybody wants to hook onto him, and he had to make sure nobody followed him.
At lap 173, this is Ernie Irvin coming on pit road. You're riding with Ernie Irvin in for this final and crucial stop. Mike Joy.
The gas can gets hammered home. The man with the catch can, they're pointing go. And about 2/3 of a can of gas, but that may be all he needs.
Just needs a splash. All they need is a little bit to finish this race. They know exactly how much it takes to do it.
Helen Kowicki comes out of the pits as Darrell Waltrip comes in. Jimmy Hensley coming out of the pits. Dick Trickle is back in the pits again. I thought I saw him in there a little while ago.
The key is going to be how this shuffles out on the racetrack.
Yeah, how quick you get that speed back up.
And there's Elliott. Ernie Irvin's out, and Elliott is coming up to speed on the outside of him there. Here comes Elliott. Irvin trying to get up to speed.
Take a look at that average speed of 174.404. You're witnessing a new 500-mile record for the Die-Hard 500. The overall record here is a little quicker than that. Bill Elliott has the mark. The overall record, but the Die-Hard record has stood for a long time. Here's Ernie Irvin back to speed as we get ready to sort this one out. 173 laps have been completed, showing Irvin in number 4 as our leader. All the remainder of the field has taken on fuel that will be key players to the end of this event. Getting down to decision time, lap 175. Remember, it's 188 the distance this afternoon.
Ken, Bobby Hillin didn't get out of the pits as quick as both Ernie Irvin and Sterling Marlin. As a result, he has lost the draft of those guys. That car's strong enough to catch him.
Well, Bill Elliott's one that must have had a heck of a stop there.
Now, Bill is almost a lap down.
Oh, he's right there.
He got in that group of cars that was battling there. He just continued to go back in that group of cars that was running from 5th on back. They caught him, and when he made his pit stop, well, he was along there with everybody else.
It worked out perfect for Sterling because he's right there drafting off of him now.
Yeah.
So it's Irvin for first, and it would be Sterling Marlin for second, and then Hillin a bit of a ways back in third. Schrader has taken over that 4th spot for the moment. And 5th spot out here is Rusty Wallace having a very good day.
But he just made a pit stop, Ken, so he'll go off of the board right now.
Yes. Put him back to 9th, and that would mean moving up would be Kyle Petty in that 5th spot. Kyle has made his change.
Yes, he made a pit stop and made a very good pit stop.
Ricky Rudd would be up to 6th. Elliott 7th. Make any sense?
Yep, that does make sense. And Chad Little. So we're getting down to where there are only going to be about 9 or 10 cars in the lead lap after all pit stops are made. In fact, it looks like 9 cars will be in the lead lap.
But there's major separation between that front three. They were almost within striking distance of overlapping those second 6 cars. That second pack of cars. The leader continues to be Ernie Irvin's number 4.
No, now Sterling Marlin has taken over that lead. Sterling Marlin has just rushed by Ernie Irvin and has pulled away from him. Marlin has picked up the draft of Ricky Rudd and Bill Elliott.
And he pulled like 12, 15 cars lengths ahead just going down the back straightaway. He rolled by him like he wasn't there.
He really just took off, picking up the draft of those cars in front of him. Now Irvin beginning to close back in a little bit. But you see, here's the cars that Sterling Marlin is coming up on, some very fast race cars. In fact, the number 9 car is being shown in the 7th position, the last car on the lead lap.
Here comes Irvin back. It was such a strange maneuver, almost like he had his foot off the throttle for a second.
I don't know what happened.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah, he's going right back around Sterling Marlin as he picks up the draft of Chad Little. Irvin on the high side. Sterling Marlin caught down on the inside with no one to draft with. There's Michael Waltrip in the car 30.
Going with Irvin on the outside.
Yep.
Chad Little just in front of him. And for the moment, it's Ernie Irvin back in front, Sterling Marlin. Imagine the frustration he must feel.
Oh, it has to be a frustrating situation. He couldn't do a thing about it once Irvin came up there. But Irvin did come back about as quick as Sterling Marlin had picked up that lead.
How long does it take a driver to win that first race? For Dave Marcus, it was 223 starts. For Buddy Baker, it was 215. Sterling Marlin starting his 236th event in the Winston Cup Series in today's Talladega 500, still looking for that first win.
There's Ernie Irvin. He got a little bit of help from Mike Waltrip a while ago and got on around Sterling. But now it looks like Sterling is able to use Waltrip to gain back on him.
And he's lapped Kyle Petty. Remember, Kyle is in 6th. That leaves 5 cars in that lead lap. Relentless. Ernie Irvin, the guy they used to call Swervin' Irvin. You can throw that one away.
He has matured a
rock solid. Here he comes after Ricky Rudd. This is the 5th place car that Irvin is about to try to put a lap on.
My understanding, Alan Kowicki has lost a cylinder in his Ford. Alan currently being shown in the 13th position.
Ricky Rudd just in front now of car number 4. Number 5 is Ricky Rudd. He needs a win. Here comes Irvin. Again, this would be his 6th win in his career. His first here in the Die Hard 500. A lot of polish. Yesterday, Dale Earnhardt threw a maneuver at him coming down into the tri-oval. Just cut him up tight toward the wall. Irvin shot right back down to the inside. Great race between those two.
It looked like Irvin had shook Sterling and got away from him in all that traffic. But here comes Sterling right back up on him.
So it could be a real shootout between those two. Bobby Hillin and the Davey Allison car is pretty far behind them right now.
Why these big intervals? I mean, here was Marlin just thundering out in front of him. Looked like he was just going by him at 65 miles an hour while Irvin was going forward. And then he gets caught up again. What's happening here?
Well, I think it's the way that you pick up the draft of other cars. You just get a good run, and boy, it can make a world of difference. It feels like somebody's poured about 150 horsepower in there, Neil, when you pick up that draft.
It's just a matter of getting out who you catch when you come out of pit road. Like you said, Ed, you work with your partner is the guy that dictates how fast you go. If you get a guy that's pretty quick, he helps you a lot. And evidently he got hooked on. I think he was right behind Bill Elliott really close, starting along there for a while.
5th place Bill Elliott getting lapped. Ricky Rudd has picked up the pace. He's moved up around Elliott, taking himself into 4th. Rudd has made a maneuver, pulled himself up another spot. You see Elliott in the red number 11 has been lapped by Ernie Irvin. But Ernie can't get a lap for the moment on Ricky Rudd. He's tried the last 2 laps.
That's probably the best thing that could have happened to him. He's sitting there with Sterling right behind him in the other Junior Johnson car, which is probably going to try to help Sterling at the end of this race. But now he's got a Chevrolet and Ricky Rudd that might possibly work with him.
And Rudd certainly was fast in the first part of this race. He's been fast all day long. He just lost the draft of those lead cars and just simply was not able to ever get back up there.
Consider this. Over the season, the average number of cars at the finish of the Winston Cup race around 8.5 in each race. We're down to 3 today. This is a very strange 500.
It is a very strange race, no question about that. Unusual in today's racing, but you just had a few cars that got hooked up together, stayed green for a long, long time.
Yeah, 2 cautions and 2 cautions only, and the record book looks like it's going to be blown to pieces this afternoon. 175, 635 miles per hour at 180 laps. The old mark was a 175, 171. That isn't much of a piece of dynamite, but it still is a new record, breaking Benny Parsons' mark from 1978. So now they're down to those final moments, and it is a battle between Chevrolet and Ford. Bernie Evers for the Chevrolet ranks, right there behind the number 5. Remember that Ricky Rudd is running 4th in the field, trying to stay in the lead lap, and he is being used in a draft by Ernie Irvan to try and stay in front of Sterling Marlin, number 22. Interesting situation here. A couple of lap cars in front of the leaders. You've got 2 Chevrolets and 2 Fords backed up in this struggle. The flow right up the middle, thank you very much, through the eye of the needle goes Ricky Rudd, and coming right with him, and here goes Ernie Irvan shooting to the inside. And here comes the 22, Sterling Marlin, pacing himself down to the bottom underneath Bill Elliott, pulling up on Ricky Rudd. Bottom of the racetrack is where they're competing now.
Now he wants to get directly in front of Rudd, hoping Rudd, he figures he can run faster than Rudd, and he hopes that Rudd will pick him up and pull him away. And Rudd is doing that, doing a good job of drafting right there with him. They might be able to pull away from Sterling Marlin.
But Elliott's Ford is pulled up on the back of 22, and he's going to try to slingshot him back into this race. 185 of 188 complete next time by. Out of turn number 2. Ernie Irvan stays in front.
And you see, this not only is helping Ernie Irvan, these Chevrolets hooking up together, it's helping Ricky Rudd as well, even though he is a lap down, but it's pulling him away from Bill Elliott.
Yeah, people might say, well, boy, that's not fair. He's helping the other Chevrolet, but he's got to worry about Bill Elliott beating him for position.
In his 5th Die Hard 500. Ernie Irvan is looking strong at this moment with the assistance of Ricky Rudd. And for Sterling Marlin, it could be his 8th second-place finish. Bill Elliott right there drafting with him, but now there's a separation of some 12 car lengths between 1st and 2nd place.
As they continue to pull away. Now there's another duo back behind them. Bobby Hillen was losing ground to the front runners. He doesn't have enough time to make it up, but he's running a half a second faster with Dale Jarrett drafting on him. Right there they are. They're running a half a second a lap faster than the leaders are right now, but he simply doesn't have enough time to get up there to the front.
Everybody trying to find a mate. Pull them through here as the buddy system goes into play in the final moments of this 24th $800,000 Die Hard 500.
I promise you, there won't be any more meetings on pit road. The drivers are in charge. They say, I'm robbing this train. I'm going to do it the way I want to. They're not going to be listening to that radio anymore.
Dale Jarrett has fallen back into 21st position, but he could be of some real assistance here to Bobby Hillen. And what a race Hillen has given us today. Bobby Hillen has taken that Davey Allison car from the rear, kept him in the point battle, kept him right up in there. He'll finish, looks right now like 3rd, and Elliott back in 5th. That great scramble among the points, we'll talk about that when the race is over. But now we're down to it, showing 186 on the board as Irvan stays in front. Remember, he qualified 7th out there today. Engine built by Runt Pittman, one of the all-time best. It looks like he gave him a power plant that can carry him.
Looks like Sterling's starting to reel him in a little bit, Ned. He's getting a little bit closer.
Yes, he is. They come up on some other traffic, and he is moving closer. The white flag is out. One more lap.
Doyle Ford says, gentlemen, go for it. This is it. It's that orange, number 4 in front. Sterling Marlin trying to find a hole and pull in here.
But he has a bumper there. That bumper is the car number 5 of Ricky Rudd. He's got to pass him before he can get to the 4 car.
Got him in a box right there now.
Yeah, Harry Gant down on the inside. He's got a lot of General Motors cars around him, and it's going to be tough.
But remember where the start-finish line is. It's a long way down there.
190-mile-per-hour chess game as Sterling Marlin tries to sort it out through the fourth turn. Here they come for the tri-oval. Down in the final lap. The first die-hard 500 victory for car number 4. Let's see if he's going down to the bottom. Comes Sterling Marlin, but he's still 6 car lengths back at the finish. And Ernie Irvan holds him off to take it home. It is car number 4, Ernie Irvan, scoring his 3rd win of the season, and for the 8th time in his career, Sterling Marlin comes home in 2nd place.
Not often you see a car get a lap down. Ernie Irvan got a lap down early in the race when he had a flat tire, but made it up, came back and won the race.
Bobby Hillin credited with 3rd with a great ride in the Davey Allison car today, but it's Ernie Irvan to celebrate in the Talladega victory lane.
Rust. What it can do to the outside of your car. Weak, neglected antifreeze can do to the inside. You need the tough anti-corrosion formula of Prestone. Use fresh Prestone every year. Give your radiator and cooling system heavy-duty rust and corrosion protection. No matter what happens to the outside, Prestone protects the inside. Prestone stops the rust that stops your car.
Prestone is now on sale for only $2.99 per gallon after rebate at all Sears Tire and Auto Centers.
What makes a mountain man a mountain man? Let's find out. Must a mountain man be a big burly guy with an axe? A man of steel? Must a mountain man even be a man? Actually, the only requirement is the right beer. Smooth bush beer or easy drinking bush light. So, head for the mountains and learn what makes the typical mountain man anything but.
Iron Mike on rust.
I hate rust.
Iron Mike on tough.
This is tough. Rust tough. This is rust. Oleum? The dictionary defines tough as strong. Not easily influenced. Like me. The definition of oleum is, we sprayed this rusty metal plate with fast-drying rust tough, exposed the rusted metal, then placed it in the torture salt fog chamber. The rust didn't spread. It stayed tough. You want tough? What do you want? Oleum. Got rust? Get tough. Rust tough.
What does a high-speed turn at Daytona have to do with a left turn on Elm Street? At Ford, we race more to learn more about things like safety, because there's nothing like hugging a wall at 200 miles an hour to learn how to improve crosswind stability, or racing in a crowd to learn about safer, more responsive handling. And what we learn in this rush hour traffic, you can use in yours. Have you driven a Ford lately?
After a hard day, most people like to unwind. I need a laugh! So this fall, CBS is spreading the laughs around with 2 new comedies on Monday night. And a whole new comedy lineup on Fridays, featuring some of your favorite shows. That's enough laughs to get you through the week. All you have to do is get through the door.
All those who love great comedy say ah!
Well, here's Ernie Irvan taking a bit of a rest after a whale of an afternoon here in this 90 to 100 degree heat. Let's take a look at the end of this race and the accomplishment of Ernie Irvan here this afternoon as he came down to the line. Sterling Marlin ducked to the inside, but he was out of time as he hit the tri-oval. And by about 5 car lengths, it was Ernie Irvan coming home victorious. What a season he is having. His 3rd win. It puts this with the Sears Point victory out there in San Francisco. And, of course, the Daytona, the Pepsi 400 back here in the early part of July. Chris Economaki will be here with the winner of the Talladega Die Hard 500 following these messages.
Don't let your family get bounced around by bad shocks. Get to Sears now. All shocks are on sale, 20 to 40% off. We're open evenings. We're open weekends. And all Sears service is backed by Sears' promise of satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Save 20 to 40% now on all shocks at the place that installs more shocks than anyone in America. Sears.
Last year, Davey Allison added something new to his car. It wasn't wider tires or a slicker shape. It was the same Haviland Formula 3 motor oil you can buy, straight off the shelf, to add more life to your car with complete protection against heat stress, starting friction, and engine dirt. Now, we're not saying it was Haviland Formula 3 that gave Davey the energy to lead more major NASCAR races than anyone last year and win this year's Daytona 500. But we're not saying it wasn't.
It's the bottom of the ninth, one out, a runner on third. You're down by one, so you strategize. The signal goes in, and the suicide squeeze is on. Your runner takes an easy lead off third because he doesn't want to tip the pitcher that the batter's going to bunt, which he does, and your guy knows it's good, and he's screaming down the chalk. The pitcher's only play is first, and you eat the sacrifice for an RBI and a brand new game. That's the suicide squeeze, and that's baseball.
Oil. It's the lifeblood of your engine. That makes your oil filter your engine's most vital organ. That's why Fram keeps going the extra mile to make the best protection even better. The Fram Extra Guard oil filter. Unique glass fiber paper stops more dirt than any other filter for the best protection ever. Fram Extra Guard. American or import, it's an extra lease on life.
Relive the great American race in this CBS Sports home video, Daytona Drama Danger Dedication. To order by credit card, call now, 1-800-999-VIDEO. Daytona Drama Danger Dedication, only $19.98, plus $3 shipping and handling.
And here's the man who won it, a smiling Ernie Irvan. Congratulations, Ernie, but what about the beginning when you were way down there, behind, got a penalty? Did you ever think you could pull it off?
Well, basically, the penalty didn't matter because we got a flat tire. So put us in the back of the pack and just had to try to work our way up. And a lot of what happened today to a lot of the guys that helped me out through the pack. And our car was fast, but needed help.
What about all of this working with other guys and so forth? Did that go the way it was planned?
Well, you never plan it, but, you know, you do whatever you can when you get out there. And you just see who can help you. And what happens is when my car was real fast, a lot of guys wanted to go with me. So this Kodak car was tough today. And, you know, these guys had great pit stops. And I was just lucky enough to bring her home.
Who gave you the most help?
Oh, man, it was just all day. You know, the 28 helped me a lot at the beginning, and then there through the pack, the 5 car helped me some, and the 42, and there's just so many guys I couldn't remember who it all were.
You have any frights during the day?
Not really. It went pretty uneventful. The car drove perfect all day, and, you know, great pit stops, and the fright was the flat tire at the beginning.
Ernie, a far cry from a year ago. You got up in front of your fellow drivers, and you had to sort of apologize. You didn't do any swerving today, did you?
Well, a little bit, but nothing you got to see. But you know, the car just drove good, and I don't know what you consider swerving, but we zigzagged through a lot of the traffic.
Well, congratulations to your girlfriend Kim. Thanks very much, Ernie Irvan. Now let's go down pit road to Mike Joy.
Well, Sterling Marlin's got a smile on his face, but he'd much rather be standing about 200 feet away where Ernie Irvan is right now. Had a great run today, but you guys got mixed up in that lap traffic in the late stages.
Yeah, the Max House team done a good job. We just, we took it easy early, and when it come time to run, we run, and thought we had where we wanted them, and the boys had a super pit stop and was looking good, and then we caught all the slow traffic, and they was running side by side, lap cars, and here come Ernie, and he had a super killer motor. I mean, that thing would run, and he just passed me on the back straightaway with no problem at all. And if the guys would stayed in line, it would have been okay. It slows you down a second half lap when you get out side by side, and here come Ernie with a clean shot, and there wasn't nothing you could do.
A lot of strategy on pit road. Who was going to stop when? Who was going to stop with who? Were you aware of all that going on?
Well, kind of. Usually the first 4 or 5 lead cars, you try to pit together and stay together. You want to get away from all the mess behind you, and it worked real good. The 4 of us checked out and about had the whole field lapped, and I couldn't say enough for the Max House team, Texas Pete, and the whole bunch. We just come up 2 car lengths short. 8 times finishing in second place. How does that feel? This is big, and here's frustrating. Sit on the pole, and I don't think we had the stoutest car, but it was right there with it. And if just the slow cars would have worked. I mean, there's a lap down, and 4 or 5 laps to go, and they're still racing like it was 10 laps in the race. I just couldn't believe it.
Well, Ken, I'm mindful of another driver who finished second 8 times before he won his first one, Bill Elliott. Ken?
A great run by Sterling Marlin here today. Ernie Irvan, as we take a look at the final results, sets a new record for the Die Hard 500 at 176.3 miles per hour. Let's take a look at these results today. as Ernie Irvan comes home victorious in his first Die Hard race. Finishing in second, Sterling Marlin, followed by Hillen, Rudd, Bill Elliott in the top 5 today. Looking a little further back in the field, it was Kyle Petty in 6th, Michael Waltrip. Chad Little had a great day in 8th. You see Kenny Schrader, winner in 88, finished 9th. The 74, Richard Petty, winner. He had a 15th place today. Good run for Richard. And still further back in the field, it was Hut Strickland for 16th position. Harry Gant came home 17th. He'll be glad to get to Watkins Glen. And Greg Sachs had an 18th. Looking further back, Dale Jarrett, who started out really well today, led some of the early going, wound up in 21st position. Derek Cope, Barry Dotson had told me they really thought they were going to get something to work. It did not. Bobby Hamilton winds up in 26. Stan Smith in 27, ran out of gas early in the going. Charlie Glotzbach back there in 30th position when the thing was finally over. And as we look further back, the Virginian T.W. Taylor in his first run here got a 35th starting finishing position. Stan Fox had 36 today, and Del McCowart, and which brings you the rest of the field. We'll be back with more in a moment.
Ask anyone who's driven a Ford lately. They'll tell you that we're building better cars and creating better ways to buy cars. Like our 4 new Escort LX models. All are equipped with air conditioning, AM/FM stereo, and other great standard features for one low price. Just $10,499. It's an easier, better way to buy. Have you driven a Ford lately? It's more than just a question. It's an answer.
I don't need some fancy cologne to tell me I'm a man. I use Skin Bracer. It smells great, but it also cools and tones my skin. Confidence is very sexy. Don't you think?
Skin Bracer Aftershave by Menon.
If you don't like the looks of your car, shoot it with Son of a Gun from STP. Shoot the dash, seats, tires, and roof. Son of a Gun protecting. Man, what a difference.
Racing. I can't explain it. You're kind of in a limbo zone. Time's different, speed's different. Everything works different. It sounds totally cosmic. What do you mean? It's out there somewhere. It's out there somewhere.
Kyle Petty and Mellow Yellow. There's nothing mellow about him.
Starting cost you to race in this business.
The winning battery at NASCAR isn't a special racing battery.
I have well over 600 NASCAR starts with a Die Hard battery.
It's exactly the same battery you can buy for your car at Sears.
You'd have to be crazy to come out here without a Die Hard.
Sears Die Hard, now celebrating 25 years of starting power.
I have never had a failure on the starting line yet.
You can count on me.
Die Hard, more power when you need it most.
Tonight, a CBS network movie premiere. A girl is murdered by 4 men who bragged about it.
It was just for laughs. You keep your mouth shut.
Yet a whole town kept quiet. People rates it grade A. Gripping, says TV Guide. A good summer surprise.
My name is on everyone's lips.
Who would break the conspiracy of silence tonight?
This CBS Sports Special, the Die Hard 500, has been sponsored by First Brands Corporation, makers of STP's Son of a Gun Protectant. Mellow Yellow and Kyle Petty, there's nothing mellow about them. And by the Die Hard Battery, 25 years of starting power. Die Hard, more power when you need it most.
Back with you live at Talladega, Alabama, and take a look at these point standings after today's battle. Bobby Hillin has put Davey Allison in front of Bill Elliott by 1 point after this 17th event of the season with 13 more to go. Let's join Randy Penburton with the guy who made it all possible for Davey today.
Well, that's first clue, Bobby, in. You put him up by 1 point in the Winston Cup Championship points race. You did an excellent job today in that automobile.
Thank you very much. That was my job, and I thank Robert Yates, the whole Texaco Havoline Thunderbird race team for letting me have this opportunity. You know, the Lord was good to us early on with the rain, and had a chance to get Davey out, get him out safe, not getting too big of a hurry, and we just raced all day, got the car in a great position, and I was happy with where we were. The guys were not handling quite as good at the end of the race. I was having to lift behind them. I had them right where I wanted. Thought I had the winning race car, and then we made the pit stop, and they got me out good. But I thought Sterling was speeding a little coming out of the pits, and I was too, and I eased up a little bit so I wouldn't get a violation. And, you know, I thought, well, I come home the winner, but then they got out free, and I didn't get caught up to them. And they had a good pack of cars they could draft with and got away, but we're happy that we got the job done.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations on a great run. Let's go back upstairs to Ken Squire.
And a final thought from you, Neil Bonnet.
Well, it was just a typical Talladega finish. What's typical at this place? It's always crazy.
Well, drafting was the key here today, no question about it. When those cars got hooked up together and didn't try to pass each other, they pulled away from the field and didn't have anything to worry about but just a couple of themselves, and it boiled down to a two-car race at the end.
As we mentioned earlier, it was just 1 year ago at this racetrack that Ernie Irvan stood up in front of every other driver and apologized. Said he would try to be more patient. I don't think he'll have to ever offer another apology. His great victory yesterday in the first Grand National race held on this track, it was spectacular, and he duplicates that feat here today in winning the 24th annual Die Hard 500. For Ned Jarrett, Neil Bonnet, Chris Economaki, Mike Joy, and Randy Penburton, thank you for being with us. The entire CBS Sports announcing crew saying so long from the Talladega Superspeedway. Be with CBS Sports on Saturday, Major League Baseball, and see either the St. Louis Cardinals play the Pittsburgh Pirates or the New York Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays. That's at 4:30 Eastern. It's golf, the Cannon Greater Hartford Open.
This royal throne of kings, this earth of majesty, this little world.
United brings you non-stop service from 6 U.S. cities to London's Heathrow and the land of poets.
This earth, this realm, this England.
Come fly the friendly skies.
When you look for champions, you look to CBS Sports.
This is CBS.
Big news from the Money Store. Home equity loans as low as 8%.
Phil Rizzuto here for the Money Store with a great summer special for qualified homeowners. Now get a fixed rate home equity loan as low as 8%. That's right, 8%. And your low rate is locked in for the life of the loan. Use the money to pay off your bills, make home improvements, buy a new car. It's up to you. Call 1-800-LOAN-YES right now. The Money Store, where America goes for money.
Mako Auto Painting is always priced right. Our Ambassador Paint Service could be just what you need. We chemically scrub, sand, and prepare your car's old surface bumper to bumper and give it a high-grade oven finish. Mako's Ambassador Paint Service, a great paint value anywhere at only $149. All backed in writing by over 400 Mako centers nationwide. Sound like a great deal? Take a hard look at your car and you tell us. Ambassador Service is a whole lot of value. Now only $149. Because nobody does more for less. If that showroom shine is your bottom line, get Mako.
We're Wapner Newman. Many of you have called us because you know of our reputation for getting results in medical malpractice cases.
Here at Wapner Newman,
Bob Newman and I personally and seriously review every call.
At Wapner Newman, we're different from most law firms. We have an experienced team of medical malpractice lawyers, investigators, and medical researchers.
That's why Wapner Newman is the law firm for serious injuries.
If you have a medical malpractice claim, call 569-0900 today.
A candid discussion about women loving women on the next Maury.
What can incredible inventions do for you? You'll find out on this exciting program. And here's the hostess of Incredible Inventions, Charla Rhymes.
Hi. Thanks, everybody. Welcome to Incredible Inventions. Nice for you to all come. We have a great show planned.
Marilyn Monroe, the last interview.
Beaumont PBA Doubles Classic. Ben Rudy Zabala and Jesus Salud clash for the North American Junior Featherweight Championship on Top Rank Boxing.
Knockdown Thursday, ESPN. Hey!
The wind is still rattling across the Oklahoma prairie, and the weatherman is predicting rain. But the drag fans have come anyway, thousands of them, to watch the contestants chew away at each other until only 7 champions remain. Two rounds of top fuel eliminations have been run off, and now suddenly only 4 drivers are left. Don Prudhomme, one of the coolest drivers in racing history, has been invincible all afternoon. Now he's approaching the line to face off against Larry Hendrickson.
And the win goes to Don Prudhomme. He will go into the final. A lap time 7.19 seconds.
Now it's dark horse Benny Osborne's turn to face the factory-backed might of Steve Carboni and the Robinson Fueler.
Benny Osborne making the turnaround. The super powerful machine of Pete Robinson is following. The red car with Steve Carboni doing the handling.
The storm begins to move in, and race officials hustle Bill Jenkins to the line to face dark horse Ed Miller from Rochester, New York, in the 3rd round of the Superstock eliminations. Grumpy has found the right combination for the rugged Tulsa conditions and appears headed for the championship. But Ed Miller has other ideas. The countdown begins. There it is, a red light, meaning Grumpy left a wink too early and is disqualified. Miller's in the finals. And now it's Ron Mancini and Dick Aaron, a pair of longtime Detroit crosstown rivals, squaring off in the 2nd Superstock runoff. Mancini jumps eagerly toward the starting line. Aaron moves forward.
Countdown starts. Keep an eye on that. There he goes.
There's the green. And there's another foul. In his attempt to stage his car, Mancini drove a few inches too far into the ultra-sensitive electric eye beams. The storm begins to move closer. Dick Ahrens and Ed Miller are hustled to the line for the Superstock Championship run. Riding on the next few seconds is a special $10,000 award, the biggest ever for cars in this class. It's a perfect start, and they roar away into the gathering darkness. The crowd waits for the win light. It's Miller in a tight finish. But there's no time to celebrate Ed's victory now. The storm is moments away, and Benny Osborne and Don Prudhomme move to the line for the Top Fuel Eliminator Final. It's so dark that little more than the exhaust flames licking from the car's nitro-powered engines are visible. And they're neck and neck at the 8th mile. Then Benny makes his move, and the race is his. It's been an afternoon for the underdog, but now the big winner is the weather, and the World Finals come to a sudden halt.
This season, Bill Elliott's doing something he's never done before. Driving the 670 horsepower Budweiser Thunderbird. But only after Junior says it's okay.
When Darrell Waltrip needs a part, he needs the right part, and he needs it fast.
And when you need parts, see the parts team at Western Auto. We've got top name brands and thousands of parts in stock. Right, guys?
Right, DW.
And we've got the right price, backed by our low price guarantee, right?
Right, DW. And pick up quality Raybestos brake shoes or pads for as low as $10.99 per axle set. Raybestos, the best in brakes.
That's why I take our trucks to Western Auto. Right, Jeff?
Wrong, Darrell. Jeff takes your trucks to Western Auto.
Have you ever had an instant party? It's easy, and you don't need balloons. Just stop by Subway and order a sack of different subs. Take them home and slice them up and serve them family style. It's more fun because everyone gets a taste of everything. So if you need to feed 100 people on short notice, if unexpected guests drop by unexpectedly, or you just don't feel like cooking dinner tonight, pick up a sack of subs at Subway. We specialize in solving emergencies with food.
For more information on these and other fine sandwiches, visit the Subway near you.
You're watching ESPN, the Total Sports Network.
While the rainstorm hammers down outside, National Hot Rod Association officials present the prize money and trophies to the 7 champions. Some of the biggest cheers are received by an unassuming Benny Osborne, a young man who unexpectedly beat the best in the business and underlined his win by turning in the low elapsed time and top speed of the meet. Ed Miller's upset victory in the Superstock class becomes all the sweeter with that extra $10,000, making him the biggest winner in the history of Superstock drag racing. Tulsa traditionally marks the end of the National Hot Rod Association's racing season, the last of the major events on the ever-growing schedule of big-time drag competition. A pair of underdogs, Benny Osborne and Ed Miller, outraced the favorites and the Storm Clouds to capture most of the headlines and to prove once expensive equipment to win drag races, a point that Don Garlist himself has proved many times during his fabulous career.
Well, Don, we're back where we started, and it's been really a sensational weekend of racing, I must say. You know, now that this season is just about at an end and we've had all of our major NHRA events completed, let's reflect for a minute on what
brought up the magic 6-second barrier was broken. The cars are running into 6 seconds consistently now. Commonplace. 230 mile an hour has been broken. It's been a fabulous year.
What do you expect for 1968? More of the same?
Right. The innovations that are going to be brought about on these cars in the coming year are going to produce speeds probably approaching 250 miles an hour in the bottom of the 6s. Maybe we'll even see the top of the 5s. Who knows? The tires are fabulous, and we're going to see some new tricks on these fuelers in this next year that people aren't going to believe.
Well,
Well, those words from Don Garlits would prove to be prophetic. Through the rest of the 60s, all of the 70s, and well into the 80s, many of those tricks people didn't believe were on Garlits' own cars, and he still drags a swamp rat out of his museum now and then for an exhibition run. And Don the Snake Prudhomme, well, he's still very active. He became a funny car star and then went back to the top fuel cars a couple of years back. For the Snake and Big Daddy, the glory days of drag racing live on. I'm Dave Despain. That's it for this week. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to Glory Days. This week, Glory Days visits with two of motorcycling's fastest females, Tony Sharpless and Kathleen Coburn.
Anything that you dream up that you would like to try or do, go out and do it.
Checks out transplanted Australian Jeff Brabham.
I always wanted to try driving myself, but it was a matter of waiting for the right opportunity.
Rolls with the annual Big Brothers Soapbox Derby.
I feel like I'm going 500 miles an hour.
And talks to racing legend Richard Petty.
Well, you know, I keep telling them, I said, as long as I'm losing races, there's no way I'm going to retire. So they better let me start winning if they want to see me retire.
Glory Days is brought to you by Pennzoil. Performance, protection, quality.
They might look like ordinary girlfriends, but away from the home front, Tony Sharpless and Kathleen Coburn blow away any notion of the ordinary, about as fast as the speeding 750 Yamaha Superbikes they race for a living. These freewheelers are the only women on the World Endurance Circuit.
It was actually, it would have been harder for me not to get into motorcycles because my father was a Canadian champion before I was born, and he continued on racing motorcycles after I was born, but in a different type. He was racing in the dirt, and I now race on pavement. When we were young, I have two younger brothers, and the three of us fought over a mini bike. And then as we got older, because it was a type of family recreation for us, we just kept using it. You know, instead of going to the movies, we'd go out riding.
I've been doing it for 5 years, and I got into it because my friends took me to a race at Mosport, which is a local track. And I saw the race, and something sparked inside of me, and I thought I just had to try it. My background is with race horses. So a lot of the principles are the same, the way you sit on the machine and balance. So it sparked a great interest, so I wanted to try it.
At the 24 Hours of Le Mans this past year, these girls stonewalled the critics by placing 10th as a team against over 250 other riders.
Racing has completely changed my life because I've changed. All my ambition is towards racing. It's hard to explain. You learn so much about business, and you develop new friendships, and you travel all over the world. It's a completely new life for me. I used to work in an insurance company as a receptionist, and now I travel around with my friend Tony, and we just have a great time.
The great time these two are having is rewarding more than their appetite for adventure. As women, their profile is automatically raised. But as racers, they are proven winners, and the sponsors are lining up.
I get the best of both worlds. When I'm not racing, I still get doors open for me and things like that. And when I'm racing, it's, I get respect on the track. But you have to earn that. I've come up through the ranks. You just don't get it overnight. But if you work on your own bike and do your own thing, you know, looking after yourself and not relying on other people to help you all the time, then you get respect, and that's the best kind of, you know, support that you can get.
One of the most exciting obligations of their sponsorship is the frequent trips they make to Japan, where interest in motorcycling borders on the fanatic.
We're a novelty there, of course, as we are, you know, in other parts of the world. But our fan following is huge there. They just love it. All the women can identify with us. They want to be like us, you know, doing something that they've always wanted to. Not necessarily motorcycling, but just to have the guts to go out and do what they want to do. And we have, you know, a large male fan following too, all different ages. It's really great. And we see all the cameras aimed at us. We're always looking behind us to see who they're taking pictures of, because we can't believe it. It's really neat.
But personally or professionally, these women know that having fun means working very hard. That is why each finds it important to develop interests away from their work. But not surprisingly, both Tony and Kathleen claim that even the quiet times help them mentally prepare to compete. And they offer some well-heeled advice for others.
Anything that you dream up that you would like to try or do, go out and do it.
Tony Sharpless and Kathleen Coburn, like no one else, these women have made their mark.
The Bud Summer Games. It could be the experience of a lifetime.
Red Devil enamel. You can always count on its durable finish. Harder than ordinary paints, its beauty lasts and lasts. Red Devil enamel for the finish of a lifetime.
Excuse me, do you know what stock options are?
I wish I did.
When is the weak dollar good for business? Good? I don't know. The world of finance and investing can be pretty confusing unless you call for this, the Wall Street Journal's video guide to money and markets. It explains the markets in clear, simple English and brings them to life. This exclusive 30-minute video is free when you call for 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal for just $37, over 20% off the newsstand price. Subscribe to the Journal and get a daily view of the whole world of business and how it affects you. Information you know you should know. Call now, and you'll be ready next time someone asks you, are munis always a safe investment?
I'm not sure.
Call toll-free 800-332-1800 for 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal and your free video on money and markets. That's 800-332-1800.
Is she taking medication? No.
I'm getting a line going. Stand back.
The emergency medical services. Aren't you glad they're there? A public service message from Quantum Chemical Corporation.
Jack Brabham is a name that evokes the glory years of Grand Prix racing. As three-time world champion, his aggressive style is still a warm memory of veteran racing fans. But today, another driver is triggering a rebirth in the Brabham mystique. He's Jeff Brabham, and unlike his famous father, he's built his reputation on the American sports car circuit, reigning as the Camel GTP champion for 2 years running. Brabham's childhood reads like the ideal blueprint for a successful driving career. He did face, however, one major obstacle. His father never wanted him to race.
You know, when he retired, he kind of packed us all up from England, and we went back to Australia to live. And he had a Ford dealership there, was sponsoring a Formula Ford, and you know, I always wanted to try driving myself, but it was a matter of waiting for the right opportunity. And you know, when we got back there, I said, look, you know, I'd like to try driving, and he really wasn't very keen on the idea. He didn't actually stop me, but he didn't really help me either. So, you know, after a while, I think he realized that I wanted to race because I wanted to race, not just because he raced. And then ever since then, he's tried to help me as much as possible.
Like most young drivers today, Brabham has relied more than once for moral support from his wife, Rosina.
We've been married for 10 or 11 years now, and she's kind of grown up with me throughout my racing career. So, you know, she's been way down low when things have been going badly, and she's shared the highs with me as well. So we've been through a lot together, and she's been a tremendous support for me, because, you know, we've had some rough times like any other race driver who's trying to make it has, and at times where there seemed like there was no light at the end of the tunnel, and she's just really stuck behind me and supported me, and you know, I'm very thankful for it, because you know, sometimes I think I wouldn't have made it without her.
One of racing's most popular misconceptions is that a driver's life is glamorous. Brabham knows better.
You know, racing's a lot of hard work. You have quite a lot of commitments to sponsors. You live out of a suitcase most of the time, and it's hard. But then again, I think the rewards are worthwhile. I don't think it's hard as going to work at 9 o'clock every morning. So in that sense, I wouldn't say I have the hardest job in the world. It's definitely one of the more enjoyable, and I wouldn't trade it for anything else.
For Brabham, keeping his career in proper perspective is extremely important.
I live on a lake in Indiana, so I like to do water sports, water ski, and you know, I like to play golf, and I try and do things that gets my mind off racing, which is sometimes difficult, but you know, I haven't got any other business interests right now, although in the future I'd like to get involved with something. So basically, I'm just 100% race driver, and you know, when I'm away from the racetrack, I keep myself fit and work out, and you know, just spend time at home.
Perhaps it was the privileged position he had to observe his father's great career that gave the younger Brabham his own taste for IndyCar success.
I definitely have a goal to win the Indianapolis 500. It's always been a goal of mine. And I think if I win Indy, it's probably the ultimate thing for me right now. It's one of those races, if you win, it doesn't matter whatever happens to the rest of your career, you can consider it a success.
Competition is his greatest motivation to race.
I think it's a very hard thing to explain. People, I think, find it very hard to imagine what it's like, and it's very difficult to explain to people what it's like. But basically, the one reason I drive race cars has nothing to do with speed. Speed doesn't excite me at all. It's the competition between the other drivers and the other teams. So if I win a race, I don't think, well, I won the race because I drove the fastest. It's like I won the race because I beat everybody else in the race, and I did my job a little bit better today than everybody else did. And that's what motivates me. You get enjoyment out of driving a race car, which is really working well. There's a tremendous amount of satisfaction, I think, in really hanging it out and really being on top of it all the time. But I suppose if you say to somebody, can you compare it? I'd say, well, it's like kind of you went out and played touch football with your 6-year-old son, and then the next minute tried to block Lawrence Taylor from getting to your quarterback. That's probably what the difference are. You can't imagine. It's just so different from driving a normal car that I don't think people, even if you told them, wouldn't really appreciate it.
With the lean years far behind him, Jeff Brabham no longer has to worry about his financial security.
You know, we came over here in 1978 or 79, and we had zero, you know, and it really has been, you know, a steady climb to where we're reasonably comfortable now. And, you know, your lifestyle doesn't change that much. Just when you go to bed at night, you have a smile on your face instead of crying.
I honestly feel, because of Triple Cast, the viewer can be totally and fully immersed into the drama of the competition. With Triple Cast, There's no interruptions. There's no commercial breaks. On regular TV, you just can't get that. And you can pick the sports that you want to watch. If you want to watch swimming, watch swimming. Basketball, equestrian, diving, and gymnastics, of course, my favorite. You better pick gymnastics. If you have store cable, call right now.
A lot of people out here are out of work. We got like 14 drivers. Half of them don't work. A lot of guys are out of work. It's really tough.
You can go around this state and find literally thousands and thousands of people who, but for EDA, would not be supporting their families because they wouldn't be having jobs.
It feels good to have a job. This is a big help for a lot of people.
EDA, working with GE Aerospace, has been able to preserve jobs and expand the opportunities for people to take care of themselves and have help and hope.
There's a storm brewing on ESPN. Saturday Night Thunder. ESPN Speed Week rolls in to start off a night of lightning quick action. Then it's the radical and the ruthless. And the rumble-tumble excitement of live USAC midgets and sprints. Saturday Night Thunder strikes again on ESPN.
The world of professional racing is big in every way. Fame and fortune, speed and glamour. But take a group of boys, the strangest cars known to four wheels, and a long paved incline, and you'll soon see racing at its most rewarding. It's Toronto's annual Big Brother Soapbox Derby. And the only thing big around here are the hearts of the organizers and the smiles on the faces of all the participants. Winners, losers, crews, and spectators.
Actually, I got involved with Soapbox Derby racing 4 years ago when I got matched with my little brother, Roja, through the Big Brothers organization. And in that, trying to pick a hobby that we could work at something together, we picked the Soapbox Derby to get involved in because it would give us weekends to build the Soapbox Derby car and would give us a common project. So that's how we got involved, and through that spent many weekends during the summer, you know, building it the first year, and seeing that it was my first year with the Big Brothers organization. It did give me, you know, something to, you know, take Roja to, and, you know, that we could work together with.
Sponsored each year by Canadian Tire, Soapbox Weekend is the most anticipated on the Big Brother calendar, and for obvious reasons. Where else can a little know-how and a lot of imagination transform a junk collection of wood, steel, and wheels into the speeding rocket of every boy's dreams?
1, 2, Danny.
The drivers and their vehicles come in all shapes and sizes, and for each action-packed duel, the drama and spirit of professional racing is never far away. Anticipation builds, and the excitement stirs as each team awaits its call to the starting gate. For most of these volunteers and their adopted little brothers, weeks and sometimes months of careful planning and secret building have been geared towards this countdown moment.
At the startup, when we first got involved with it, there's one workshop given by the Big Brothers organization to sort of show you what other cars look like. They give you a manual which give you the rough specifications that it has to be so long, the wheels have to be such a height, it can't weigh more than a certain poundage, and this is all in the manual they give you, and then in the manual they give you maybe 5 or 6 different examples of what people have used in the past. So that's how we first got started in choosing our design.
All the cars come in different shapes and sizes, and while car design is always important to these competitors, safety is priority one.
The main aspect that they look at as far as specifications is for safety. They don't want anything to happen to the little brothers going down the hills. And I think in official Soapbox Derby racing, our cars, or most of the cars in the Big Brothers Soapbox Derby race, would fall into the hobby class of Soapbox Derby racing, because a number of them to be in the actual Soapbox Derby class, which our car would be very close to, they are very strict. So many inches between axle to axle, so many inches from nose to tip, so such a width, such a height, things like that, which I believe ours is extremely close to, but some of the other big brothers and little brothers just treat it as a hobby, and they come up with all sorts of designs, shapes, and sizes. So the main aspect that they key on is just that it's a safe car. And if it looks safe, if the steering is safe, if the brakes look safe, they'll allow it in the race.
Even the local police are kept busy, clocking the racing speeds of each participant. But soon the finale in each category becomes the focus of everyone's attention, and the starting gates open to determine this year's winners.
When I crossed the finish line, it's like, oh, another race, but did I win or did I not win? Or
1, 2,
it's like,
go.
It makes me lose my breath that I went so fast. And it's, when you're going down the hill, it's very bumpy. It's very bumpy. So you're like all shaky. The smell of the rubber when you put your brake pad down, it stinks, but I feel happy.
Red Devil enamel. You can always count on its durable finish. Harder than ordinary paints, its beauty lasts and lasts. Red Devil enamel for the finish of a lifetime.
Here's an automotive tip from Walmart. Cars and budgets last longer when you pay attention to 3 things. How you drive, what you put into the engine, and where you go to buy it. That's why you should choose Quaker State. It's one tough motor oil, and every time you get it at Walmart. For Walmart savings every day of the year. If you care about your car, you'll change your oil with Quaker State. If you care about your money, you'll change to Walmart. Always the low price, always.
It could be the experience of a lifetime.
Excuse me, do you know what stock options are?
I wish I did.
The information you know you should know is in the Wall Street Journal's video guide to money and markets. This exclusive 30-minute video is free. When you call for 13 weeks of the journal for just $37, that's over 20% off the newsstand price.
Call toll-free 800-826-3500 for 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal and your free video on money and markets. That's 800-826-3500.
Monster Motors in Big Irons with men who lived as fast as they drove, challenging Daytona, Riverside, Atlanta, and more in Stock Car Classics Volume 3. Call 1-800-992-VIDEO. Racing's best, including Parsons, AJ, Bobby Allison, and King Richard. Plus, a special bonus, the King and his Superbird in Victory Lane. Beta or VHS, call 1-800-992-VIDEO. Dick Wallen Stock Car Classics Volume 3, just $59.95. Visa and MasterCard welcome. Call 1-800-992-VIDEO now.
Mention the name Richard Petty to any racing fan, and you're likely to get an enthusiastic response from every generation that follows the sport. It's a phenomenon that started in the late 50s, and it continues today. With an incredible 200 victories to his credit, Petty is the winningest driver in the history of NASCAR. He may already have 6 grandchildren, but when we finally caught up with driving legend Richard Petty, we found nothing to indicate this ageless competitor is about to slow down.
The way the season started so far, we've had 3 races and 3 different winners and 3 different people that really dominated those particular races or wound up winning them. And so there's no set deal right now of who's going to have a real good season. You know, we haven't done that good. We ran pretty good at Daytona and ran pretty good last week at Rockingham, but we had trouble, so we've got to get the troubles behind us. I think if we get the troubles behind us, I think we've got the car working pretty good right now.
Petty's record over the years has made him a racing legend to his fans and fellow competitors. And the legend has kept him in the spotlight, even during the lean years.
I guess that's what's keeping it going right now, is because of the legend, because it's been 5 years since we won a race, and if we was in any other situation, that if I hadn't won the 200 races or all the stuff that we've done in the past, then we'd be out of business. So we're living off of stuff that we've done in the past, trying to relive it, I guess, trying to get it back into the mold like that we know it's supposed to be. But again, the last 4 or 5 years has been very frustrating, especially when you've been able to win at a consistent rate, as much or more so than anybody else. And then all of a sudden you're not winning. It's kind of hard to take. So, you know, we're not taking it laying down either. We're working at it and got a bunch of good boys in the shop, and they're going to make it work.
Petty's son, Kyle, is an accomplished NASCAR driver himself, and Richard described the nature of father-son competition.
I think when Kyle wins, even though he doesn't work for Petty Enterprises, that's all family. So, you know, you look at that standpoint that if you can't win and Kyle can't win, you hope they call the race off, you know. And so you look at it from the standpoint that, hey, man, you know, this is great that his grandfather had been able to run and win races, and his father's lucky enough to win some races, and then he's coming along and starting to come into his own. I think he's going to have a super year this year, and, you know, if last week proves anything, then he's going to be tough all year long.
Petty's career has witnessed the growth of NASCAR's stature from its humble beginnings to a multi-million-dollar industry.
Well, I've seen it go from very, very little. I've seen the first race I had in 1949, so then I started racing in 58, and it's just grown by leaps and bounds. But the last 4 or 5 years, it's really, really took off, and I think the sponsorships like STP that sponsors me, Pontiac's been in it, the motor companies are in it, and you're getting a lot of outside monies that are not automotive deal, like Tide and different things like this that are not automotive controlled. So when you do that, then they turn around and talk to the TV people and say, hey, we're putting X amount of money in this deal. We'll advertise the race if you'll put it on TV. So now you got all 29, 30 races a year on TV, and that's been the big explosion. It's just like National Football League or baseball and stuff. They would still be playing in small stadiums with small crowds, except for the TV. So we're in the same boat. The more it's shown on TV, the more people come out to see the races, but then the bigger the money's become in it, so we make better racing. So it's sort of a snowballing effect. Everybody helps everybody.
We asked Petty if he had plans to pursue another career once he's finished with racing.
Right now, I'm a county commissioner in the county. I've been there for 12 years. I'm running again for 4 more years with no opposition, so that means I'm going to be a county commissioner for another 4 years. But right now, that's all I've got time to do as far as politics is concerned. I'm interested in politics. I stay around politics a lot, and there's nothing more political than racing. So I guess I've got a good dose of it.
Sports Illustrated gets you ready for the excitement of NFL football in this amazing new video, the 1992 Pro Football Spectacular. It's free with your paid subscription to Sports Illustrated.
Stay at home if you don't want to get hit.
Call this toll-free number now and get the best of last season, plus Sports Illustrated's view of next year's champions.
If I were to pick one right now, I'd say the Dallas Cowboys.
Plus, you'll also receive a second video free with your paid subscription. You'll get the NFL video of your favorite team, no matter which team you prefer. Pick any one of the 2018 videos. It's your choice. Free from Sports Illustrated. Your team video will take you through the 91 season from the end zones to the locker rooms. Plus, you'll know what's new for 92. Call now to subscribe or renew. Get your 2 free videos and 30 issues of Sports Illustrated for only $1.49 an issue. Save 50% off the cover price. For quicker delivery, use your credit card. You'll catch the best of the year with your 2 free videos and Sports Illustrated. Call now.
Can Alan Kulwicki do it twice in 1 year in the Poconos? He's shooting for his 2nd consecutive win at the Pocono International Raceway, NASCAR's most competitive superspeedway. The Pocono 500, Sunday, live on ESPN.
Have you seen who's been on Speed Week? Speed Week starts off the Thunder every Saturday night. Catch us this week at 7:30 Eastern, live from Portland, side of the G.I. Joe's Camel Grand Prix IMSA race.
You've got the need for Speed Week.
That's it for this week. Next week, Glory Days visits with Juan Manuel Fangio II.
But you know that when you are a kid, you are always watching on TV all these races, and when you are over there, it's like
Well, I'm here now. It's strange.
Catches up with the NASCAR Budweiser team.
So NASCAR has grown tremendously, especially in the last few years with the sponsor involvement.
Looks in on the Rothman Porsche Turbo Cup Series.
By and large, the cars are as close to showroom stock as you can imagine and are very, very quick.
And looks at the world's only drag racing school.
Once you get in the car, you tend to become a little bit humble without any outside interference.
Thanks for joining us here on Glory Days. Glory Days is brought to you by Pennzoil. Performance, protection, quality.
Is an ESPN special presentation.
Stage 13 ended in Italy, and it seemed fitting and proper that Claudio Chiappucci would rule the mountain. Chiappucci flew up and flew down, with Miguel Indurain in hot pursuit, and thinking big picture, meaning the donning of the yellow jersey, which he ended with in '91, started with in '92. Greg LeMond saw his tour chances plummet, while the American that drew yesterday's attention was Andy Hampsten. It all ended with beaten bodies, and it starts anew today with no time to mend. ESPN presents the toughest stage of the Tour de France, the climb to Alpe d'Huez. This is where we're going today, Alpe d'Huez, high in the French Alps, and a gathering place for everyone who has ever so much as stepped on a bicycle. It'll be crowded when we get there, I promise. Hello, everybody. I'm Barry Tompkins, and welcome once again to ESPN's unprecedented coverage of the Tour de France. Well, we start today into the third and final mountain stage, and let me just give you one man's opinion of what it's been like so far. Yesterday, Claudio Chiappucci crossed the finish line, and when he did, he looked like a reject from a Cabbage Patch doll factory. And he was the winner. As to Greg LeMond, he started out bright and early in the morning, got back just in time to put the kids to bed. Greg finished 130th. Pascal Lino started out wearing the leader's yellow jersey. He fell so far behind, he not only lost the jersey, he's got to ride today naked. Now you got a guy in a suit and nice moosed hair who says, wasn't that fun? Let's do it again today in stage 14. But let's make it tougher. As far as I could see, there's only 3 reasons to ride in stage 14 today. One is that somewhere along the line you met a yak and his family and you had them to your house to dinner, and now that you're over here in France, you feel you got to reciprocate. 2 is you ordered a mail-order bride, the airline lost the package, and suddenly she turned up in Alpe d'Huez. And the 3rd thing is you just have a thing about an eagle looking up at you. They say that the winner of this race actually loses 3 years off his life every time he runs in the Tour de France. Well, what you get if you win this year is a yellow jersey, a bouquet of flowers, a kiss from a pretty lady, and an ad campaign. I'm going to Leisure World. Today is the 3rd of the 3 back-to-back mountain stages, and as tough as the first 2 were, this one is considered the most difficult. Pretty to the eye, terrifying to the riders. It only has 4 climbs, but they're the most difficult the racers will see on the Tour. Yesterday, Claudio Chiappucci made it seem not so tough. He broke from the group early and never looked back. Claudio had vowed to do it for his countrymen, but his manner made it a solo act of the toughest sort. nobody could make a serious run at Claudio all day, despite some early efforts. Pasqualino had worn the yellow jersey to the point that he really felt he could buy it, not just lease it. But the mountains sent him downhill. In the final climb to Sestriere, the best were clearly separated from the rest. Chiappucci was going to win it seemed, but Indurain and Andy Hampsten were stalking them and looking relaxed. Indurain seems to ride this race like a guy looking up at the Empire State Building with awe while being keenly aware of the person next to him trying to pick his pocket. But this was going to be Chiappucci's day. He led it almost from start to finish.
Well, just look at this now. I don't know where to find the energy from to run so far behind Chiappucci up this steep climb. But this is what the crowd is waiting for now. The water's passed as Chiappucci heads towards the final kilometre banner. That's what he's been dreaming of for the best part of 5 hours today. And even the race referees are now in the way because the crowd cannot get back far enough. And look at this. I've never seen this ever in a Tour de France. We've seen the crowd come close on Alpe d'Huez, but never this before now as they welcome the Italian to the summit. Greatest victory in his career, there'll be no doubt about that as he kisses the crowd and salutes them. He can't even hold his body off the bike for the salute, he's so tired. Almost 8 hours, what a day, and listen to the crowd.
Miguel Indurain faded down the stretch, showing a vulnerability for the first time. He gave up second place to Franco Vona and lost 45 seconds in the final half mile or so. Andy Hampsten, who is best known as a climber, had his best stage yesterday and finished 5th. But Pasqualino had his toughest day on the Tour. Saw his yellow jersey go away, ending a run of 11 days in yellow. Lino had done well and is another of those names to remember down the road. So after stage 13, the yellow jersey has changed hands. Claudio Chiappucci, you can't say enough about what he did. Greg LeMond, way back in 41st place. But there's the man of yesterday, Miguel Indurain. He and Claudio Chiappucci. Enough about yesterday. Let's look to today, and what a tough stage. Here's Phil Liggett.
Today, Barry, I'm standing high above the little commune of Alpe d'Huez, and over the years, this village has become synonymous with any stage of the Tour de France that has come to the Alps. It is the one where the many thousands of spectators come, not just yesterday, but for a week. They're waiting now for the big showdown. This little village behind me somehow manages to entertain upwards of 500,000 people. The vast majority, I'm afraid, have to sleep in the cars over the last couple of miles of the route. Now, the way up here is very, very steep. They climb onto the plateau of the Alpe from the village of Bourg-Guazon. By the time they get here, they'll be at 5,000 feet. It is a climb of some 7.5 miles. The route here from Italy is equally as hard. The riders coming out over the giant Col de Galibier, I think there they'll ride with a little bit of common sense. They won't push the pace too hard. Then they go on to the Col de la Croix de Fer. That is a very narrow and twisting climb. It'll be even narrower today by the thousands of people packing the slopes. Then they come down to Bourg-Guazon, and then they face the Alpe. Yesterday was a severe day in the Tour de France. It gave us a great winner. And today will be equally as cruel and should do just the same.
All right, thanks very much, Phil. That's Phil Liggett in Alpe d'Huez. I don't know what it is. I expected him to break into singing The Sound of Music. This is the day that everybody waits for, not only the racers, but as Phil pointed out, also the fans. It starts out in Sestriere, Italy, and it comes back into France. This is the last time that we will come out of France and back into it before the race ends here in Paris on the 26th of July. So this is really the one that everybody waits for, without question, the toughest stage on the Tour. And the crowd already assembled at Alpe d'Huez, and there will be hundreds of thousands, literally. We'll be back.
Listen, Coca-Cola's putting together the biggest music event of the summer with the hottest acts in the business. Elton John, Natalie Cole, Eric Clapton. 5 minutes, Mr. Stewart. In Excess, Randy Travis, and more. And you can win collector's edition CDs and cassettes with these great artists. It's all free, but there's only one place you can get them. Right here.
This summer, there's music in the real thing. You could win one of 20 million prizes in specially marked packages of Coca-Cola products.
You've driven these streets 1,000 times.
But tonight, there's something different. Tonight, you're using Exxon 93 Supreme gasoline for a cleaner engine, smooth acceleration, and a full 93 octane.
Let the Tiger set you free.
Rely on Exxon Supreme.
Rely on the Tiger.
From one end of the earth to another, introducing AT&T World Connect service. Now when you're traveling with an AT&T card, country-to-country calls are as easy as dialing AT&T USA Direct. AT&T, it's all in the cards.
Not long ago at Subway headquarters, our founder, Fred, had a good idea. Why not take the best part of a chicken, that being the breast, cook it the best possible way, that being slow oven roasting, and serve it on the best bread around, that being Subway's fresh baked bread. The result, the new sliced roast chicken breast sandwich, a sandwich fit for a king. And since our chicken's 93% fat-free, it's fit for fit kings too.
For more information on the new sliced roast chicken breast sandwich, visit the Subway near you.
ESPN's presentation of the 1992 Tour de France is brought to you by Coca-Cola Classic. You can't beat the real thing. And by Bud Light. Everything else is just a light.
It is a beautiful stage, this number 14, but there is simply no time for sightseeing. This serious business made more serious by the problems that have beset America's brightest hope in the Tour and the three-time winner. Yesterday in stage 12, it seemed that Greg LeMond had hit the wall on the first climb, despite his teammates' attempts to help him and the omnipresent fan support that he always does get in this race. There simply didn't seem to be anything left in Greg's tank. It did seem that it began in San Sebastian. He was tired before the race ever really rolled off the start line. A 36-hour trip from Paris because of a trucker's roadblock seemed to set the tone. LeMond showed snippets of his old self from time to time, but they were temporary. They were usually done in desperation moments. It just seemed that he was playing catch-up the whole race. This morning's sign-in sheet was missing a very important name. The name was Greg LeMond. For all intent, he had an unlisted number today. Paul Sherwin has more on just what motivates these racers.
When Claudio Chiappucci launched that heroic attack yesterday, it changed the whole face of the stage. It forced Gianni Bugno to react early, but he was easily marked by Miguel Indurain. When they came to the final climb up to Sestriere, Bugno faltered. This allowed Miguel Indurain to force home an attack and put time between himself and Bugno, the man he regards as his nearest challenger. But the severity of the chase behind Chiappucci left many riders trailing behind, and one of those was Greg LeMond. And when it was heard he was over 30 minutes back, rumour was rife on the finish line that LeMond would abandon and leave the Tour de France. But he didn't. Why? Because it's not a question of money. It's not a question of team pressure. It's a personal thing. When you come to the Tour de France, it's like trying to climb Mount Everest. You don't want to get halfway and turn back. That's what forces riders on. They don't want the Tour de France to defeat them.
Well, there's no question but that if any stage of the Tour de France is going to defeat these riders, it is going to be this stage, stage number 14. Without question, this is the most difficult mountain stage. Really not as many climbs as there have been in some other stages, but the three climbs that there are all of the hors de categorie stage. That means simply the toughest climb that there is. And it ends in Alpe d'Huez, which many feel is not only the toughest climb in this particular race, but rather the toughest climb anywhere. They are now out on the first climb, approaching the Col du Galibier. As you take a look at Laurent Fignon, he has won this race on a couple of occasions. There was an early breakaway of 6, including Gianni Bugno and Laurent Fignon, the two-time winner of the race, who you see right here, as well as Franco Ciccioli. Ciccioli was a guy who was out there with Bugno, and meanwhile back in the pack, which was not too far behind at this juncture, the Banesto team really trying to protect Miguel Indurain. And one of the reasons that they are is that Gianni Bugno was in that lead pack, and Indurain, if he is worried about anyone now, with Greg LeMond having his problems, is certainly worried about Gianni Bugno. But Ciccioli took the opportunity for a breakaway, and you could see the crowds lining this course from beginning to end. Let's get to the call now with Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwood.
I think more or less, Paul, if it hadn't been for this rather cheeky attack by Bunyo. The main field are doing exactly what we would have expected after that hard day yesterday.
Definitely. I thought they would have stayed much closer together, but Bunyo realizes today's probably his last chance to try and get any time back on Miguel Indurain, so he had to do something extraordinary, which is why he's attacked on one of the earlier climbs. He needs to take 5 or 6 minutes back on Miguel Indurain to be in with a chance of winning the Tour de France. And as you see, as we get to the top here with Franco Coccioli, it's so much steeper at the top. He's really fighting with his bike. He's got about 500 meters to go before he gets over the summit. Then he can have a little bit of a breather on the fast descent down into the valley below.
Well, this is actually extremely steep just before the summit. We came over the Col de Glibier just before midnight last night as we made a run out of Sestriere to get to Alpe d'Huez and avoid the crowds. Well, we didn't really avoid the crowds because they were already on the climb, settling down with their stoves going, their tents were pitched, and they were having a marvellous party which seemed in a totally different world. It was a wonderful atmosphere. Now they're well primed to welcome the Tour de France towards the top of the Col de Glibier. And again, it's an Italian who's making his way to the summit first. Franco Coccioli, 4 victories this year to his name, with all of those in Italy. Now he's looking for what would be a superb victory if he can survive, of course, all the way to Alpe d'Huez. He set himself an awfully big target. What's this? Miller is down. This has been a crash. Well, we don't know how this has happened.
They've gone round the corner there. There must have been a touch of wheels. Gianni Bunyo went down. Robert Miller's gone down. And I will think we'll see Laurent Fignon waiting for him. I don't know how that happened, but it could well have been just a touch of wheels or a spectator who was too enthusiastic coming round the corner and they touched them.
Well, we're seeing Coccioli go over the summit of the Col de Glibier. There's a lot of exciting talk on Radio Tour at the moment, but I don't think anybody quite saw what happened there. But it was either a touch of wheels between the two of them because the angle of the virage, the bend there, the corner, is so steep, they may well have touched wheels.
So Coccioli coming over the crest of the Col du Garbier. That is the first of the 3 climbs today. Let's take a look back and see what happened in a crash with Gianni Bunyo and Robert Miller. Now watch the gentleman up on the left of your screen wearing the pink. He wants to take a picture of Bunyo. He's saying, "Say Formaggio." Over his foot goes Bunyo and down, and Miller right behind him also going down. Gianni Bunyo, to say the least, not too happy. In your face, as they say here on ESPN. We'll be back.
I honestly feel, because of Triplecast, the viewer can be totally and fully immersed into the drama of the competition. With Triplecast, there's no interruptions, there's no commercial breaks. On regular TV, you just can't get that. And you can pick the sports that you want to watch. If you want to watch swimming, watch swimming. Basketball, equestrian, diving, and gymnastics, of course, my favorite. You better pick gymnastics. If you have store or cable, call right now.
When we discovered the Columbus Farmers Market, we found a place where we could get exactly what we want.
I got the hardware, and Betty got the clothes.
I got the vacuum cleaner, and Eustace got the music.
We both sat down and had a good meal.
Of course, there was some confusion about getting the produce.
Now, Betty, you asked me to get some tomatoes.
Those tomatoes look a little too ripe.
Aww.
And I had to make sure they weren't freshly squeezed.
Sunday night, the pennant chase begins to heat up. Ryan Sandberg and the Cubs try to chase down Barry Bonds and the first-place Pirates live at 8 Eastern on America's Game of the Week, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball.
Yes, if I had a second chance and could choose to be a politician or go into sports writing, not playing, but writing, I would have taken writing. Writing, commentating, or whatever.
Barry Tompkins back with you. You look at Laurent Fignon pulling Gianni Bunyo back into things after that crash. Let's us get back to the call now with Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwin. Gentlemen.
And that is the most unlikely crash I've ever seen in the Tour de France there. The world champion on the floor, as in fact his teammate Fignon takes him over the top in second place, 46 seconds down. Bunyo goes over in third, Miller goes over in fourth. In fact, Paul, I haven't seen Stevens. There is the chance, of course, he has gone over the head of that little group and the cameras haven't taken him.
Very unfortunate. I'm trying to get some information. The radio's not telling me what's going on at the moment, but it may well be just an innocent little accident, somebody touching wheels and falling off.
And now we see the field coming up towards the summit. There's Pedro Delgado just going through our picture. The yellow jersey dictating the pace here at the front with Claudio Chiappucci again, dancing his way to the top of a big climb, making a few more points as he comes up over the top of the Col de Galibier. A beautiful day in the Alps today, one of the finest, I think, as the riders now begin their long descent of this col and head off towards their next rendezvous, the Col de Croix de Fer. And the time gap is counting, remember, on Franco Chioccioli. We now start the descent.
The first few kilometers of this descent are very, very technical. You see how twisty it is. You have to relent. You have to re-accelerate after every corner. Once we get past the first 2 or 3 kilometers, it's a very straight road and a lot quicker.
The riders coming up the climb, but a long way down the climb, I'm afraid. We have to confirm that Greg LeMond has been given a time gap of almost 15 minutes, a similar gap as that of the giant Col de Liseron yesterday. And LeMond refusing to give up at the moment. If he does have to go out of this tour, it looks like Greg is going to be kicked out, and he certainly won't abandon his 7th Tour de France. And you can't do more than that. On the climb up here, the news reaches that Miller has got back into that group. In fact, Miller has rejoined Bunyo and Fignon. At Le Volvo on the left of our picture, the team man who helped Greg LeMond to his victory in the Tour du Pont in the United States this year, now struggling with the rest of them. Well, in fact, the radio tour has confirmed that Neil Stevens went over the top of the Galibier in 2nd place, 37 seconds behind Chioccioli, and Fignon came over in 3rd place with him. Bunyo Miller was with them too. He's back. So it does seem as though they've recovered from that nasty little tumble.
Meanwhile, while Greg LeMond continues to struggle, some 16 minutes back reportedly, this stage shaping up well for another American, Andy Hampsten. Still recovering from bronchitis, he did very well yesterday and looks for more.
I was worried about the distance, but I knew it was better to be in front because it would be a steady pace. So it worked out pretty well. You know, I did blow up in the last 10 Ks, but limited my losses, and I'm pleased. You know, usually it's not where I'm good.
But after a hard stage like today, how can you think about tomorrow? Because you've got to try and do the same thing again. Any thoughts for Alpe d'Huez?
I'm not thinking about tomorrow.
But he wasn't thinking about tomorrow yesterday, but this is tomorrow. And Andy Hampsten, I'm sure, is thinking about it seriously and doing pretty well. 1/3 through the big climbs and more to come.
This summer, there's only one place you can see every minute of every game of the U.S. Olympic basketball team live. The dream team of Jordan, Bird, Ewing, Robinson, Pippen, Drexler, Mullen, Barkley, Stockton, Malone, and Magic. How? Order the Olympics Triple Cast. You get 3 channels running simultaneously, 24 hours a day. All your favorite Olympic events with absolutely no interruptions. All for only $29.95 a day. Order now and get all 15 days for only $125. That's less than $9 a day. Call 1-800-OLYMPIC to order. It's like being courtside for 8 All-Star games, and there's only one way to see every minute of every 800 Olympic for the Dream Team. The Olympics Triple Cast, the only way to see every spectacular minute of these historic games. The Olympics Triple Cast. Call 1-800-OLYMPIC. Order now.
Barry Tompkins, welcome back. Andy Hampsten has now joined the lead group of 5 as they start the second climb up the Col de Croix de Fer. Franco Vona, Jens Nevens, Jesus Montoya, and Eric Boyer are there as well. But that is Andy Hampsten, and that is good news for American hopes. Let's pick up the call now with Bill and Paul.
Gianni Bunyo, the winner at Alpe d'Huez the past 2 years, and the way he's riding right now, he may not see Alpe d'Huez because he looks to me as though he is in terrible difficulty here on the climb of the Croix de la Fer. The world champion, Gianni Bunyo, apparently cracking in the Tour de France, and this was not expected. He was the man who set off by launching the attacks today, as indeed he was yesterday, but he hasn't had the strength, Paul, to continue.
Well, he hasn't. He may well have used too much force in that early attack, trying to surprise Miguel Indurain. In fact, what they were saying earlier this morning was his team manager told him to attack early in the stage today to try and get rid of Indurain, because he thought that Indurain had cracked towards the end of the stage yesterday, and it may well be Indurain's weakness. But I think that was totally wrong, and he may well have spent too much force trying to get rid of Indurain, and now he's paying the cost.
And Indurain still with the strength of some of his Benesto riders around him here, setting the tempo on the climb. 2 minutes and 20 seconds is the time check. There it is, of the small group up front on the yellow jersey group, the Maillot Jaune. But Indurain just sits here and taps out the pedals. I don't think he's even aware that Bunyo is hanging off the back of this group.
I don't think he's even thinking about it. All he's thinking about is just keeping at the front, keeping out of danger. And looks like Richard Virenque on the left-hand side of the picture there, who's actually really changed riders since the start of this Tour de France. He's got his jersey ripped open at the moment. They all have full zips for when they ride in the mountains, because it is so hot climbing up here that the riders just try to get as much air as possible onto themselves to try and keep cool, and then they'll zip it up for the descent when they're shooting down at something like 50 miles an hour.
Indurain just sits in the middle, exercising his power over this chase group now as the new leader of the Tour de France. And this is indeed a sad sight. Gianni Bunyo just about keeping those pedals going round, wearing the rainbow jersey of the world champion. His whole Tour de France seemingly in ruins now.
So Gianni Bunyo working very hard, and probably harder than he should be at this juncture. One of the favorites. Here's another one of the favorites. And if this picture looks familiar, well, it probably should. Greg LeMond playing catch-up. Almost immediately today, he was a minute behind the peloton, and it simply got worse. LeMond had talked of being tired from day one. Today, it just got the better of him once and for all. When he reached the feeding station today at Saint-Jean-Mauriac, that came at the 103-kilometer mark. He trailed the leader by a full 26 minutes. Yesterday, remember, he finished 50 minutes behind the leader. It simply was enough. And for the first time since racing in this Tour de France, Greg LeMond had abandoned. There was no one thing. It was cumulative, and it started even before the event itself. Greg LeMond out of the Tour de France.
So the riders heading up towards the top of the Col de Croix de Fer now, high in the Alps. Little bit of a surprise that Jan Navens is here, but the rest are recognized men of the mountains. Andy Hampson here dropping back, but I think only to speak to his team car, which is trying to get a word in his ear. They are building a lead of just on 2 minutes, so they're losing a little bit of ground to the chase group of Miguel Indurain. But the big news, Gianni Bunyo is riding almost 90 seconds behind Miguel Indurain on this climb.
That really is devastating for the Italian, because he thought he could challenge Miguel Indurain all the way to Paris. And yesterday, I think he must have been very upset to lose so much time. Today, he came out of the block straight away on the second climb and tried to attack him. And he cracked now today, and he's way off the marker. He's about 1.5 minutes down. And I think the way he was going the last time we saw him, he'll be a lot further back.
We, too, will be back in just a moment. The climb up to Col de Croix de Fer continues. Don't go away.
If you're into looking good, get into Bud Light. The clean, fresh taste won't fill you up, never let you down.
You can taste it, feel it, know you got it right. 'Cause everything else is just a light. Everything else is just a light. Everything else is just a light. Everything else.
Like new blue jeans and old memories, some things were made to fade, but not Dutch boy, not the kid, not on your life, no way, Jose. Gonna stick with you right and clear, year after year. Some things were made to fade away, but not Dutch boy. Ooh, we gotta look that land. We got the look that land. We got
Hello everyone, I'm Robin Roberts. The Summer Olympics are about to get underway in Barcelona. Before they do, get a preview of the games in a Sports Center special, Seeking Spanish Gold, Wednesday night at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN.
20 miles of climbing. It takes the riders just on an hour to climb the Col de la Croix de Fer. And it was Eric Boyer who's setting the pace at the minute, who created this little split. He's chosen the good move. It's a little bit sad for Robert Miller, who went on the earlier attack on the climb of the Col de Galibier, because the riders who went with him were the wanted men of the Tour de France. Gianni Bugno was not going to be let to get too far ahead, and as a result of that, that breakaway was wiped out on the descent of the Galibier. But these riders have a better chance of success today, because Indurain will just restrict their movements, but he's got no real reason, Paul, to bring them back.
None at all, really. Hampton is a lot further back down the marker board. He's 11 minutes behind, although he's in 8th place. So Miguel Indurain won't be too worried about that as they come up to the 1 kilometre to go marker. Strange how cycling works. Eric Boyer, just a few days ago, was regarded as a domestique. He was a climber there in the Tour de France to help Greg LeMond, but it could change so quickly in the stage of a race. And now Eric Boyer will tonight be the leader of the Z team.
It has been a very tough day indeed, and in fact a tough Tour de France in general for Greg LeMond, who dropped out today. We will have an update a little bit later. Meanwhile, the second major climb continues with strain on man and on two-wheeled machine. You know, to the public, the riders are the heroes, but as Paul Sherwin points out, the riders have heroes of their own.
As far as I'm concerned, the worst job on the whole of the Tour de France has to be that of the team mechanics. They're the first to rise every morning, readying the 40 bikes which each team may be required to use in a day. Once the riders finish their day's racing, the mechanics are at work again, sometimes late into the night. It's a tough job at the best of times, but as the race approaches the mountains, they have an added load. The gear ratios have to be changed on a daily basis, depending on the mountain passes that have to be tackled. It's tough on the riders when they crash, but for the mechanics, it's just more work, which is why sometimes along the race route, you can surprise one of them taking a catnap in what would normally be regarded as the best seat in the house. Amongst the riders, there are no holds barred along the route to win the race, but the mechanics often have to work in the most dismal conditions, setting up shop wherever they can, usually in cramped quarters. Not exactly the glamour job that you would think. All of this breeds an incredible camaraderie, and mechanics from opposing teams will often help each other just to finish off business.
All right, thanks very much, Paul. Meanwhile, let's get back to the race. The leaders now approaching the summit of the Col de Croix de Fer.
And the crowd almost as deep here, in fact, as it was at Cestre yesterday when the Italian police had a little bit of trouble in guiding Chiappucci to the line. But look at this. The Carrera banner's out again. That's Chiappucci's team. But he's not in this group. They've managed to tame him, for at least for the moment, in the Tour de France. He's back in the Indurain group, riding alongside him. He's now, of course, second in the Tour de France. He's got more responsibilities to think of than perhaps going for a stage win. But as the riders now hot up the pace, Eric Boyer is leading them up to the summit of the Col de la Croix de Fer. And this is a nasty climb behind them now.
Well, as they come up to the top, they'll go over the top with a good lead. They've got to race down the other side, go along the valley, and then in front of them is the climb of Alpe d'Huez. As we come up to the top here, you see people handing out the newspapers. The riders will put that through their underneath their jerseys. Boyer going off in first place. Second was Hampton. Third was Franco Vona.
All the leaders over the top. Fourth was Montoya, fifth was Jan Nevens. And here, see, that average speed is still very high for the day. 21 miles an hour, 32.6 kilometers. 4 hours so far. I'm not surprised that there are riders in terrible difficulty behind the race today. Amongst the retirements, Ken Gialta from the Ali Austria team and Dante Rezzi from the RMO squad. But the big name, of course, that of Greg LeMond, added to the list of retirements today. So there are now only 143 riders left in the Tour de France from the 198 that set away from Spain over 2 weeks ago.
Absolutely incredible piece of work here being done by Julian Gorospe. He's ridden nearly the whole of this climb at the front without looking to anybody else to help him. He won't even be thinking about the Alpe d'Huez today. All he can think about is keeping the tempo high enough for Miguel Indurain to stay there in comfort and try and nullify any attacks. And the pace that he's setting, nobody really wants to attack because it's going to be very uncomfortable.
The steep slopes of one of the toughest climbs in this year's Tour de France. And the crowd balanced precariously on the edge of the col today as they watch the top riders now come up, led by Julian Gorospe, the teammate of Miguel Indurain. The select group of about 25 riders chasing a leading group of 5. The clock counting down. It's just on 2 minutes now since that 5-man group went over the top. And Gorospe brings up the main chase group in the Tour de France today. 5 men are over. Gorospe will go over in 6th place. Gorospe, in fact, Chiappucci's just nipped in front. He won't give up those King of the Mountains points. He's taken a few more there just to make sure of that lead, but it'll be a big surprise now if he loses his lead in the King of the Mountains. He has such a good overall margin.
So Claudio Chiappucci keeping the polka dot jersey, and he will keep himself near the top of the overall leadership as well. The Pittsburgh Pirates also near the top of the overall leadership. They won 5 out of their last 6. They play the Chicago Cubs tonight as baseball exclusively right here on ESPN tonight at 8. We'll be back.
From one end of the earth to another, introducing AT&T World Connect service. Now when you're traveling with an AT&T card, country-to-country calls are as easy as dialing AT&T USA Direct. AT&T, it's all in the cards.
Your restaurant must be unique, so discreet that waiters are discouraged from mingling with the diners, and a seafood risotto that you can reassure your chef lingers even now in the memory.
The Parker Duofold, guaranteed for a lifetime of
Of NFL football in this amazing new video, the 1992 Pro Football Spectacular. It's free with your paid subscription to Sports Illustrated.
Stay at home if you don't want to get hit.
Call this toll-free number now and get the best of last season, plus Sports Illustrated's view of next year's champion.
If I were to pick one right now, I'd say the Dallas Cowboys.
Plus, you'll also receive a second video free with your paid subscription. You'll get the NFL video of your favorite team, no matter which team you prefer. Pick any one of the 2018 videos. It's your choice. Free from Sports Illustrated. Your team video will take you through the 91 season from the end zones to the locker rooms. Plus, you'll know what's new for 92. Call now to subscribe or renew. Get your 2 free videos and 30 issues of Sports Illustrated for only $1.49 an issue. Save 50% off the cover price. For quicker delivery, use your credit card. You'll catch the best of the year with your 2 free videos and Sports Illustrated. Call now.
This New York homeboy is in your face.
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 In your face, mate.
ESPN, ESPN, your face.
We are about to start the final climb, the peloton chasing the lead pack, which incidentally includes Andy Hampsten. Look at Benesto protect the yellow jersey of Miguel Indurain by keeping the pace up.
But the news is that Gianni Bugno is back in this group after a long chase over the valley, but we've had no news on Stephen Roach. So Bugno is back, and now he's going to have to go through all that pain again, Paul, as we start the climb of Alpe d'Huez.
We're really going to have to see if he has recuperated. He had a very hard chase to get back. 2.5 minutes behind at the top of the Croix de Fer. But there hasn't been that much of a chase in this group here because the 5 riders in the front are actually increasing their lead at the bottom of the Alpe d'Huez. They had 3 minutes and 50 seconds lead, but now the battle is going to start.
Andy Hampsten in the center of our picture. On his left in the white jersey is Franco Vrono. He's on the right as you look at these pictures now. Hampsten in the middle. Eric Boyer once finishing 5th in the Tour de France. Hampsten himself has finished 4th. At the back on the left is Jesus Montoya. And the rider just to our right behind Hampsten is Jan Navens. They are the men today trying to take advantage of the other battle for the yellow jersey. And Andy Hampsten could be moving himself right up the overall classification with this ride today. If he can finish it off now with a great ride on the Alps, Hampsten could be in the top 4 or 5 riders by the end of the day.
On top of that, this has got to be a stage really tailor-made for Hampton. The stage that he won earlier this year, which actually helped him to win the Tour of Romandy, was the finish at the top of one of the big mountains there in the Romandy area of Switzerland. He really has been in his past a magnificent climber, but today he's done a lot of work in this group to try and make sure they pull back as much time as possible. Let's hope he's got enough left in those legs to try and do something later on. But the attacks will certainly come as we get onto the steeper part of the climb. There, the gap has come down a little bit, 3 minutes and 57 seconds.
Well, it's hovering more or less the same as they come onto the base there, Paul. But you have ridden up Alpe d'Huez on a number of times in the Tour de France. Perhaps you can remember the pain.
Well, I can remember the pain. It's something you never actually forget. The ride is here on the first part of the climb, which really is hard. You've used the big gear all the way down the valley, and then when you get to the Alpe d'Huez, that first corner you have to climb up to, it's just changing from the biggest gear on your bicycle to the smallest gear on your bicycle, and it really is painful, especially for a rider like I was. I was never a climber, and these riders, they must be going through torture.
Indurain, third in line. They approach now at the start of Alpe d'Huez themselves with a deficit of nearly 4 minutes. And we've noticed, in fact, being very active in this bunch today, Gert-Jan Teunisser, a winner on the Alps in the past. And over the years, the Dutch cyclist has won on here 8 times. On the 16 occasions we've climbed the Alps. So it's the big man, Jean-François Bernard, who rode a similar great ride up the Alpe a year ago for Miguel Indurain, positioning himself again on the front.
Definitely the one Banesto rider there who's done his job. He went to Miguel and said, Miguel, that's it. I can't do any more. Good luck, my man. We're going up the first part of the climb here. It's very, very steep. You climb up to the first corner, which comes back on yourself. It would say 21 corners to the summit there. Indurain sliding back down the group a little bit as Jean-François Bernard remains at the front, setting the pace. On his right shoulder, Claudio Chiappucci, the hero of yesterday's stage.
There's Robert Miller moving to the front on the inside here. Robert, who is on the attack on the Galibier, but the formation of the group at the front then wasn't the right one, unfortunately for him. Now Miller still has a chance. 4 minutes, you know, is not a lot on a climb as steep as the Alpe, and it's certainly closable on this climb. Chiappucci is moving to the front on the left of our picture. They'll be happy to let Bernard set the early pace on this climb. It starts very, very steeply indeed. It zigzags every 150, 200 yards or so on a hairpin bend back on itself. And after about 7 or 8 minutes of climbing, the houses in the village of Bourg-Blasson simply look like anthills.
And to those who are 30 minutes or so behind the peloton, they are anthills. We'll be back.
When the network Olympics coverage shows rhythmic gymnastics,
I want to watch boxing.
when the network's showing synchronized swimming,
I want to watch the Dream Team.
when the network's showing equestrian jumping,
I want to watch track and field.
then you want the Olympics Triplecast, where you're in control, where you can see what you want when you want, because now you've got 3 exclusive cable channels, each televising different live events simultaneously with no interruptions, 24 hours a day. You'll see every minute of every game of America's Dream Team. You'll watch every punch thrown by an American in this year's Olympics. You'll see track and field like never before. But to get the Triplecast, you've got to order the Triplecast. Call your local cable company now. You'll save money, too, because a full day of Olympic programming is regularly $29.95. But if you order now, you'll get 15 days for less than $9 a day, a savings of 70%.
With Triplecast, I finally get to see the Olympics the way I want to see them.
Call your local cable company now for the Olympics Triplecast. You won't be sorry. Familiar faces, rising stars, veterans of the game. They all tee off in a major championship, the U.S. Women's Open, beginning Thursday at noon Eastern, live on ESPN.
Tonight on SportsCenter, it was Faldo's tournament to win or lose. We'll wrap up the British. The Braves say 8 is not enough. They go for 9 straight. And we'll update Davey Allison's condition. It's all tonight.
Here's an ESPN program note. We don't want you to miss the hour-long edition of SportsCenter coming up tonight. We start at 11 o'clock. We'll have the highlights of the British Open, which did finish today, and our Sunday night conversation with Richard Nixon. He talks about baseball, amongst other things. Hey, the whole tape, too. No holes in it. At SportsCenter tonight at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. Meanwhile, on their way up the Alpe d'Huez, Franco Vono, who had a great day yesterday, Eric Boye of Team Z, and Andy Hampsten, who could have his greatest day ever. Let's get back to the call now as this race winds down.
The American flag flying proudly on the slopes of Alpe d'Huez as Andy Hampsten brings this race towards his last 2 kilometers today. This would go down as a magnificent victory if Andy could pull it off. His tempo has slowly reduced that leading group from 5 to just 3 now. Jan Navens has gone. But these are the danger riders coming up behind him. They are catching up, and it's all because of the pace-making of Claudio Chiappucci having his second great day in the Alps. This time not on Italian soil, but back on French soil in the Tour de France.
Well, it isn't. It might not be Italian soil today, but really, apart from the Dutch people who come here every year in their crowds, I don't think I've ever seen so many Italians on the slopes of the Alpe d'Huez. They all came across, I think, last night during the night from Sestriere to set up camp here, and Boyer looks like he's cracked. Hampsten setting the pace on. He knew that Boyer was the danger man, and he's lost 15 or 20 meters here, and the 2 riders at the front who've been setting the pace since the bottom, Andy Hampsten and Franco Vona, are moving clear. Boyer rocking his head a little bit now.
Well, this is absolutely amazing, but Boyer has gone now. He was the man that started this move. He was the man that launched the attack. Hampsten spotted it and went to him. And now Andy has only to lose one man, Franco Vona, but I don't think he'll find Vona so easily shake off.
Definitely not. Vona riding exceptionally in this year's Tour de France. But now Vona realizes that Hampsten has got a lot of force left in his legs, and he's dropped back a little bit. He's probably going to try and shelter from the American for the next few kilometers. But Hampsten really, to be sure of victory, will have to try and go alone, because Vona really is a good finisher. Now you see he's done exactly what I thought. He's slipping into the slipstream of Hampsten, letting Hampsten setting the pace.
Well, Hampsten isn't setting the pace, Paul. Hampsten is driving away. Andy Hampsten is riding superbly today. The rider who came in the 1985 Tour de France, 1986 Tour de France rather, when he finished 4th at Best Rookie. I remember the following year he didn't do quite so well, but I remember David Finney, the former US champion, saying to me then, one day Hampsten will win the Tour. Well, we've waited for that day, and we are still waiting, and it won't be this year either. But Andy Hampsten is riding as well now as I've ever seen him race in his life before.
Well, definitely, this is the man who we saw help Greg LeMond on his way to Super Bagnères when he was told to hold back and wait for the American to pace him on the slopes there so he could go away and take the yellow jersey. This is the man we saw helping them in the Puy de Dôme. I've seen him climb so exceptionally, but not for 5 or 6 years. But this year, he really seems to have returned to the form that he had in his youth, and he really is climbing away from everybody else here. And once he gets the bit between the teeth, it's going to be very difficult for them to come back and help him.
Alone on the slopes of Alpe d'Huez, as all of the great winners of this stage have always been. They come to the top by themselves. Hampsten now can look to no one. Not that he's looked to anybody on this climb anyway, because he set the pace from the bottom and destroyed this breakaway one by one. This is the only group now who can spoil his great day, and in it, the 2 great riders of this year's Tour de France, Claudio Chiappucci and, of course, Miguel Indurain.
Well, there he is, moving away from Franco Vona quite easily. It's now a good 100 meters, which doesn't seem very much, but on a climb like the Alpe d'Huez, it is an eternity to try and bring back that kind of distance. Another nice little anecdote, I think, at this time is to mention that the team manager who's following right behind Andy Hampsten is, in fact, Henny Kuiper, the second team manager of the Motorola team, and he himself has won twice at the top of Alpe d'Huez, and I'm sure he spoke to Andy Hampsten this morning at great depth to explain to him how the race can be won here.
And now we're beginning to see the crowds assure signs of the riders too. They are climbing now towards the final climb in the Alps. They're very close to the finish, about 7 kilometers maybe from the top for this group. And this crowd haven't just been here for overnight. They've been here perhaps for 2 or 3 days waiting to see the Tour come to them. Chiappucci, the champion he is, setting the pace. The champion of Spain sitting on his right shoulder, Miguel Indurain, aiming to become the first Spanish rider to do the double by winning the Tour of Italy and Spain in the same year.
It's quite amazing, Chiappucci. His team manager came out to him before and said, look, take it easy. Indurain is the man with the yellow jersey. But as far as Chiappucci was concerned, it wasn't going fast enough, so he's gone to the front. He wants to try and get the stage victory. He got one yesterday. This man really wants to race. He doesn't care about tactics, and all the time, all Miguel Indurain has to do is just be careful and watch what he's doing. But You see at the back, Richard Viron suffering a bit. But way up the mountain here, Andy Hampson is riding away from them all. Time is coming down a little bit, but Hampson has got his rhythm now. He knows he doesn't have to worry about any of the other competitors who are with him in that breakaway. He's just going to try and time trial to the finish.
And when we come back, Andy Hampson in the midst of his proudest moment. We'll be back.
Bonjour.
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 Honey, ask where we can find those famous flambéed tarts.
Où peut-on danser avec les tartus flambés?
And what time does the museum open?
À quelle heure? Porte la fusée. I forgot the map. I'll be right back. Pardon.
Oh, wait.
Those earrings are gorgeous.
Oh, don't tell him. It'll kill him.
You don't have to speak French to visit the French provinces. Just call for our free 1992 France Discovery Guide, Alsace brochure, and your own toll-free assistance hotline card. And don't forget the American Express card, the official card of tourism in France.
We've just discovered an artifact used by Columbus himself on board the Nina.
That's a mug from Long John Silver's. Just 99 cents with any meal. I have a complete set.
We just discovered a complete set of artifacts.
Go fish, Long John Silver's.
Barry Tompkins back in Paris. You were watching the end of the climb up the Alpe d'Huez. This is Claudio Chiappucci and Miguel Indurain, the wearer of the yellow jersey, and they are chasing Andy Hampson, who will win this stage and win it in most impressive fashion. Hampson heading for a pretty terrific personal moment just ahead.
You can now see the top of the Alps, and so too can Andy Hampson. For the last half of this climb, he has ridden alone. His face is told us something, but there looks now to be a little bit of pain there. That was the last rider to be dropped. Here he is, Franco Bona. He's about half a minute behind, and I don't think even he will spoil the day for the United States on the Alps today. 2 kilometers to go for Andy Hampson. The crowd are now safely locked behind the barriers. All of a sudden, there's space to breathe up here.
Well, Hampson getting to the easiest part now, looking over his shoulder to see how far behind him Franco Bona is. He's just got to get over the top there, through the tunnel, and he'll get a little bit of respite to be able to get a bigger gear in and head for the line. He'll be looking now for the last kilometer banner. Bona at 35 seconds at the moment. One other man in front of Miguel Indurain is Eric Boyer, but he's 2.5 minutes behind Andy Hampson, and these two riders are still round about 3 minutes as Indurain tries to find a way through the crowd. He fights his way to the top of the Alpe d'Huez, and almost certainly now, I think Miguel Indurain will be the top man when we go to Paris.
I don't think there's much doubt about that now. He has proved himself by elimination of everybody around him that he is the best rider in this year's Tour de France.
Well, Hampson doing an incredible performance. I've just got another time check. He's actually 3 minutes and 55 seconds in front of Miguel Indurain. And Franco Bona here looks to me like a man who has really exploded. He can't get those gears over at all. He really is suffering. And Hampson is on the flat part of the course, picking up speed, and he's really flying towards a most incredible victory.
Andy Hampson has kept us waiting a long time for this great day, ever since he promised us big things back in 1986 when he won the Tour of Switzerland, and he went on to win the white jersey, the best rookie in the Tour de France, but he also finished fourth. On that occasion, Greg LeMond was winning the Tour de France for America. Indurain, the man the crowd has come to see along with these is Claudio Chiappucci. This crowd balanced as Italians and Spanish supporters. And a little bit more regimented and orderly than the crowd we had on Sestriere yesterday. They have much more space to ride at their own pace, but they're not going to pick up. Indeed, they're going to lose more time, I think, to Andy Hampson. And Hampson is going to find tonight he will have closed the gap considerably. He started the day in 8th place, 11 minutes and 16 seconds down. A 4-minute gain today. We're moving on probably to 5th and maybe even higher.
Well, he's going to be very pleased with his day, but look at this man, Miguel Indurain. He doesn't seem to show any emotion at all. He just sits there and pumps away at that bicycle. And Claudio Chiappucci, well, he's an incredible rider. He's fought all the way through the mountains. He's still fought today, but here is the red flag for Andy Hampson. He's got 1 kilometer to go to take that final stage victory, and I think he really will savor that, because for a climber, I think one of the best places in the world to win is at the top of the Alpe d'Huez, because it really is the king of climbs.
And the top two riders in the Tour de France also coming up here side by side. the polka dot jersey of the King of the Mountains this year. He'll win that for sure now. And alongside him, the yellow jersey of the Tour de France, worn by its defending champion, Miguel Indurain. I think it's fair to say he'll win that for sure now as well. Franco Vona, the man who's been the big intruder in the Alps this weekend. He finished second yesterday, and he should hang on in there now and finish second again today. That's a magnificent performance by him. He finished sixth in the Tour of Italy. And the final few bends now as they head up towards the main part of Alpe d'Huez, where an American is set to win for the first time ever on the Alps. Back in 1952, it was the Italian Fausto Coppi, and we've been up here 15 times since. This is the 16th time since 52. 17 occasions in all, and the French have only won up here on one occasion, and that was Bernard Hinault when he was riding home side by side with Greg LeMond in 1986.
Well, Hampton made an incredible ascent of this mountain here. The time gap on these two riders at the moment is 3 minutes and 30 seconds. He turns into the final straight. He'll see the finish line in front of him. He's got about 500 meters to go up to the top, and Andy Hampton looks to me as if he's going to take the most incredible stage victory of his life.
There is no doubt about that now. He's smiling already. Andy Hampton for the United States is coming home in the Tour de France. This will be a remarkable victory. He did it like a champion. He took the group over the Col de la Pointe de Fer. He took them to the bottom of Bourg-Lazare, then he blew them away one by one down the mountain, and the Steam Motorola has their station as well.
So what a terrific moment for Andy Hampton and his Motorola team, and as usual, at the finish of almost